It feels like that they just don't let go. And while there was some hero moments from Alvaro, it just was not enough to slow down the onslaught from BLG.
Absolutely, BLG staying incredibly confident there. And remember, Twitch subscriptions are back for MSI. Subscribers enjoy benefits like enjoying MSI. Bin took quite a bit of damage there too, but Bin can base and teleport back. BLG staying in the area as MKOI now have their eyes on the Otacon. They are thinking twice though. They're not sure do they want to commit to it. And now BLG saying, well, guess what? You have to.
What the fuck is happening with YouTube?
Confident there, and remember, we're going to be able to instantly fishing.
We did MKOI. We've praised this player a lot in this series. It feels like that it's been a battle of the supports for so much, and a much needed pick happens. The ward gets cleared out. Elk, he feels safe here, and why shouldn't he? The Hex Flash comes over. The timing is perfect. The Q comes out, rooting himself. Means that
thank you for this, thank you very much.
The follow-up charm from fantastic engage comes through completely out of the Baron pit, and I think that his damage
Koi got Nash.
A level 16 on
of the kill on mid.
Charm. Supa shifts forward. Rocket Belt used to dodge the hook from Alvaro.
I feel like that this Aatrox is going to become a problem. He's TPing in. The ult from Ezreal is good. The poke damage is good.
And Mirwen going to get spotted here by Beishwan. Beishwan liking his odds in this fight. Does get a nice little bit of chunk, but on now. He's at the point of the game where it is very difficult as the Elites to really find those team fights. Look at that flash over the wall. He finds Supa, and Supa's going to get knocked down by Knight, and now Knight is running over this fight. He's looking for Elyoya. He wants more. Knight and Beishwan, they team up and knock down
Beishwan has a passport, guys.
Quite a few stories.
And Ari ult, and this Baron is just gone. MKOI cannot find a way in. It's an easy Baron there, and now Bin looking for the engage. Alvaro in a lot of trouble, has no flash. He's caught out, and on flashes in, hits the cocoon onto Supa. Can they find the follow-up? Knight looking to dive into the back line. He's in onto Supa. Supa's in a world of trouble. Gets out to safety, though. Great kiting out from MKOI. Supa, though, going to be hit by the ultimate from Caitlyn. Elk tucks him down as Mirwen gets one back. Mirwen, though, trying to run away here. Is in a difficult position because Elk is still up and alive. MKOI fighting back as best as they possibly can. Almost just gets one shot there. Down incredibly low, almost got executed by the Elder here as BLG now eyes on the Nexus towers here. First one getting incredibly low. Jojo back out from base. Mirwen fighting on the side against On. Bin creating space here for Elk. All
a headshot.
Is keep Elk alive. Fallen. BLG pushing in. Great. Zonia's there from On. Is going to be able to immune it. And look at that! Elk just one-shots Jojo, and that should do it. Mirwen going forward, trying to make something happen, but he's going to fall as well. It's BLG crushing the hopes.
I'm sad that my PC died. I don't know what happened. I really don't know. I'm scared that it's going to happen again. I have no idea what happened.
And so Silas is just like, all right,
my PC just froze.
I can continue forward in this fight.
And then from draft, they were looking at it and they're like, okay, you have the early pick Vi. Oh no, now we're in a situation where some of Knight's main champions, both Ahri and Silas, pair with it, and they're like, okay, I guess we'll take the Ahri away so you can't pair your Ahri with the Vi. But then the Silas pick into it is always so good because you scale so nicely and you get really tanky as well. And we saw him take over.
Yeah, and I mean, this game he did so much with the Ahri ulti that he was stealing. But this was a play.
My RAM is.
About Alvaro and the playmaking that he had.
Breaks my heart.
My RAM is not.
Hex flashes over the wall, find a pick on Elk. Then they play the Baron situation out so well. MKOI
like my components were really hot.
They were.
And then they weren't.
Even
48 degrees
Mirwen just like pushing away
GPU.
Baytron, he really didn't have an entryway into the fight, and so at some point he was.
My components were really
warm.
warm.
This is an opportunity. No, we're backing away. We're giving them this.
This is all great. This is fantastic.
Moments
I
later.
need my RAM didn't is wrong megahertz.
No, they want too much, I think.
Yeah, this was a sad one because Mirren gets pushed away.
Yeah, now it's normal. Like,
then Baytron gets control of the Raptor Pit area.
it was hot when I was touching it.
That's right, Supa. He Q flashes through, gets Supa, then you get to see the Silas ulted steal.
Guys, I was gone for fucking 20 minutes. Obviously, it's cooler now.
So even though I was like, in my mind, I was like,
sorry, I'm just a little bit tilted. Like, it's just a little bit annoying.
And then BLG takes the soul.
I was around at 2.1 gigahertz because it reset, because it booted in safe mode. And I don't need to
and of course,
optimize my RAM if I just
in
stream.
the World Finals to T1. But this is a team you always expect to be
It's
at
just
the top of
heartbreaking,
league
you know.
when they are there. And the fact that you said that
It's heartbreaking because you build a little bit of momentum, you know, get a good buzz in here, and then you gotta start from scratch because of how it is, you know.
Coming in from way into
But it's okay.
Beishwan. The
Happens.
playoffs, they really kicked it into full gear. They got into the finals. Sure, they lost, but they're learning, and they're learning quickly.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on Beishwan coming in from Thunder Talk. He has big shoes to fill there. And honestly, BLG here, we do have a lot of faith in them. So
Second,
you're gonna have to
starting
start
to
Speak
praying
for
for
yourself.
MSI.
Speak for yourself. I want a silver scrapes at the very, very least. I just think we've been talking a lot about these things in these fights. You need presence of mind constantly. And I do feel that in a couple of those skirmishes where MKOI had the upper hand, you see, oh, you get a
It
great
is
teleport,
what
but
it
your
is,
angle is
man.
off for the fight. By then, your ADC is already dead because
is what it
you've
is.
been cocooned and
I also just kind of wanted to watch the game.
I just think these fights are very difficult to play.
That's where we had
even
hope,
when
by the
you're
way.
ahead.
Right
Yeah.
at this point was where we had hope. The whole Baron situation.
Yeah.
We saw BLG lose so much gold, and then they got it right back.
So MKOI chooses to go to the blue side for this next one, where they are up against match point. What are some of the choices we want to see them make, seeing that there are so many threats on BLG?
I think some early proactive stuff, especially for El Yoya. I mean, their best game that we did see from MKOI, they were very active in making picks on side lanes and stuff like that. Very active in creating their own advantages.
Yeah, a lot of the great engaged picks that can work really well for Alvaro is off the table. I'm thinking toward, like, maybe the Braum can come into play.
Nico?
Nico's good. Where's the Nico pick? That would be a really good option. You know what? Get in there. Get into the booth.
Get me in the trap. What the
Get her
hell?
in there.
No, but we got to believe in them that they can rally in terms of our LEC champions. They've been in this before. They played 5 games in the playoffs as well. They can do it, but doing it on this stage versus a BLG that looks poised to take that match, that is the difficulty.
That's the question.
We'll see how it plays out after the break. If MKOI can bring us 2 silver scrapes, or if BLG finish the job.
It doesn't say anything. It's just critical. The system is rebooted without cleanly shutting down first. This error could be caused if the system stopped responding, crashed, or lost power unexpectedly. That's all.
Okay, I get it now.
An update is required. Financial system updating.
I'm getting kind of cooked in the bullet department. Okay, the fortunes must turn.
System updated.
We will dance together.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
Hunter in the dark. Master of 9 shots. Oppo Find XX series. Powerful camera, powerful AI.
Yeah, not so sure. I think I'm guessing. No, I didn't change anything in the system.
Look at that Q flash over the wall. He finds Supa, and Supa's gonna get knocked down by Knight, and now Knight is running over this fight. He's looking for Elyoya. He wants more. Knight and Beishwan, they team up and knock down the AD carry of MKOI. Welcome back to MSI 2025. Maybe Los Ratones is what the LEC needs. We'll see.
Okay.
MKOI looking pretty strong so far. It's been back and forth, but I gotta say, BLG.
All right, let's focus up.
When they get ahead, this
That says what's focusing on the game.
Advantages so incredibly well. It feels suffocating. Any sort of edge they get, they are all over you. They're in your jungle. They're forcing every objective. They are punishing every mistake that you make. And I feel like MKOI is struggling to keep up when they get a little bit behind.
I mean, even with the inconsistencies that we saw from BLG in spring, the one thing that you can't refute is that when they have a lead, they know what to do with it. And the individual talent that exists on this roster is exceptionally high. It always has been. And again, while there have been question marks around their consistency, the reality is that when you give these players the ability to make plays, they will goddamn make some plays. And that is what
How can Koi draft to win? I don't know. I'm kind of spaced out right now. I need to see champions select again.
He's amazing. He's such an impressive support. He continues to find these incredible plays, and I love.
I had zero changes to my system as over to me. I don't know what happened.
Player that like rose the ranks in his very first split. He's been recognized as one of the best supports in Europe, and right now having a battle like this against BLG,
the tricky thing is I don't know what Georgian's gonna play mid. It's not a lot of champions available.
And giving the fans hope for MKOI.
And to me,
mid is gonna get funky, man.
Coming into this, you know, was
Rise is pretty OP.
At times did kind of struggle in the LPL and had some really bad games where he was kind of put in difficult positions. I have been so impressed with how he has actually played here at MSI. You know, I do think he has been very on point. You're thinking back to that last game, he's finding the Q flashes he needs to. He is creating space for his carries. He is putting pressure on the MKOI carries. You know, even that engage from the Raptor pit, after Alvaro finds this great pick, they get the Baron, it's immediate, the engage. Q flash finds it, Knight follows up, they kill Supa, and just like that, any momentum that MKOI had was gone. And I think that Beishwan definitely deserves credit for how well he is playing against perhaps the best, if not one of the best junglers in Europe.
Well, we'll see how things
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, let's fucking focus up. I allowed this shit to distract me.
Really do get tested this late into the series.
But shit happens. And shit always happens. I'm not gonna let shit that happens affect me.
I wonder if BLG will look to try and take it away.
Are you a fan of the Kalista? Because so far Kalista winless at the tournament and has been getting punished pretty heavily by these range bot lanes. Like again, if you just go Nico plus any sort of range bot lane or like even like an Ashe or something along those lines, I do feel like Kalista really struggles in that 2v2 and it can be very tough to get value. How confident are you in the pick?
Well, I'm not at all. I think the two champs that Europe really shouldn't be playing is Twisted Fate and Kalista. But hey, Supa has to have confidence in himself, and his coach believes in him to bring out the Kalista. The Sejuani responds into
the Nico takeaway, and then the Renata with Sejuani.
To pair alongside it. So,
yo, thank you very much for the sub. Appreciate that, Audio Lucas. Good to see you, my friend.
For sure, but I think BLG have gone for a very safe approach. Reminder that Knight is a very good Nico player as well. There's always the possibility of them flexing it into the mid lane. Our assumption is that it is going into the bot lane alongside this Ashe, which is just a very strong bot lane 2 versus 2. But that flexibility is something that BLG still have in their back pocket.
Absolutely. I mean, Ashe is the one that I called out because I think this matchup.
Yo, yep, comes. So thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Appreciate that super much. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you, Yep, come short.
You know, really
shout out to Yep, come short. Everybody loves Yep, come short.
Block and engage, and you pull him in, and he knocks someone up, and he throws over the hostile takeover. But Ashe doesn't really care. You're just going to be getting hit by volley after volley. You're outranged.
Okay, I appreciate the boldness of MKOI, but I also feel like this is Bilibili. This is Bilibili comfort zone.
I think it's going to be an incredibly.
I just don't know what's going to happen mid. Mid is very curious here. Like Rise is really OP. That's for sure. We might just have Rise Cassio, guys. Maybe Rise Cassio is going to be the one.
Able to actually find these engages, so we'll see how they're going to be able to navigate this.
Yorick Morphine.
Like what BLG has put out in these first 3 picks.
Holy, we landed the goal. I even forgot I set that goal.
Most played from spring, and honestly one of the most impressive Yoriks in the world. So Koi definitely showing that respect towards that top laner. we'll also see, it feels like BLG is really trying to pinch that pool even more. They're really testing Jojo because while some pressure has been put onto Knight's pool, like the same can be said for Jojo. Again, when we think about him as a player, Ari, Talia, Yone, Azir,
it's gonna be Rise Cassio, isn't it?
That we've seen him have a lot of success.
I think Rise Cassio is coming through.
Finals, and against KC, he brought out the Kassadin out of nowhere.
Yep.
Kali is out. Yone is out.
As well, so it's not that he doesn't have these picks.
Cassio out.
We'll see what he's got prepared for.
What would Jojo Pune play into Rise? What does he have cooking?
I think that Jojo wants Rise. I was going to say Renekton up and available. Obviously, extreme comfort here for Bin.
The Renekton takeaway.
That would not surprise me whatsoever. I do think we are likely to get a Rise here.
Jack's Rise.
Jojo, and then the question is, is that Cassio ban, is the fact that some of these other picks are already out going to be enough to protect?
All right, a kind of interesting pivot from Ben here because I think like this, Bilibili attacked the pool of Mirwin. I don't see him as a big Renekton player.
So that denial is pretty good.
I think we're picking Rise here, and then will Mirwin play like Ambessa, Camille, Jax with Rise? Then I think we're kind of cooking.
Their mid laner and their top laner. Ambessa is another one that I feel like so far at MSI hasn't really been as strong. She was kind of a staple.
Really hard to have successful games, I think.
Yeah. Coming into MSI, obviously
Let's
she
go
was
Ambessa
a
Rise.
staple throughout every meta throughout the world, but here at MSI, she just hasn't quite been as effective. Still, something that we've seen come through from Mirwin before. We'll see how things pan out. So far, their composition is very skirmish heavy, a lot of team fight options, and now with the Rise locked in and a strong ability to play through the side lanes. But if BLG lock in the Syndra, I think it's a really good matchup into the Rise. You have a huge range advantage with both
And that's
Syndra
the
and
famous
Ashe. You
Knight
have a lot of
Syndra,
hope,
guys.
and I like the response here from BLG. You're giving Knight another one of his comfort picks, and we saw in the previous game, when you give this man agency, when you give this man
I don't know.
comfort,
It's hard for me to imagine them Bilibili losing with these champs. It's so hard for me to imagine them losing with these champs.
This guy is insane.
Very difficult.
It is, to me, was the initial iconic pick for Knight. Obviously, the Ari then became so famous later on, but this was a pick that he was incredibly famous for in the LPL, dominating solo if you want, finding incredible angles. I will say, I like.
Yo, thank you very much, Sidwell, for the prime game. I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Survive the early game. You do hit a point where you're on Merc Dreads, you're on.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like Bilibili, the main thing, I feel like they figured themselves out in this tournament. I'm gonna run ads right now, guys. We don't get him. Most of you guys are homies that are subbed anyway, so who cares? Just get them out of the way. I need to run them so there's no pre-rolls if somebody clicks the stream, wants to take a little peek. Because every series is going to be just 3-1, guys.
Team has never taken 2 games off of BLG before. 1 is the most. So Koi have the opportunity to make history today. But
yo, Hansa 420 with the 5 gifted subs. Thank you very much, Hansa. I appreciate that. Thank you.
The LCS Pigeon from back in the day, one of our finals. Landed on the stage. I think it was actually here in Vancouver. I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh, the thing is, Koi's draft is good. Koi draft is good. I just think Bilibili will win a game like this. The Koi draft is good, guys. It's really good.
Pigeon signs that were cheering for the pigeon and stuff. It was definitely a memorable moment. As BLG out on the map here again, you've got to respect what they can do at level 1. This team,
the Koi's draft, I would say, is even better.
Get eyes on BLG moving in.
Sweeper coming through from Elk to clear out any wards and get some deep vision of their own. They won't actually spot that. Oh, no, they will. Koi, though.
Scaling is better for Bilibili, though, I would say, but I feel like the early game is very strong for Koi.
Oh, he's going to spot them out.
They're staying, so this is going to be a full scrap here.
Holy fuck, bro.
They do spot him. Ben is going to be
They just fucking face checks like this? With Ashe? What the fuck? He just put his face first. Jesus.
Is heading a very safe
what a man.
Doesn't want to run into Ben in the bush and lose any HP or anything.
He's the manliest man ever.
And at the end of the day, BLG gets some vision down, but will not continue to try to contest at level 1.
Jojo still playing with confidence, emoting on the stage. Both junglers going to be starting on the top side of the map. I feel like the story of this series has been...
Yeah, on paper, Ashe and Nico should win this matchup. Rise should be good into Syndra in the early, I think. I don't think Syndra can do too much to pressure, but it is Knight.
Advantage that you have on top of the Ashe. It's just very much a BLG favored bot lane 2v2.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see Jojo here trying to sidestep the Q, can't quite do it. Was able to knock off the first strike procs.
Nico Q nerfed hard early, yes it is, but when you're playing Nico and you can transform into Ashe, you are so OP, bro. You still win hard into Renata.
Jojo's going to be playing the wave, and Knight is going to be trying to harass him and make it difficult for him to actually crash those waves. Because Ryze does have very, very strong wave clear, but is pretty heavily mana-gated early on. You know, you do need to be able to just push in the waves and look for constant bases to get those early mana items, the tier, the catalyst.
Nico is just not as blindable as she was before, I think. Into Renata and Kalista, I think it's okay.
Has the push in the top lane 1v1.
But it's a lot easier to out-sustain the
Mewin, I imagine, also
business.
just looking to play very safe because they didn't really get much information. That ward on the Raptors that you can see placed relatively, a few moments ago.
Is behind them, though. We'll see if they're going to be able to find any sort of an angle. Using the Nico Scout to try to find it, but they couldn't do it.
There's a level 3 guy from Elioyo. It's a big one. Elk's got cleanse. Elk's got cleanse. Auto stun cleanse. Here comes Beishuan with the E through the wall. Elioya still has flash. Needs to use it. They don't get the angle.
As it is going to be 3 summoners for
all right.
3 at the end of the day.
3 for 3 indeed. Alvaro's playing Hex Flash though. I like that tech on Renata in this matchup. She becomes the melee support in this one.
Circumventing the Vision.
Bro, Beishuan has had, I don't know, I think Beishuan is playing some of his best league. Beishuan is playing some of his best league, man. Beishuan has looked like Shun in this game and the previous game.
For Beishuan to leave. The overextension comes through from Alvaro, and they quickly convert it into a kill.
Yeah, very, very Shun-esque on the Vi, and now this the lingering gank into break Alvaro's ankles is fucking clutch, man.
Absolutely do. Jojo
very mean.
Back to lane here, has the tier in the boots, knows that BLG could be moving up from that bot side, so is going to play respectfully with that in mind. And Beishuan heading back into his jungle, starting to cycle these small camps. Did go Raptors, Krugs, Red, so he's going to have those camps up and available here and just keeping.
Yeah, Beishuan does not have poke picks. His poke pick is Lilia, bro.
Nice trade there from
We're not playing Lilia in 2025.
First strike. The swap coming through, as we've seen pretty consistently throughout these series from both these bot laners. TP being committed now from Mewin. But overall, very slow early game, aside from that little scrap on the bot side of the map. I mean, BLG playing
Rezia didn't write anything all day, and then he comes here with an Adam comment.
Mewin have largely just been left on an island. Alvaro is going to be denied the opportunity to secure that control ward. I like that
Lilia is not a pocket pick.
Doesn't have the level 6 yet, of course. But once he does, the threat of a potential side lane collapse becomes very real.
I do think Mirwan's going to have quite a difficult job in this game when you're thinking about how he's going to play out team fights.
I'm here to break the echo chamber.
You're having to deal with Tangle Barbs, with Pop Blossom, with Ash Arrow, with Skarner Peel, all of these tools that you're trying to fly in there and find access onto the back line. So they're really going to have to be on point with those engages when they go for him. Because really, it's pretty much Syndra, Ashe, or bust for Mirwin. He's got to get back there and be able to find them. 2v2 going all right, you have to say, for Soup, all things considered.
It's a rolling schedule, Linux.
Prioritizing the lifesteal here to try to withstand some of the poke that is going to be put on. But Elk out to the early tier 2 boots is going to make things that much more difficult. He's just posturing aggressively constantly here with On. They're always looking just for the poke and prod. You don't even have to hit your E. You just constantly Q poke them over and over.
As the rebuild
it's pretty much unavoidable. Like, it's such a big Q that you are always going to get at least one
build this.
Proc your Scourge, proc your Comet, and slowly whittle them down.
I mean, as you're rightly saying, Super not in the worst position, all things considered. Elioya wasn't spotted out on any vision, and he's looking for another play. No summoners available on Elk.
Yeah, and Elk is kind of the anti-timing here. Jojo is on the roam as well. They're going to look for it. The Realm Warp is on cooldown, but Jojo's in the area, and On has nowhere to go. Going to be knocked down as he tries to flash out to safety. Jojo flashes in, hits him with the Rune Prison, grabs the kill.
Nice roam from Jojo. He did have to commit the summoner, so Knight is looking, has the stun available. Beishuan's hovering in the area as well.
They are looking. Jojo, no flash. Beishuan, not level 6 though, doesn't have any ulti to follow this up.
Procs the phase rush. which means that Jojo is able to gain the movement speed necessary to get away to safety. Level 5 still on Alyoya, doesn't have his ulti available, but they're looking to contest the Scuttle Crab. On back out on the map, and Koi have made the smart decision to concede this objective.
Going to be able to grab the Scuttle, but no one's starting up the Dragon just yet, so it hasn't been a...
Len, I want to watch the game. I don't have time to do this, man.
This game, as they have been really consistently loving to play towards those early Dragons, start that threat of Soul as fast as they possibly can here, but haven't started it up just yet, and we are going to have the Grubs here spawning in 30 seconds, so there is potential to have a trade of the Grubs. Of course, they were desynced in a patch a while ago when they took away the double Grub spawn, but given that there was no early action towards that Dragon, there is the opportunity to just kind of try to play the map for trading.
I imagine Jojo's going to want to get those Merc trades relatively soon. The stuns coming through from Knight have been consistent. It's going to take a bit of a tower shot to interrupt this from Jojo. This TP is going to be available.
Okay, I did it, Angel.
In a few seconds.
Yeah.
Now Alyoya hitting level 6. Level 6
I'm the GOAT
as well. Elk. These ultimates are becoming available, and there it is.
Here, looking for Knight, flashes away though from the glacial
that shit didn't get contact with Knight. It's a big deal, actually.
I like the idea.
Little flash.
Koi get the pick on mid. Maybe they can then convert that pressure.
Yeah, Koi need to accomplish more in the early game, especially after this no Knight flash. It's not good that Billy get the grubbies.
Would be their first
it's just always the hard part about Kalista Renata. You make one mistake and you are just a liability for the rest of the game.
Just Alyoya doing it. And BLG may want to try to challenge here, but Mirwin coming over and is going to help him finish this off, so it should be MKoi's Dragon here. They will be able to effectively get that trade, force out the flash. Going to be pretty happy about how things go with that, all things considered, especially because when you have that split push advantage on someone like the Rise, being able to take away some of the early Dragons means that they can't pressure you to group for a fight with a really early
Malzahar.
You know, first Dragon's being taken at like 8.5 minutes and it went to your
What the fuck would you want to play Malzahar against these champs?
Very much agree. Meanwhile, when we look at the current state of things, the LG have been able to build a 1.2k gold lead just from their laners. Elk has built a massive advantage in the isolated 2 versus 2. Bin also building a bit of a lead of his own as he's secured a plate on the bot side of the map.
Yeah, you can stack HQ on turrets again, yeah. They changed it.
And Knight keeping that gold close thanks to the extra bit of gold he's getting from the first strike and also just with some...
Malza's too weak early, brother.
From him.
And you don't do shit against with Sejuani as well, like it's just awful. An enemy outranges you pretty hard as well, like Malza is just too outdated of a champ. Syndra can legit just fucking keep on range and just buy a QSS and get so much value in this game.
For MKoi, you know, there's a lot of short-range characters here over on their side. You know, even the Rise and the Kalista, both relatively short range. You are going to always be putting yourself in danger of getting hit by a Skarner ult, an Ashe ult, a Scatter the Weak, a Pop Blossom, you know, any sort of big CC or engage that could come through. As Beishuan looking here for Jojo.
Ooh, Jojo.
The Ashe Arrow is going to connect here. Alvaro in a lot of trouble. They're just going to give him up, but On goes in and it interrupts the Realm Warp from Jojo. Looks like he's going to be okay. Alyoya trying to turn this around onto Knight. Knight in a lot of trouble, has no flash from earlier, and they're going to be able to knock him down. Jojo gets a kill back.
I'll fix it later.
Go 1-for-1 in the mid lane.
A nice ulti from Alyoya to lock down Knight. Means that they can trade back because the arrow
I need to focus on the game right now. In between the games I can do it.
He wasn't able to do anything in the skirmish. And in the 3 versus 3, it looked very BLG favored. We'll see the engage comes through from Beishuan. The arrow's going to connect onto Alvaro. And then On from the flank as well. Chains the CC, and then he gets a nice ultimate, scaring. Oh, another fight.
Alright, that's the all-in angle for MKoi. Let's see what them do it. Elk has no... Oh! MKoi! Come on now! Come on now, force the 5, force the 5.
So why hesitate?
You can do it.
Nothing that they could use to fight back.
Damn.
As quickly as you can, and just like that, Koi comes
I like the boldness.
Really nicely done. I mean,
the 6 swing
on the side of Elk and On, but if you can close that gap, get in on that Ashe.
Come on.
Just fling your support.
There you go.
Did Isaiah say get on that Ashe?
Throw him on in there.
It really caught Elk off guard. They were saying, you know what, just go. Yeah, exactly. They have an ult available. He has the flash. He doesn't use it.
Elk doesn't use sums at all. Holy, that Q was clean, bro.
He does what he can.
The Q on was clean, bro. Nice.
And of course has to bail out there.
That's some high-level shit, man. Come on, Koi.
They knew the cooldowns were missing with no ults. Elkanon didn't really have much of an opportunity to fight back. They did hold on to their flashes, though, and Alvaro, of course, spent his flash as well as the ulti now, and all going to get fired down towards bot lane. Jojo has the flash, and Beishwan looking, though, will be hit by the Rune Prison. Locked up and not allowed to follow through. Bin now going unstoppable. He's going to go all out. He's looking for Mirwin. Can he find him? Gigabin wants the solo. Will he be able to make it happen here? Mirwin looking confident. Forces the flash.
Forcing Bin flash into 1v1. Come on now. Come on now. Come on, MKoi. Punch back. Punch back. You guys beat Bin Gwen. Why not beat Knight Syndra? Come on now.
Bin is going to be forced back to base.
Punch him in the mouth.
Oh, that was a flash, right?
Oh, they're going to try to potentially dive Jojo here. Remember,
Jojo is tanky, bro. They can't kill him. They can't kill him. That's fake. That's fake, Jojo Pune. Stay. Why won't you stay
Eclipse is not yet done.
with me?
Hold his nerve. Doesn't even have
to. He's just getting his Road of Ages. Because I'm on my knees.
Morning soon. Steals away the red.
If this ain't...
Will he succeed in this steal?
We'll find out. Beishwan's coming in. He wants to contest it. It's going to be a smite fight.
Yeah. Gets info like that at least.
Walks out of there. Beishwan going to be able to grab it. Doesn't want to overextend and get collapsed on. Jojo again back towards the side lane. Does have the Roa now, so that is going to be ticking up as the merchant.
Ooh, big side if we went to game 5, bro. We'll be fucking hype if we got to game 5.
Vacuuming up farm in the side lanes, being that point of pressure, because BLG really doesn't want to be answering him inside. They want to be grouping up, they want to be engaging fights and looking for picks. So the more Jojo can draw pressure to those side lanes, I think the better it's going to be for MKoi.
Very much agree. See if they can do that. Ultimately, though, Koi have achieved their first objective, which is avoiding BLG getting a huge early game advantage, which in game 1 and game 3 is how they snowball to victory. Here in game 4, the gold is
Syndra's flashback up again.
The items
67 stacks.
Pretty fair across the landscape.
Dragon's alive. Billy is posturing forward.
Ultimately come down to execution.
They're here and ready to go.
Talented individuals, and they found some great fights, but Koi
they're pulling.
been able to go toe to toe with
Syndra can Ryze can reposition easily with ults. You like MKoi, you can fight this. Come on now, MKoi. Maybe no blade on Kalista makes it awkward. They're accepting. They're accepting. Ryze has no flash and they know it. Oh my days, these arrows are demonic, by the way. Very rude. That ward in the third bush made them aware. Full map trade, but the issue is they can't really dive Kesante.
Very deep here.
Ooh, Jojo Pune. Get on my stingaroo.
Gets the move speed.
Phase rush, he's cold with it.
Good cross map though from Elioya.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands.
On the bot side of the map, he's going to set his sights on this Herald. Of course, those bot camps once again going to be taken. Beishwan very good at just stealing away camps.
Back. This tower is low.
Oh, Jojo Pune. You are crazy, Jojo Pune. Syndra has no ults. They just need to bonk this tower. Oh, that fight torch! That fight torch! Oh. This is Jojo's bizarre adventure if I've ever seen one.
Jojo low here as well, but no one in the area from MKoi to help him out. They're going to be able to donate the kill.
Can they get mid-turret here? Elk has sums. Maybe Sejuani can burn it, Rift Herald, a little Seju ult on him. Let's burn his cleanse, maybe? Can we burn his cleanse? Okay, we don't burn his cleanse. Renata's too far. I understand. In TPs, but I bet I get top tower. The next objective is super important, guys, because it's about shoes. Shoes, 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 shoes.
Very healthy. Nice punish comes through from BLG. They get themselves a 1k gold lead once again.
And you can see just like that, again, Knight out to a significant gold advantage here. About 650 in his favor. Even with the early kills there for Jojo. Feels like that work can so easily get wiped away, just like last game. You know, had the incredible laning phase.
It's okay, but it takes 30 minutes off.
Does get punished on that one dive.
I don't want to read this right now.
Trying to get something back on this top side. Should be able to finish off this tower, but might be overstaying his welcome
30 minutes
a little
off.
bit if he did do so. Ash Arrow comes out, not going to connect, and Mirwin intelligently does back off and still had tag on the tower, so I think he still probably got the local gold there.
It's decided to stick around. The clone being used to get some vision. Pings come down onto Super. Right, the range just short. Super very cautious, and this is something that BLG are always doing when there's no waves.
Yeah, they sent Rise for one Ash arrow on Rise, burnt his flash, and then they just kept perma-bullying him. He was left on full weak side. I would have to review it to see what Elioya and Alvaro could do different to save Jojo Pyun. But he was very lonely in that sequence. 2 minutes of Drake, this is going to be a big one, as mentioned before. It's going to be boot upgrade. And then I think whoever wins this fight will be transitioning to core faster, and it will bleed into Atakan. And I think that could be game deciding. Is that the Uzi ward? I think that's the Uzi ward, no?
He is vibing. Having a great time listening to the beats of the rift.
Bro, these wards are going crazy.
He's having a great time. He's enjoying this series just like we are. He's listening to the sounds of nature, the sounds of rift, and soon the sounds of violence as Koi and BLG posture in the mid lane. Unbelievable. They moved him. Difference.
So he's still alive. He just teleported.
He's good. Yeah, he's good. He's good.
Okay, thank God. Crisis averted.
Look at Jojo on the bot lane. He's very aware of how precarious his position is. It's a good ward to spot out Beishuan, but he can't really approach that bot wave.
I don't know, they're just letting Knight be first on all the neutral waves. I just want Elioya to maybe go behind the Sejuani, look for, go behind the Rise, maybe the Rise ult, Sejuani onto Syndra, like flank on him, throw Seju ults, but Knight has way more vision to play with.
Nothing past the river, right? Like there's nothing here besides these couple of wards from MKOI, some of these kind of defensive wards down here. But that is
Then is doing so well CS-wise, he's just completely choving in the top lane. Even though he was isolated majority of the game. The map trades.
He's already experienced that once before. But again, Koi couldn't ask for a better position, especially when we think about how the series has gone so far. They're a team that have confidence in themselves and their ability to play the fights, but Beishuan looking to take some of that confidence away.
Irwin potentially in some trouble here. He is very far up. He's trying to buy time for Elioya, who is coming down, and in comes the teleport as well from multiple members. Knight and Jojo both going to arrive to the fight. Elioya is now here. The doesn't quite connect. Jojo
Beishuan gets two. Okay, that's ult on Jojo Pyun. Here's Elkovic. Jojo Pyun well moves out. On gets contact with two. Drake is alive. Atakan spawns both side. What happens to Drake here? That's the main question. I don't think it's necessarily GG, guys. They get a kill, but I think everybody's going to be ready. And take a look at the inventory of Edwin here.
They were the ones chasing after BLG with knowing that their bot lane was arriving. The TP comes through quick, but that rotation that already comes through.
It's not GG. It's not GG, guys.
The arrival of the bot lane
it's not GG.
in their favor.
Koi have 2 items on Ambessa. This Drake is still really important. And they use all their horse force. I don't care about this replay. I want to see like the position. We're looking at this little camera here.
By the Koi top jungle duo, but then Elk and On arrive. They get a nice combo.
They seem to slow Kalista. It's in the mid wave.
A few seconds earlier, it could have been a big fight for Koi, but it ends up going the way of BLG.
Alright. Alright, they have ult on bot lane. Ult on bot lane. Alvaro has ult, Super has ult. Ash's arrow. That's the smite from Beishuan. Combination. Poke on Alvaro. MKOI. Pushed him out. Let's see if MKOI can actually get his mid turret, but Bilibili are taking the defensive posturing. They're gonna loop around. Loop daddy.
I want them to send more members here, but Renata's gonna go back to base, so no, they don't actually have the power anymore. The threat of the Syndra means they're too hesitant to approach the tower.
Do you guys think Super has Ginzu's in base?
BLG. Again, holding control of the game for now.
Yeah, T1 versus CFOs today, after the series.
Not teleport down for the play. Jojo does at least push in the wave, but cannot threaten that tier 1 bot. Isn't safe to be able to walk up and get any damage down on it. Just doesn't have the vision to really do so. Otacon has been such a big draw for BLG. Like every game it feels like it spawns, they go there, they force a fight, they force an objective. This time though, the game is quite close, so BLG not looking as confident to just straight up start the Otacon raid on spawn.
Beishwan, though, going to be able to tank a lot of the damage up if he wants to. That is on, hovering on the bot river. It's going to chip away at the Arcan to try and force Super and Alvaro to take the long way around. Elioya.
Jojo has no flash, guys, no flash. That's the Arcan. That's Arcan. Maybe they go for mid tower, even more of a fight. Super has Blade. Good Renata ultimate to blanket defend the Beishwan kill. Okay, Beishwan too eager. Alright, can they cook here? Can they cook? Ginzu? Like they have Rise spawns faster, no smite? I feel like they should leverage this. Leverage! 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 Go Arcan!
But now the jungle is
leverage!
Gone. The fact that he overstayed is welcome. The fact that he got punished means that the smite is available for Koi. They have the Kalista as well.
Kalista rent, 8k, 9k, Midwinnie on flank. Puts pressure on Elkovic and Knight. They can look for the smite. Combination in the nation onto Midwin. Midwin, let's see if he can ult through. He gets contact with Elk. It's the best play possible for Midwin. Public execution. That's the me kills. Elioya a little bit too far. He pulled the Beishwan there. Pulled the Beishwan. He pulled the Beishwan.
Have to get pulled in there by the Fate's call. Kalista keeps her support
thing is, bro, Arcan gave them fucking no plants, bro. Bro, the little 18 plants with Arcan. Oh, Jojo Pyong getting so space invaded. Oh, Jojo Pyong, run! If I had a rune for every rune I would run. I would have every rune. I don't know what Rice says. He probably says something like that.
It's so stressful playing against BLG because anything you try to do, they fight you for it.
I want this minion. Well, I'll fight you. Yeah. I want this jungle camp. Well, I'll fight you.
I mean, we look back at this play and BLG wisely recognized.
Bro, they had so little plants.
And it's a good engage.
It's a cool play from On, but then Midwin just fucking gets out. Elioya too eager with the Q forward. It's for the hot seal stock.
Used too many resources, he ends up falling, and so Koi is forced to retreat. So it ends up being a kill in exchange for the Arcan. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, the arrow gets used onto Jojo in the mid wave.
The T1 fan just wants Billy to lose.
Very scary position, but he is just barely able
to
get away.
The T1 fan wants the Billy to lose.
Again, we find
I saw it in his eyes.
The fights continue to be the same. 6-7 the kills.
I saw you.
You can see in that last fight though, Knight has the upgraded ulti, I do believe, there with the splinters. You know, it looked like he had the execute up.
Yeah, bro, that Arcan gave them 18 flowers, bro. That is the weakest. That's some weak dick Arcan.
Definitely a frightening situation.
Well, the plants on the rift.
Nice little advantage for Supa, and he is getting into the point of the game where you can go.
What makes a T1 fan? Is it their look? What do you mean? It's the jersey they're wearing.
Jojo is very far up there.
Fucking hell.
Realm Warp available, but feels he sees enough members that he is going to be.
My man managed to make it racist.
You got to be careful of. Keeping my eyes on the mini map. I learned from many years ago to look at the arrow. So.
We have a sign that says "Go T1."
Maybe we're about to start that.
That's a scary Baron angle, and the BLG.
Well, if you don't spend money in the T1 shop, then you're not a real fan.
Bin and Mewen continue to just skirmish on the bot side of the map as a contest over the vision continues.
The new champ has too many natural predators, bro. I feel like the new champ is like Samira 2.0. That Yunara, whatever her name is.
Looking to do what no Western team has done before, take a second game of BLG in a series.
So Drake, they have enough vision around Nash, so they know there's not going to be any snappy tappy there.
Nope, they're just going to give it.
Very nice TP.
Going to be able to finally take down.
Look at them, Koya looking for a play on Bin.
Mirwin as well as Jojo do team up to knock that one down. So the slightest of gold leads now.
I got the Faker Razor mouse. I'm a T1 fan now. Same. I also got the T1 Faker mouse.
It's basically dead even. The gold does not matter.
I got it for free from Razor, but then I had to pay import fees. Because it was delivered to me to Taiwan, I believe. I had to pay for a free item.
Working towards the Void Staff next to help melt through the front line. Alduya starting to build up those resistances, but he's really the only tanky member. As Knight gets closer and closer to level 16, a level behind Jojo thanks to the Rod of Ages.
There's the Terminus though from Supa, so he's going to have that armor pen as well as the additional tankiness.
The girl I sat next to at World Finals bought it for me as a gift.
And I'm going to be interested to see where he goes from here. You know, does he feel like he needs a QS?
That girl, that's his mom, guys.
With the Mikhails plus the cleanse, and he could just go in towards Jack Show or BT. There's a lot of options here. There is a tremendous amount of magic damage as well, you know, when you're looking over at both the Syndra and the Nico. So Wit's End, I think, has merit. I think there's really a lot of reasonable choices here for Supa.
I'm kidding.
Resistance now coming through from Elioya. Much needed for sure.
3 core on Kalista, bro. Are they gonna leverage? I want to see some leverage. Give me leverage, guys. Give me leverage. Give me fire. Give me freedom. Take me higher. Super Terminus. It's completely cooking. Can we press the Nash? Look, we pushed 2 neutrals. The enemy needs to catch. When they catch, I want us to snap like a fucking turtle eating watermelon. I want us to snap. This Ashe is recalled in front of our forehead. Press, hit. I think they had such a big play here, guys. They could have taken Nash for free here. They pushed 2 neutrals for free when the enemy overgrouped, and then they based in front of them, and then Midwin based on 3 core, and then you have 3 core on Supa. That was a free worm.
Because it is a very easy spell to react to. Things like the Impale can be immune as well.
So wow. They needed to pull the trigger there, guys. They had 3rd item on Midwin, 3rd item on Supa, advantage. But now, look, 3 item K'Sante, 3 item Syndra, 3 item Ashe. Syndra already had before. But now, like, that window is gone. Because now they're on even footing.
We're getting closer and closer to that game-deciding fight.
I think Syndra becomes a little bit too dangerous over time. Like when Syndra has death cap, I think that she annihilates this game.
You can collapse very effectively on an unsuspecting target.
And while BLG do have some really good engagement
tools, they found him, pushed him out.
Takeover can be a game changer. It can completely turn around. You know, be able to have a bailout.
It's a very unique game because Ashe and Syndra are very, very fragile as champions. There's a strong front line, but boy have the tools to really cut through. They can definitely cut through. There's the ultimate. Root on Elioya gets a Q off, which is super important. Alvaro gets Kalista ultimate, so it's all good. It's all good. Alvaro tries to CC, but there's a flash. Here comes the Nico ultimate onto only 1 target. Midwin gets the ult off. They're fighting back. Midwin is fighting back. Midwin's getting a lot of damage. Somehow he's staying alive. How is he staying alive? How broken is his champion? How the fuck did he stay alive? What the fuck? Midwin!
It's night and on, still around here, but no one falls for MKOI, and they have their eyes on the Baron.
MKOI make it happen. They win the team fight. Midwin trying to keep them away from the Baron. He's going for this. He gets another. He's searching for the last one. He's going to take out Knight.
Best in the West, baby. Best in the West. Midwin.
The ace. They get themselves the Baron. Koi with a fantastic team fight have set up for us going to game 5. A beautiful Baron. It was such a tense moment, such a close back and forth. My goodness, I thought that when they threw Alvaro in, it was just going to be disaster.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like Alvaro had been caught out, that it could be problematic, but MKOI commit fully to the fight.
Oh my days.
So much work
oh my days.
The initial play here, you know, when they go for that flash forward onto Elk, really kind of turn things around.
Look at that, bro. Like, they didn't use that many CCs on Alvaro. Look, they used Nico ult. Like, look at how much he heals. Look how much Ambessa heals, by the way. Look how much he heals. Look how much he healed. Bomb. 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 The Omnivamp. Oh! The Omnivamp.
He procs the grasp. He's healing up from that, and he autos, you know, one member after another with Sundered Sky, and he just got a ridiculous amount of healing. He just crushed them.
Just called him ass in Polish.
You know, finding Elk. Mirwin gets in there, and then Mirwin really got the work done. Both Supa and Mirwin now out to about a 2.5k gold lead. There's the Jack Show done now for Supa. Good luck one-shotting him now. It's going to be incredibly difficult here for BLG to be able to just delete that Kalista.
He's got to be cautious of the...
Oh, they're looking. Mirwin caught. He's going to be hit by the scatter. Do they commit everything here? They don't need to use more, but it does cost them quite a bit. Multiple ultimates, and JoJo is going to be up on this top side. Teleport coming in here from Bin to answer. But Jojo still going to feel confident about his positioning. Does have that tower pretty low. Bin not going to be able to win this 1v1. You have to think at this point.
Calma, calma, calma. It's okay. Calma.
Nice response comes through from BLG.
I don't know, isn't Death Dance better than BT? I don't know why Midwin's buying BT, guys.
Terrifying. Super at the very cusp of taking a lot of damage. The Syndra ultimate already about to come back up. BLG have slowed the pressure down. Only 50 seconds left of the Baron. MKOI would love to get more. Looks like for now they're not going to be able to without Mirwin. They just don't quite have the numbers. So Jojo playing safe. He's not actually insta-pushing that top wave. He's waiting for another wave to connect on the bot side of the map. MKOI trying to play with all the waves that they have right now.
There's nothing wrong with the Syndra build.
You can see the Baron power play.
What's wrong with the Syndra build?
Additional gold earned after the initial kill of that Baron. But of course, still a massive gold swing, especially when you're considering the 5-for-0 right before that was huge for MKOI. This one definitely had been the closest game by far. And it's MKOI that come up big.
Doesn't he need more damage? What's more damage?
They've extended themselves out to a 4,000 gold lead. QSS now in for Supa. You have the Bakails, you have the
This is a really good build. He's buying Death Cap next.
You have 3 ways to cleanse.
Sometimes I think people just say things to say things.
It's going to be so impossible to lock down this Kalista.
And I will say, it's just so cool to see Super in the position that he's in. Of course, when he made that deft comment last year, of course, he was memed, he was made fun of a lot, but it comes from a place of confidence where he wants to has to believe that he can compete with the best in the world, and he gives so much credits to his coach and the confidence that he helped him believe in, and the fact that he can come here today and play like he is playing with that level of confidence, getting that triple kill in that last fight, that's the type of performance that fans have come to expect from Super, and the fact that he's delivering here in Game 4, looking to bring MKOI to Game 5, is great to see. We'll see if they can close
I didn't think about that, but they did show Super saluting.
Gold is still heavily in BLG's sorry, KOI's favor, but later and later into the game we go, that gold matters less and less, especially as these 4
don't give Knight montage, and then it's okay. You all have mercs, you all have ways to escape. So good.
Major items that they are looking for their carries to really ramp
I feel like Super Alvaro getting that 2v2 double kill was such a big deal for the game. It just brought them back into the game completely.
Elk and Knight, can you find those carries and be able to knock them down, or will the potential counter engage there from BLG stifle the aggression that MKOI are going to be looking for? The Baron, of course, has expired. It's going to be up again in about 1 minute and 30 seconds, and they have a potential Soul here at 2 minutes. Mountain Soul would do a lot of work to be able to answer the kind of composition that BLG have, where most of their damage really is burst and is up front, besides just the Ashe.
Koi's just taking the time to want to play for Soul.
Oh, so we return to a point of tension once more. BLG, of course, now find themselves on the back foot, but not down and out by any means. The arrow from Elk, always an option for finding a pick.
Bloodthirster for Mirwin.
Yep.
He is cooking.
He wants to live.
Yeah.
And I feel like he has the tools to do it.
I think that stance would be just better, man.
When you think about
GA
the
even.
composition that BLG have, again, they have so much upfront damage, but if you can survive that and then be able to actually get into that back line, we saw how much healing he did last time. And it
also just having that extra shield going into the fight definitely just makes you that much harder to kill.
Definitely can't be poked down either. MKOI now trying to turn things around as Knight will just pull back this red buff. They'll look to burst it down, and we'll see if they can do that. We'll be able to grab it. So nicely played there by BLG, securing the red buff for their team. So we're just waiting for Baron.
KOI have to be careful now. Mirwin wants to push in that bot wave, but he realizes he's very isolated from his team. Of course, has the teleport available. They have good vision control as well, but he realizes, no, it's a little too dangerous, so he's going to keep pushing in that mid wave instead.
IE done now as well, so those
big
KOI,
come on, KOI, come on, KOI.
Here for BLG, the Infinity Edge as well as the Death Cap are completed.
Show some good fucking flanks.
Of course, he has to start working on his Death Cap, but that will be coming down the pipes if this game does continue on. Mirwin, though, good flank here. Could look for that potential angle. They're trying to find it
so hard. They're making it very hard for Bilibili to breathe.
Mirwin may just go for him or Knight.
I like Elk's positioning,
though. They're pushing hard on Nash.
Avoiding that fog.
Mirwin showed on ward. Mirwin showed on ward.
Does BLG
they sweep to put out Mirwin's ward? So hard for Bilibili to maneuver because they have 2 very immobile carries, and without having the mid turrets, there are so many angles that the enemy can engage from.
Have this 3-man squad in the mid lane. As there is
that's the Mikos.
Onto Jojo as he got caught by that scatter. Bin now being pulled in, has to use the Pathmaker to get back to safety. Getting chunked down a little bit there. but any amount of health could really make the difference in a fight.
Bilibili can only death ball and hope that they don't get engaged on in a crazy way. I think Jojo should use Rise ultimate to send Renata in, I think. And then they just fucking Renata ult and then they Kalista ult. Like, I think they can get creative with Rise ult and the angles they play with.
Ooh, another big hit onto Alvaro.
Koi is playing these situations way too slow. They're just accepting Nash for the Drake.
But it's going to be a trade for Baron, so they're going to make the call.
Ilya just flashed.
BLG say, you know what, we got the poke, we're going to take the Baron.
Ilya just flashed.
But the soul lasts forever, so BLG are going to have to try to get a lot done with this Baron before the trade will not be worth it. The question is, can they find the angles to really
Koi need to play a lot faster in these situations, guys.
Try to get in there, try to look for dives, try to close
I think usually Mountain Soul, I don't like it as much when you get it at the 6th dragon. I think Mountain is really much better when you get it at the 4 dragons. Because so you get to the point where damage is no longer as meaningful because there's just too much of it in the game, you know? But I have to say, at the same time, probably blue side, it's one of the best Mountain Soul comp ever. Because Kalista has a lot of bulkiness, and Rise is very bulky too, Sejuani very bulky. They are very bulky champions that double dip in the value, you know?
4 members and just kind of keeps BLG clumped, which then gives Mirwin so many playmaking possibilities and it buys a lot of space for Super. So positioning is going to be crucial. And this late into the game, you just got to remember that everyone does a lot of damage. A single misstep from an AD carry or a mid laner, you're likely just going to get one shot. A flash isn't going to be enough to save you, but a bailout could very well be the difference as well. So there's
an issue there is just Koi, they overshowed, I think, on the mid wave. Made it easier for Bilibili to maneuver. Like, I think they just need to be quicker with the Rise ult on the flank. And just send in Renata, and then go forward with Kalista ult, and send Seju ult, and then just get a brawl going quickly. Have to flank onto the Syndra. She can only E in one direction, you know? We haven't seen any Ash arrows in a long time.
That could be coming through. They're going to look for Mirwin. Mirwin is going to be connected onto, and there's a pop blossom from On. But here comes the hostile takeover, instantly cleansed off by Elf. They get the first kill, and now Alvaro could be in some trouble. Going to have to get pulled back by the Fate's Call. Elyoya uses the ulti over on Elf just to buy some time. BLG just like that.
Just when I said it.
And burst them down, and now
oh, the root on Rise is mean. It's mean.
So On is just gonna harass
they have Nash, remember? Bilibili have Nasher. Don't finish it like this. Don't finish it like this. Elk is just Legolasing Gimli here. Completely Legolasing Gimli. Oh, he Rise ulted out. MKoi need to fight. MKoi need to fight. Alvaro. Holy moly.
Make it happen. Knock down the Nexus. Take the series and crush the hopes of Europe. It's going to end 3-1 off the back of a pick. Just like that.
Just like that. A single misstep is all it took. A quick collapse onto Mirwin into a game-ending play. They made the Baron work perfectly. With the Baron empowered minions, they ran straight down mid and they just ended it. BLG will take the series 3-1.
Heartbreak for MKoi. Felt like they were in control, that they were in a good spot in that game. On the precipice of potentially forcing a game 5.
I don't know,
BLG find the opportunity, pick off
these top 4 teams, man, they
Jojo. He can't get back to the base.
You can't slip
so by the time he arrives, the Nexus turrets fall and it's cooked.
You're not allowed to slip ever, bro.
Such an anticlimactic ending. I was waiting for the final fight to happen and all it was a single overstep. We didn't even get
You're not allowed to slip ever, man.
To Mirwin.
Mirwin was so good, and then he got caught back to back.
Played by BLG. They round out the series in an efficient way. They make the comeback happen, and now they're going to be waiting to see who their opponent is in the T1 CFO matchup later today.
As much as BLG, people were looking at them thinking, hey, maybe this is an opponent you could take down. Maybe this is an opponent
that's crazy.
In their gameplay.
What a fucking ending, bro. Ambessa, it's so sad. It's Mirwin.
They are
Mirwin was good, and then he was bad.
Looking impressive. Knight I think this guy
sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit.
Members who have been criticized more like Beishwan, I think Beishwan did have a really good series here. MKOI, of course, fighting valiantly, really close to forcing that game 5, but aren't able to do it. It's definitely going to be a tough pill to swallow there, as you can see the shock on their faces. You just don't expect the game to end just like that.
Yeah, I mean, I was really surprised. But those death timers, 40 minutes in, BLG did not waste any time. Really impressive stuff from them. And as you rightly said, it's a heartbreaking loss for KOI. The momentum, it felt like that we were going to go to a game 5. We were going to get a final opportunity, but he was denied. BLG will not give them that window. And BLG is a team that, as you rightly said, a lot of question marks surrounding them, but their bot lane looks incredible right now.
A lot of answers stacking up around those question marks.
when you give Knight a champion with agency, he looks fantastic. I think that Bin didn't have the best series, but I feel like that the rest of the team covered for any mistakes that he might have made, and overall, BLG is looking like a force. And if things go the way we're expecting, then on the one side of the bracket, we got the 2 first seeds, and the other side of the bracket, we're looking at a BLG T1 rematch. So it's going to be an intense MSI, and the one thing I'll say about KOI, they're a force to be reckoned with. They definitely showed some great stuff today, and in the lower bracket, I think they're going to do some very serious damage depending on whoever their opponent is.
Yep, we'll have to see what happens. Of course, tomorrow we are going to have more matches, but before that, we are joining Laura and Wendy, who are standing by with Elk for the Verizon post-game interview.
Opponents, and it feels like they're the team who challenged you the most so far.
首先，恭喜你们获得今天比赛的胜利。但是也要问一下，可能你们对你们对手的一些看法，因为其实 MKOI 这支队伍在 LEC， 大家总是会觉得他们在面对到对手总是有着非常充分的准备。所以说，想问一下有什么看法？
我觉得这一次他们也打得非常的好吧。然后从第2局还有第4局，其实我们都打得比较激烈。然后
I think that this being the series with the highest upset chance, I think aged like a fine wine that take. I do think this was the closest to a team losing.
MKOI is a great team and performed so good today, especially for both game 2 and 4. We just made so many aggressive fights, and especially for the last game, we were like kind of in a disadvantage situation. They put us off guard, but after that, we just be able to make a comeback. So I really would like to give a big shout out to MKOI as well, because they did so good in all the team fights and also in the macro.
And focusing a bit more on your performance after the play-in stage, you said that you were warming up, getting used to the stage, and also you had to get better at the laning phase, especially. Do you feel like you improved enough to your standards?
那么记得，其实，在入围赛结束的媒体群访当中，艾尔克选手有提到说，可能入围赛对你们来讲，更多的是一种热身和热手，还有很多地方需要提高和进步，特别是比如说像对线的部分。所以说，你觉得可能回顾自己今天的表现，自己的队伍是否在这一方面可能说有所长进呢？有什么样的看法？
因为在入围赛的时候，其实我觉得我们整个队伍的身体状态没有那么好吧，然后在比赛上面表现出来的画面其实也没有那么好。然后今天的这几场比赛，我自己觉得我们下路对线是比入围赛的时候发挥的好一点了。然后但是自己就感觉自己也个人失误还有掉点还是比较多吧，然后就希望就自己就好好复盘，然后在下一场比赛的时候能够做得更好，打得更好。
I must say, maybe for the play-ins, we didn't have a very good health condition for the whole team, and we didn't have a very solid gameplays as well. But I think for today's ball lane and laning phase, together with On, we were able to just do it better and better. But still, for myself, I made some mistakes here and there, so I really need to do more reflections and maybe do more feedbacks in order to have an even better performance on stage.
Ramping up here at MSI, and I do hope you are feeling better. You often said that
I'm bringing sushi, guys. I need to.
You've been carrying a lot of frustration from making it far, but not quite at the finish line. What has been your drive to surpass this frustration, and what can you? Are you sure that this time around is going to be different?
那其实呢，可能很多时候对于 BLG 的国际大赛之旅，永远感觉好像只差那么一步，但是呢，好像总是离那一步会有一点遥远。所以说，你觉得是什么样能够一直支持着你，然后呢，去度过这样的难关，一直保持着积极的心态去面对比赛？同时呢，你觉得为什么这一次结果会不一样呢？
我觉得所有的职业选手的目标应该都是冠军，然后大家也一直在为这个目标去努力，然后自己也是一样吧。然后我们整个队伍，之前，其实我觉得走到决赛的话，其实没有一个队伍会差的嘛。然后，但是我们在每一个系列赛，其实我们自己的目标。先不说冠军嘛，就是我们就是目标是先进到决赛，然后去在决赛这一路上我们去打得更好，做得更好，然后在决赛的时候就希望能够发挥出更好的，每个人能够表现更好的自己吧，然后去能够赢下来。
I have to say, I believe all the pro players, their ultimate goal is always a champion standing on the final stage. So, and also I think all the teams can qualify to the final. Definitely they're not weak, they're all strong teams. But for us, our goal for now is we are going to try our best to just go to the final stage for this MSI. And we really need to do more progress, do more growth through this whole journey. And hopefully if we got a chance to maybe stand in the final stage for this MSI, we're going to just showcase our best talent, to showcase the most best performance on stage to you guys, and we're going to try our best through this whole long journey.
With all the opponents that you would have to face, I see one team behind you getting ready that maybe you want to take revenge on. T1 might be.
I think this was the closest series we saw.
In the next round. How much do you want to
in my
take
opinion
on them?
那其实，在我们采访在进行的过程当中
But I also think that AL and Genji are better than Bilibili, so that's a part of this equation.
身后正在准备热身的 T1， 也是你们有可能在下一轮面对到的对手。所以说，能不能和我们分享一下，如果要面对到他们的话，你们想要面对他们复仇的心有多么的强烈呢？对于下一场可能
It's already locked in. It's cross bracket, Mishenka.
我觉得。比赛就是感觉都有可能赢嘛，然后我觉得 T1 获胜概率会更大一点。然后因为我们和 T1 交手其实挺多次了，然后就希望能够，就因为我们在上一次世界赛决赛的时候输给他们嘛，然后这次在 MSI 就希望能够成功复仇，然后去。
Yamato, what did you
如果
expect?
下一场面对他
Give
们
some credit, credit's
好好
due.
去准备，然后去
What the
做好
fuck are you
自
even
己。
saying?
Anything can happen here on the stage for the next game, but definitely T1 maybe got a higher potential to get the victory for next best of 5. But if we got a chance to face off against T1, because we kind of the old rivals play against of each other for so many times, and this time if we got the opportunity, we really have a very strong feeling to take the revenge on him, and hopefully we can just show guys a very exciting best of 5s, and we're going to just try our best.
Let's see if we will have this matchup then. Xie, thank you so much for the interview. Wendy, thank you so much for the translation, as always. That's all for us here. On this side of the stage, we'll be right back for the second series right after this.
I'm saying it was a respectable performance for how shit LEC is. What the fuck are you saying? It doesn't make any sense what you're saying. Who is supporting G2 of Live? Anyone put 3-1 for all their pick'ems? Bro, you can't put there was no win ratio, no, in the pick'em. There was no picking of winning, no? You only picked the winner. Oh, this is an update, yeah. How disappointed are you from scale 1 to 10? It's a part of the game, man. I'm not really disappointed. I just feel bad for him, I think. I feel bad for the Koi lads. They put in good effort, I think. I don't know, it's the most cursed thing ever though. I don't know. Like if you look at my VOD. I don't know. Like if you look at my VOD. Look at my VOD.
For both game.
And a good spot.
In one direction, you know.
Really hard for Knight to be able to.
Remember, Billy. I haven't seen any jeweled and then just get a brawl going. Look, quickly. Have to flank onto the Syndra. She can only E in one direction, you know.
Really hard for Knight to be able to pick him off quickly.
We haven't seen any Ash arrows in a long time.
The locket, the shield as well. That could be coming through. They're gonna look for Mirwin. Mirwin is gonna be connected onto, and there's the pop blossom from On.
No way.
Takeover instantly cleansed off by Elf. They get the first kill, and now Alvaro could be in some trouble. Gonna have to get pulled back by the Fates call. Elyoya uses the ulti over on Elf just
when I said it.
BLG just like that.
Just when it's so fucked. I mean, they have Nash. Remember, Billy have Nasher. Don't finish it like this. Don't finish it like this. Elk is just Legolasing Gimli here. Completely Legolasing Gimli. Oh, he rise ulted out. MKoy need to fight. MKoy need to fight. Alvaro. Oh my days, bro. Holy moly, man. Crazy.
The engine for this team, regardless of who they're starting in top lane.
Yes, it doesn't matter if he's on Talon or CFO. He brings winning onto the lineup. He's such a dynamic player. Like whether
if not the player we're going to be looking at the most here on this CFO lineup. I want to take a look at the support pool though, because we have two very different champions here in the likes of K-Wing and Keria.
K-Wing is the biggest golem of all time.
Point out K-Wing, an absolute staple. I remember watching him back in the LMS, actually with Chai, their coach.
Yeah.
However, when he is on engaged supports, he can be one of the best in the world. But also, then you have the best in the world in Keria, who is good on engaged supports, is good on literally anything, and you can kind of see.
I mean, he's a golem, like he only plays melee champs.
Right, with the hyper focus kind of engage coming out of
only melee champs, bro.
Keria, who will play
and trash.
I see a Yasuo in there, by the way.
Has warped the entire support meta. And so this is where I think if we end up getting deep in this series, where T1 really have an advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. That is something you want to
and
Yumi, especially when it comes to fearless draft.
Bro, he lost Yumi against Kalis.
If you're familiar with the stage, might not be surprising, but if you've been following the LCK, how did they get there?
Look, Laura, we can take one. As KT fans, we were the ones who took one game off of them.
It was the first game, right?
Run.
Yeah.
It was the first game, Rez.
Typical.
You don't need to.
BDD
you don't
can't
need
carry
to
him.
pour on. Okay, I'm gonna hate you. Get him out. But anyway, the big thing I really want people to know is HLE. If people remember, they were phenomenal at first stand. Absolutely raised through that entire event. People were expecting HLE to be here. No, they absolutely collapsed in the face of this T1 team.
Yeah, and like even the Gumo is playing well. All these guys. Guess who was getting player of the series for both of those? Doran. Doran was nailing it off of his like side lane play. He was an amazing like Gwen player or a staple. A lot of questions would always come into how he would perform, because obviously the biggest, I guess, news coming into this year was the fact that he came in. Zeus.
Hey yo.
Best Doran, and what we're seeing right now is like old Doran play when he was on Gen G during 2023, because the story for him was domestic success, domestic high level of play, and then when he went into international play, it was something completely different, and I feel like that stigma followed him.
And I feel like it could be the reverse this time, right? Because I actually thought he had one of his most rough domestic splits in this split 2. He had a rough split 1, split 2, but then he absolutely showed up in playoffs, was a huge factor in them.
On the weekend we have the top matchups, right?
Dying to Krugs, and
the top teams.
Okay, we got this, right? Lord, were you excited about this, but then he ended up taking over that game on Gwen.
I mean, I'm excited about this. I'm mostly excited about the fact that the biggest opponent for Doran today, it's not going to be the fact that CFO has two top
D2 Fly is not being played yet.
That tiny box that
Wait, we have two best of 5s tomorrow?
The Lord of Krugs.
Is it lower bracket tomorrow?
That we have here.
He's opening it up.
Open it up. Let's reveal him.
No, it's upper bracket tomorrow.
It's his old friend. So just putting that out there. This brother right here, it felt like it was just this moment.
Wait, one upper, one lower? What?
Blocked him. So I feel like he is going to be so ready for this international play because even though we talked about
That doesn't make any sense, no?
It was the ramp that I am looking at.
Yeah.
The fact that he was able to carry on his own play into the international play here at MSI, I think he's ready.
Yeah, poised when it mattered, and that brings us to comparing these top laners.
All right, let's take it.
Because we have Rest and Driver. They've done a little swapperoo where in split one, Rest would always start and then they would swap to Driver.
Nice website.
This split, it's been Driver starting. They actually share no champions though. Thank you, graphics team, for doing this for me. Because I was the one that requested this. But yeah, they don't
G2
overlap.
Fly,
So you see kind of
Genji
Rest with some
AL.
good carries in the top. Driver, as we know, the Scion.
There we have it.
Master, right? The Ornn. And then Doran showing up on stuff like the Camille, the Gwen, Renekton, and Ambessa.
So looking at this Venn diagram here and everything we've talked about, are we looking at top lane?
Absolutely.
In the early game, yeah?
Yeah, I know that we came into this event like talking about the swapping between like the GAM players. This is where the swapping really matters because CFO made this their bread and butter.
All right, the world champions are back on the international stage here. So it is time to introduce our two new teams here for the second series of MSI.
Ooh, nice beat.
Second clash of the day. The #1 team from the LCB,
Dracos, baby.
TBC Flying Oysters, and the reigning League of Legends World Champions, T1. And here we are on the caster desk as well for what is hopefully going to be a thrilling series. So far, in our first stage of double elimination best of 5, everything has gone somewhat to plan. Each team with lower expectations finding a single game, but can CFO be the team to buck the trend? And that matchup right there.
Ooh, there he is, baby. Faker. T1 finally arrived, guys. I feel like this tournament's going by so fast. We need to fucking lock in, guys. We need to lock in and enjoy it.
We don't do predictions, but that would be where I would be leaning as well. It's not the most exciting, but it is how a lot of these matches have gone, especially going the distance. Even though I really thought that last one was going to go to 5. Instead, going to be getting to CFO versus T1 just a little bit earlier.
Definitely are. Silver Scrapes denied T1. Don't think they want to get even close to that, and certainly one of the most aggressive early game teams we have at this tournament. See how CFO can weather that storm. Pressure on both sides. Desk already hit it beautifully. A lot of expectations on Doran. The CFO lineup as well. What will they bring to bear? Junja, lord of domestic performances.
Can't wait to see. And don't forget, if you weren't able to catch the LCP finals, you might be looking, okay, it was a 3-2 against GAM. Let me tell you, there was some GAM magic there, okay? I really do think CFO throughout that series looked a lot better.
I think T1's gonna boil him, guys. I think T1's gonna boil him. I don't rate. I don't know. CFO is tricky for me to rate. I think they have the Genji issue.
Extremely heavy underdogs, and none of it ended up mattering because T1 sometimes they just turn on.
And well, I think for CFO, they're used to being favorites domestically. Internationally, it's a bit tough. You go to Canada, you think, hey, both teams are going to be on uneven footing. But for T1, you can hear every time Faker's face appears on camera, the crowd goes wild.
Oh, yeah.
Hometown favorites in every town they play in. Of course, we are now entering picks and bans, powered by Omen and HyperX. Varus taken away alongside the Gwen. Now Talia Azir
Faker massaging his neck.
Too, limiting Honkyu's champions.
T1 just targeting Honky champs.
And Faker
The chance is that Faker wants to pick himself on the blue side first pick.
Did turn it on for playoffs as he very often does.
Let's go with Ari.
24 to 23, he was contesting at the very least for top 2 mid. Obviously Chovy domestically reigned supreme, but Faker was having very consistent performance. This spring wasn't really about him. Owner in the regular split, and then Doran and Carrier towards the end.
Interesting.
That I think really turned it on, as the Xayah also gonna get taken away. And the Vi, I feel like kind of a must takeaway. Any pick-based champion, T1 is always going to do exceptional, and also gives Junja the tools.
I don't know, I prefer the Pantheon side of the trade.
And he has been the player that, as we I think we'll be talking about for the rest of the day as well, has been the beating heart of this roster.
Definitely has. And you brought up Owner and Carrier for the side of T1, right? In playoffs, really.
T1 can go via Ari though.
But those are the two that stood out to us, and it's the same story for CFO.
Match on 3.
Junja is the king of this region, right?
Maybe Honky goes Silas.
An absolute monster, playing alongside Kaiwin when they have those tools to get fights kicked off. There's nothing you can do to stop them, and you see already they've got one of those tools in their hands in the form.
Annie, are you okay? Damn, just slammed.
Priority mid laner to Faker.
Xin Zhao, Annie.
Really solid setup.
Owner, exceptional Xin player, will lock it in here. And with those bans, T1 I think also leaning into that.
The guy to watch on CFO's Honky.
Comfortable matchup. Even in case of something like that, Victor, as
CFO go full scaling. Is this just Doran and Bessa?
Victor at least has to respect. I think it's not until like 2 free items that you really start getting into trouble with the range disadvantage.
I don't mind Doran and Bessa here.
Already we talked about weathering the storm of the early game, right? How do you go up against Carry and Owner? How do you go up against this T1 roster who is so willing to fight you for everything? Sometimes against their own best interests, right? We've seen great moments, we've seen some sloppy moments. And the answer from CFO seems to be,
let's do it.
Scale. They are set up for a beautiful front-to-back composition. Yes, Pantheon can do a lot of work.
Aatrox, okay.
You see Sion,
fine too, fine too.
We're a jinx away.
Aatrox is just old and Bessa.
Does leave me wondering if CFO is going to be able to deal with the mid-game barrage that T1 really throws every team's way.
I like T1's draft more. Like Victor has good lane into Annie. It's just that I think Annie is just so much more useful in like 80% of the fights that happen in the game.
A lot of the games in their finals against GAM were able to.
Like sure you can win lane, but I don't know if it's enough.
Should be fine. Sometimes the Baron call's not quite there. Some flippy decision making, and against T1, who are notorious for.
The fuck does that sign even mean?
Grabbing Barons that probably don't belong to them.
It's not MSI, it's a circus, and then it's just Faker and Carrier pictures. I don't understand.
Some really weird flexes, and I am fairly certain that T1 is going to be looking at one of the biggest advantages that this player has is, as was highlighted by the desk, is a collective champion pool.
Seems nearly infinite.
Alistair Rel, is this Lucian on 4 for Gumeushi guys into Braum bait on 5 / range support? You're kind of banning Gumeushi Lucian here, no? But Varus is gone, Kalista is gone, you ban Lucian?
More conventional option.
I think, yeah, you have to.
Again, no matter where you go, Vancouver.
Now it's like kind of fine to find an AD for Gumeushi that does damage into tanks. Because usually he wants to play Jhin in spots like these, you know?
For them to find a win. It's only game 1. It's a bit of a scaling draft on their side. T1, 1-2 items looking pretty dang powerful.
Because picking Rakan is also not the easiest.
Jhin seems solid with the setup that they have, but you need someone who's going to get through that Sion in later stages of the game.
Would be a Guma comp. They're going to instead save.
Is this Ezreal Karma, guys? Ezreal Karma for CFO? I feel like Ezreal Karma goes fucking hard here.
It's one of the few non-engaged supports that Cowan's play. A little bit harder to actually pull off.
Sorry, there's a Krug sign. It's a very well-drawn Krug.
The Krug Lord, you know? It's stuck.
Look, you get the good with the bad with Thorn, you know? You get the Krugs.
It's just Thorn.
Well, and we watched that today, right? He died to Krugs and then popped off immediately afterwards. So perhaps it's the source of his power is Ezreal, safe pick, right?
Must be Ezreal Karma. Well, Kaiing is a melee Andy, so he could just pick Leona or something as well. Like, it's entirely possible.
So you having counterpick isn't as big of a
We're not picking Braum into Nico.
More comfortable options, and
we're not picking Braum into Nico, bro.
But I don't know if I like it. Bard would be a bit bolder.
I'd rather see something like that. I think playing the Braum into the Nico is already rough. I also think you need some semblance of early pressure.
Yeah.
Leon also very obviously does that job.
I know you. I know you.
Kai'Sa, it makes sense in the draft.
I think he's picking MF no Gumeushi. He's an MF Andy.
In the lane with, something that T1 has
These are fake hovers, I think.
The debate here.
They're gonna pivot to MF.
Back and forth between both options.
Let's see how well I know him.
The game very good at locking down or keeping up with that Ezreal. Working much more powerful early on.
All right, he went Koki.
So the CFO draft, if you look
He went
into
Koki.
the Rift on 2 items, absolutely slaps. Incredible. And there is
that a game
All right. Last time I saw Gumayushi play Koki, guys,
not in this game though.
it was one of the most disgusting Koki games I've ever seen.
Is absolutely insane. You have a
I've got to be honest with you guys, but it was a long time ago, so maybe it doesn't matter.
The problem obviously is when you look at the 2v2, Panfi and Victor compared to something like that Annie and Xin Zhao, contesting early objectives is going to be really hard. And the reason why I go
Let me pull that up real quick.
is because T1 absolutely is not going to give you the time to skill. So you're going to have to fight early. There are some pressure points, right? Junja, maybe together with Kaiwing, can get it going early, but they will need to. Because
Varus is going to
be the first ban.
Yeah, that early Blood goes to the north. Storm, the story for CFO. We know they can play the map pretty well as we
Look
get
at
later
this.
stages of the game. And
This is Gumayushi on Koki the last time he played it.
Fans, but a tall task. However, the key ingredient we talked about, Kaiwing, Junja, having those tools is present in this draft. But as we've seen in other games across this tournament, if you don't have Prio in your lanes, if you can't free up that
Ain't no way.
it can fall apart very quickly. So eyes on both sides to see who's going to be in form on the day. And what level 1 strategies they might bring to bear.
Basically, Kaiwing is Ming. He's Ming, guys.
I'm going to be looking at the level 1 Dracos.
Outside said make some noise. Vancouver more than happy to oblige. We get ready for game 1. CFO versus T1, the last of our first round matches. Perhaps a date with Destiny for T1 as BLG stand waiting. First, they're going to have to go through CFO. And it's a quiet game 1. Again, in some of these matchups, we're seeing teams who've already gone through plans, got the jitters out, maybe less afraid to go all in the first few seconds.
Both of these teams didn't play yet. In all the other rounds, we had teams that were
first look we're going to have for them.
Coming through fresh. I guess Fly and AL didn't.
It looks like maybe a little bit for vision here. So we do have
Never mind, I forgot there's only 2 people come out of play-ins.
Don't really have that much Fred.
I hope Victor loses.
Involved maybe as a, yeah, we got to bring it up again. That's insane.
It is insane. This is... there's no one better
Junja, baby.
in the entirety of LCP than Junja. This is
farming Casa in the league.
No doubt in my mind. And normally when you
Just
go
farming trophies on Casa's forehead.
the owner on the opposite side, you start
Casa and Levi.
I think CFO is still a question as to who will come out on top. You feel a lot better knowing that Junja.
So the matchup, good for Victor mid.
He's the man that you have backing you.
The matchup both is competitive. Aatrox into Sion. I think is winning for Aatrox.
On the Annie, we very often see the electrocute. Going to be the phase rush instead. So a little bit more.
We hate Victor on this channel.
Getting out of some sticky situations. Hongq going for Aerie, so as we saw already there, trying to just play for as much lane pressure as possible. I think the first couple of levels for Victor are honestly great. Into the Annie, it's
Victor
really
Ezreal.
6, where you need to be a lot more careful as already.
Leona E there on the bomb plating.
Here for that early prio in the bot lane.
Quick Zenith Blade, but
I like that he's turning into Annie because now we know that Faker is also getting Giga poked on midwave.
Hongq continues to trade with a fast level 2. Faker stuns back and
Phase rush Faker, is that real?
Also just to make the gravity field less of a concern.
Is that what you need to do into Victor?
Playing with a lot of confidence.
Run away from the ult or some shit?
And you really want to try and do that as much as possible. I think Victor, when it comes to
Phase rush Annie, doesn't sound right.
Quite hit as hard, especially if it's
I might be wrong though, I don't want to be too critical. Because I might be wrong.
As a possible bot lane gank.
Here comes Junji on the level 3. CC chain out to Korea. They broke the lane matchup.
An easy first pickup for the side of CFO.
And the heal from Carrier gets invested initially to dodge away from Kaiwing, but as you highlight, Junja haven't even
CFO, very nice gank.
Making an impact.
Very nice gank.
As you highlight, go for the target that doesn't have a way out. Guma, even though he was level 2, if he ends up dinging to free, gets the Valkyrie, that could have been a big problem.
Melee heavy team when enemy has Victor Ezreal.
Doran
Think
on the Aatrox, as you would expect.
they're just saying words.
Great here into the Sion up until the first back, and then Sion is
The operagx ad is up on the screen. Exclamation mark operagx, guys.
To continuously
support the challenge, support the channel, support the channel. Download operagx.
Yeah.
I'm curious to see what Driver is able to do with the Sion. There was a fun interview with Chawe where he talked about some inspiration from the boss coming out for Driver. So maybe if he manages to find a lead, we see some proxying, but First, he's going to have to find that lead, or at the very least, be able to crash that wave.
Yeah, this matchup isn't fun. We'll see. Driver, as long as he can get his creeps, doesn't actually get taken down, he's not going to be too bothered. As owner, on this Zinzao, maybe looking for a player to...
Yeah, that's not really a sample size.
So
operagx have ad block, yeah. And also you can use U-block origin that Google Chrome discontinued.
Not the easiest, and nor is Leona to dive.
And you can set all the privacy settings that you want on your own, so like, you don't need to share any of your data. Because obviously with browsers you are the product most of the time.
Faker and Honky just continue to trade.
This patch is 25-13.
And honestly, very quiet game.
Leisurely start.
Kind of as expected, I would say, in terms of some of the champions that we have.
It's post-6, right? That I think we're really going to see once the first objectives start. There isn't something like the Elise and the Fairy where you're really looking to just dive on one of the first couple of waves.
And credit to Doran, he is not letting Driver charge a single decimating smash. Always staying in range, willing to tank a little bit of extra damage just to cancel the knock-up. Keep that wave forward as...
Oh,
yeah, round 2.
2 Gumas. Only one of them has cleanse. A difficult puzzle.
Here we go again.
Now ready to make the dive happen top side. Have to respect the zombie passive from Sion.
Also tank the Sion, but maybe it's easy anyway.
Flash out extra shielding and Dorn forced to flash away. Owner should just
that's clean.
the tower's hitting him. He has to flash
Clean and mean.
T1.
The only way to do it if you're T1.
Not the cleanest execution.
I feel like this smells like 3-0, guys. It smells like 3-0. It reeks like 3-0.
Timing for Driver on the shield, which was the main thing that kept him alive for a little bit longer. It starts off great. Owner primes his Q, gets the auto. Doran sets him up with the Q1, but if Doran had backed, I think that is just a very clean dive, but hadn't actually spent any money yet, so not enough AD to chew for the Sion that quickly. Still though, early lead for T1. Not going to be the end of the world. Sion of all champions obviously will be fine, regardless of him getting put behind a little bit early.
Yeah, still has 170 extra health, so you can see at the bottom of the screen. Oh, yeah. And TP's used to reset lane matchups here, so or rather swap as now Driver in the bottom side of the map, Doran going to respond as well.
And now the Bramble, yeah, Bramble Vest is there. That's kind of what we were talking about earlier. It's a extremely strong item into Aatrox, very unfun. Can't believe he did that. Building armor.
Look, man, we talked about it.
I think every mid lane is a fan of Jovi.
We love the item. It's probably not this game. I don't think the Sion shield is enough. With a Victor, I'm just saying there's an angle. For now, though, Doran, you can see playing with a little bit more respect. Of course, the World Ender, super powerful, but the potential for gank setup with Junja, if he is looking in darkness with Sion level 6 is lethal.
And what we do have is a good amount of vision being set up here in the
Let's see how accelerated Junjia's 6s. There it is, already 6.
CFO. Does mean that while Junja goes for that invade, T1 is able to get the first dragon of the gamer. I already think there is
Doran has no flash. Is he gonna Pantheon ult on this? Driver is looking for info. Oh, Junjia ult? Ooh, CFO! CC chain onto Annie. Wow, CFO! Woo!
But in the blink of an eye, it goes from passive to insane aggression from the side of CFO.
That's, bro, it was over for T1 the moment I said that the Faker's gonna... T1's gonna 3-0.
Catching them off guard. Blowing up owner doesn't have
insane CC chain onto Faker. Doran as well, I don't know, he doesn't block Sion ult. It's kinda crazy.
Driver goes in, gets the knock up, and not a lot of counterplay available there. And just giving up owner for Dragon, not that rough.
Yeah, the CC chain was nasty onto Faker. Faker just ulted nothing.
Any early kills that you can get for CFO bring you closer to that promised item break point that we talked about earlier, when you're really starting to see the power of this Sion, this Victor, as well as this Ezreal.
Uma taking a decent chunk here, even without a Sheen completed, is now Doran doing what he can to zone Driver away. Willing to proxy himself if necessary.
The proxer?
I mean, look, fire with fire, as it was. And I think for T1, you highlighted it so well,
This is
right?
a great fucking start from blue side. Fantastic start.
Position as we go later into this game, but those few kills is rough.
I like Bramble Vest.
Yeah.
I don't know if you need to.
Wait, Driver's 2 Bramble Vests. This is bugged.
But more is better, right?
He has 2 Bramble Vests.
Kills, yes. When it comes to flashes blown, there's a Honky.
No way. I've seen 2 masks. I've never seen 2 Bramble Vests.
Set up earlier, T1, they get 1, but CFO not going to let them have more for free.
And you know, I'm going to check to make sure that's not a visual bug. Could you just yap for 30 seconds? Because either I have missed a very elaborate math Reddit thread.
No, I think it was just a mistake.
He sold it. He sold it.
He didn't think he'd have that much.
Oh.
Well, it might also just be you want to get Bramble.
Jesus.
Right? Sometimes it's just muscle memory.
Sure.
We'll be pivoting away, but something to keep in mind if we do have some very specific breakpoints down the line. Thus far, though, really impressed with the early game. CFO has been able.
Driver just lost a kill, guys.
Good as they were, I think we saw this even in the final game that they played of their playoffs.
This would be like Bowser's worst nightmare, to buy 2 Bramble Vests.
So
that's way worse than buying potions.
Early definitely feels good, but there is a lot more skirmishing to be done. And T1 on that one, kind of caught sleeping. We'll see if CFO
also has to be careful. He's just going to jet out of the river there.
It's fine. Faker needs to catch the wave.
Yeah, it'll work out fine. As
Chicken to plant.
going to grab a quick flower.
Dragon 2.
Pressure here in the bottom lane. Earlier we saw on our screen, Driver not quite able to cancel any of those recalls, and the ulti coming out from Doggo wasn't able to do it either. Very close, though, to putting T1 in a difficult position in terms of resets and tempo on the map. Now, however, 1K difference, not the end of the world for the comp that we, generally look at as scaling better. Certainly feels like
Sounded Sky on Doran already, bro. He just sold Doran Shield. That's kind of crazy, no? Doran sold Doran Shield so early.
As mentioned, Doran has been.
I don't know. That's cannibalism or something, no? I'm trying to find the word. Doran selling Doran item early.
Equal level of troubles when it comes to the international performance. Do want to highlight with that early kill.
There's something there. There's a joke in there.
I do think where the Victor goes next is going to be a really big factor as to whether he's actually going to be doing damage. We've seen a lot of Victors go for builds that feel like hit a little bit too late. As
the other ult to heal out of it. Pantheon ult as well. Okay. T1 get out scot-free, only heal.
For that ulti, for double ultis, does give T1 a window of opportunity to fire back.
I think you're pretty happy with that as T1 because Drake spawns in a minute. That's going to give you.
Yeah, Midwin didn't look like an Aatrox player when he played Aatrox.
Junja won't be able to join or get backline access quite as easy as, oh boy.
Locked up, burst damage ready to go. Aegis assault, but Faker waits it out before throwing down his cooldowns. It might cost him though.
Alright, Junjia.
But Faker zooming out safety courtesy of the phase rush.
Ooh, Junjia finds a pocket out. CC Chain, can he kill Owner here? Oh, the dodge on W.
Carrier ready to follow up. Jungle supports on both sides. Still standing.
Oh,
it's not quite enough damage.
the laser beam.
Over the wall. The Ray to finish it, which carry is real. The flash.
Holy, the clone control.
Lower and lower. Fights on
Jesus, everyone fighting. I didn't even see this 80 carry fight that happened on the right.
And CFO.
Doggo just holds the base like that, bro.
Too sad about that. T1 trying to be tricky.
Wow, Junjia, bro.
Sloppy on the re-engage. I felt like
holy fuck.
After they got the summoner.
This is a fucking fun game, guys.
To go for more.
Ooh, that is big. Big cancellation.
Gonna slow him down that much more. Faker does have
big cancellation.
Forced to use it to return to lane. Doran, in the meantime, though, is the one where this is paying off, getting those extra plates.
As we take another look at this initial play is great, right? Able to do a lot of damage towards Junja, trying to catch him off guard. Makes a lot of sense. But what happens next is Junja gets over the wall. Carrier basically whiffs the ult because of the flash. And then the immediate response from Kaiwing. Owner doesn't actually connect the W and the damage onto Junja. And then when he goes back in, while that was happening, Hongq took Faker effectively out of the fight. Faker's not
Fnatic
able to
Junjia.
without the Annie. You're missing so much damage. And while all of that was happening, Doran also made his way over.
Owner, focus up, brother. You're sponsored by Spotify.
Driver in the top lane to get a ton of damage on that turret.
What a reaction. Honestly fair.
Damn, what a reaction.
It's Carrier's ulti before flashing over the wall. Really what keeps that so close. As Driver now matched up against Faker, we'll see where they want to send Hongq. Side lane versus Zeus is or excuse me, Doran. Wow, big faux pas there. Doran, as they keep this going, is going to be tough.
As Doran sitting on the
Junjia is world
sky
champ,
right
guys.
now has his Merc Treads done as well.
EDG Junjia.
Driver still fine when it comes to the item finishes. I think that time alone towards the top side, even
You laugh so hard at your own joke.
Plates and
What do you mean? I was laughing at the guy in the crowd.
Not going to be too sad as Doran should be known this is coming. We see the pings come down, but I don't think he can hold there. Junja's in the area, has his ultimate available. I think he uses it.
Sundered Sky trying to clear
All right, Doran, comfort zone. Sundered Sky. Sundered Sky. You gotta find some heals. Sundered Sky. Sundered Sky. Sundered Sky. Sundered the Sky, baby. Oh, he dodges the laser.
Are you kidding me? That's vintage
I am not your enemy. I am the enemy.
Somehow lives through that.
Holy, the Sundered Sky crit looks so fucking satisfying, just stabbing people in the eyeball.
The Sundered Sky procs coming through. His driver's now caught out. Should be no way out of this one, but the Scion is damn tanky.
Flash.
On me.
Flash away.
On me.
There to cover. But this
on
is a
me.
disastrous sequence for CFO.
On me.
1,000 gold lead starting to shrink now. As the counterpunch is Faker, pushing for free on the top side, nearly knocking down that tier 1 tower.
Mabi. On me.
And the early game back and forth here. That play, obviously T1 going to be happy with. They got the flash. Faker will be getting the turret here. But do know Doran did mess up on a good amount of CS because even with the counter
What
kill
if
that he
after
got,
Doran was defeated by the Krug, his mind just turned into stone?
Allowing him to stay alive. Honky was
Unbreakable.
able to then immediately push onto the turret, letting some CS go to waste. As we take another look here, so T1 I think was very aware that this was happening. First Doran tries to clear the wave, not actually able to do so. The flash means that there isn't enough damage, and then right
Bro,
there,
the pullback, I didn't even see it at the W. Wow.
As well as the fact that right afterwards he gets the heal from that turret aggro. Just
Crazy, Doran the Moran.
A little bit too late. There were 4 people there. You can drop it earlier, and he would have died.
But I'm also, what is Sundered Sky with Aatrox healing amp? 606 health. So incredibly powerful. Now Doran knocking down the tower as well, while the rest of the map has been a bit of a bloodbath. He's really
driver is 18 Brambleless.
For T1, almost an 800 individual gold lead.
Herald is alive. Everybody has one item, everybody.
As we went into that replay,
This could be a very competitive fight.
Holding onto it pretty well. Triforce spikes on both sides for both AD carries.
Drake's 1-1 right now. Junja starting up Herald. T1 clearly do want to contest. Sums available for almost everyone. Not for Guma, not for Doggo. All of which are in this fight. Let's see whether Faker can get onto the backline. And for Junja, the target selection is going to be bigger for CFO. TP comes in.
This is a hard fight for T1. Fighting into the Victor can be difficult, but luckily they have the Hex Gates to back them up. It's Carrier on the backside. CFO have spotted it, but it might not matter.
Alright, connection. Leona ultimate. Carrier's dropping so low. Damn, CFO. Snappy, snappy, snappy. Also very snacky as well.
CFO, see Carrier make his way over, like, we can see you. We know this is coming. As driver.
Going forward. Can't quite drift it.
Thought more was going to happen.
Yeah, as did I.
That's okay. As we probably going to take a look. That means the Herald does go over to CFO. So this early back and forth still ongoing. And as highlighted, I think that does benefit CFO. If they're able to play their own game, if they're able to slow it down.
It's the most useful victory we've seen all tournament, guys.
Draft, right, where I think that the T1 composition, when we get later to the game, the damage will always be there, but you are going to be extremely reliant on just finding one target and blowing them up. And let's be real, it's going to be
by far.
Cyan, which very hard. Junja with his E, as
you can see here a bit of a contrast. Production beautifully highlighting Worlds 2013 pick was
nice.
17, Honkyu
is just 12 years old.
Different generations of League of Legends player, and credit to Honkyu in this first game. He has not faltered, he has not stumbled. You highlighted it, Faker. Really good playoffs, not as good of a regular season. And in this Annie matchup, hasn't been able to really do a whole lot yet.
Well, we've also seen the T1 in draft. Was
I don't think Faker had a really good playoffs, by the way. I think that's pretty cool.
Annie, which always can have an impact, but Cosmic Drive now done for Honkyu as well, and we're starting to hit the item breakpoints that I was talking about for CFO. Almost the second item on Ezreal as well, with the transformation for Doggo. Junja should be getting close, but it's the skirmishing where they need to remain vigilant. We've seen T1 so many times. Just a single catch on a player can snowball.
Honkyu turns like 18 in like a day or two.
I don't think either team can afford to give that soul over.
No, they certainly can't. We are pretty far away, as it's only the third Drake of the game up and available. Both teams tied at 1 apiece. Gold lead slightly in favor of T1, but remember, we generally favor the scaling of CFO more, and it was a bit of a misstep around Drake that gave those early kills to CFO, and they've been...
Yeah, CFO will definitely run out of steam as the best of 5 continues.
Again, the strong point of this team now alongside Guma is the Herald is going to crash, but won't quite finish the tower. CFO just using it to get mid-prio to start this objective, but again, have to be careful. They don't have...
Oh, Keria, look at Kaiwing. He's already marking him with wards and vision.
CFO Knock up from Driver.
Good job from Kaiwing spotting that.
Faker and Guma ready to go. CFO
Driver's really, really deep.
Start here. Instant ulti laid down by Hongq. Doran off on the side for now.
Leona ultimate.
Who's in trouble in the meantime? Kaiwing going in, the ball damage coming in.
Good timing there from Doran the Moran. Oh, Keria gets a triple. Hongq tries to find a lethal on Faker, doesn't get it. Gumayushi. Sundered Sky. Doran the Moran gets another reset. Keria found the angle in the end, and when, like, I don't know, the moment Leona used all his spells, Aatrox and Nico just fucking collapsed so hard.
Keria went in, and T1 with a multi-pronged approach, actually coming in from a lot of different angles. CFO, we're mostly aware of all of them, but it's so hard to get kind of the front to back that we talk about, right? You want
I don't know, I do feel like CFO maybe could have commit way harder onto the Xin Zhao, no? With Ezreal and Victor. Like, they should just commit forward. I feel like Dogo is too scared, no?
And then right here, Faker goes for a big anti-play, but both Hongq and Doggo flash, but then Keria is there to ensure that the CC lands.
I think they could maybe push it forward.
The moment the kill is found, Doran is just gonna keep
I think you just commit all the way forward and kill the Xin Zhao. I think you could. I think they just hesitated too hard on Victor and Ezreal in particular. No flash on Faker. Faker's buying time. Here's Doran the Moran. Doran the Moran once more. Owner's fighting back. Here comes Corki. Here comes Corki. It is a good fight for TR, no? Sundered Sky value. They own ultimate. Sion ultimate. Nice CC chain. Huge fucking Sion Q. Here comes Doggo. He's speaking a lot of English. Hongq too. Holy. Later CC chain looked so good, but what Doggo did was... That was like a Yamato Cannon highlight on his Ezreal. Okay, Keria is angry. Can Owner connect? Gets a W for the slow. Ooh. Brought the build for the damage. I feel like CFO is too similar to T1 and how they play. And I feel like as T1 warm up, they will figure out a way to win fights. I feel like they're too similar. They're too similar.
The rest of T1 there. And as we can see, the rest of T1 does arrive, but it's a little bit too late as Faker does take so much damage and the double TP is available. So the initial blow of the fight, I think, looks great here for CFO. We have, with the ultimate, obviously Hongq is still full health, but I think they should have just left. Because if they leave at this point, even without a turret, they're fine. Instead, they see an opportunity to go in on top of Doran, but Owner on the Xin Zhao, want you to look here, splits up the fight, gets the flash knock up onto Doggo, and then with no health bars on his tanks, Hongq just readily available for the T1 backline to get on top too.
And it looks so good, but again, the story of the fight is Doggo feels like he's in this position to clean up or burns these cooldowns to dodge this key ability.
That was a really, really fun fight to watch. But Doggo just ruined the immersion.
T1, if you don't know their story, you probably don't
like
know.
if that's a fucking... If that's a fucking fighting scene.
Road to MSI, not the favorites. Many people favoring HLE above them, but the truth of this T1 lineup, almost regardless of the players who are playing on it, is that when it matters, they always manage to find that form.
They really do. For it in the regular split. That said, CFO definitely not out of it. Regaining control is a little bit tough in this scenario, though. Obviously, these choke points are very dangerous.
Alright, T1 with a nice turn. Driver falls, Doran with the knock-up. Keria dropping low, gets Q'd in the end. Gumayushi took a lot of damage from Atakan, guys. Junta can fight back, no, against Doran the Moran. Never mind.
Finds his man, and Owner and Guma are there to follow.
Here comes Doran the Moran. He needs a... Oh, he doesn't get the bonk for the heal. No bonk.
T1 can't follow up. And Otacon is still alive, crucially, but Owner wants to push a little bit more. Take this wave out, deny a little bit more in terms of resources overall, demand a response from the side of CFO.
That too is Doran, as he jumps into two people, gets blown up before the rest of his team arrives. Not quite ready for
Victor
the damage
is just the most cursed champion on the Rift, no?
But the story of a lot of these skirmishes
this guy will never win a game.
Initially doesn't look too bad.
Never winning a game, this guy.
As the fight continues, T1 just out-executes. So, Driver going down here, that's not the end of the world. You get the snipe on the carry, you can just leave it at that. Your poke is really, really good. But I want you to see what happens to CFO instead. They think they smell weakness, and the turn here, that's not a flash. That's just straight up a Tibbers. You can see the passive. They walk into it anyway. As
Classic Doran.
Double check too. Wait, did he just get a bear without flashing? The answer is yes.
We do see the Otacon not taken by T1, so the gold lead is slowly increasing, but CFO, I think if they ironically slow it down in the fight, I think they've been good about
fine game from Gumayushi on the Koki. He didn't W in and die.
The T1
so that's the greatest.
The best at feigning weakness. Doran in particular.
I like though that he was willing to pick Koki in a draft like that. It was necessary. They really needed Koki, so that's a very good sign for Gumayusuf.
I think it's good that you highlighted, although hold that thought just in case a fight does break out.
Dragon.
Remember, even though Doran is a new addition to this lineup as of this year, the four-man core of this T1 team have played together for so damn long. That level of coordination you really do get to see in the fights where they're so comfortable playing across multiple fronts. On cue, though,
he just put W where the TP will not land.
Respond and clear the wave. Dragon, the center of attention for both sides. Potential soul point for T1. CFO looking to deny it. Wave pushed in bot side, gonna force a response from Faker. They see him now, gives him a little bit more access to step up.
Doran on a deep flank, but he did get spotted. We see the pings go down. I think I want to try and collapse.
Doran waiting over the wall. Umbral Dash takes him out. But the wave cleared bot side. Just continuing to poke. Doggo with the red buff, pretty crucial.
Poking Doran's LHP, by the way.
Owner ready to go in. Junja starting the fight.
Oh, bad Gumayushi! Gumayushi, no! Gumayushi had flash, he had W! Gumayushi!
Taking over the fight. Doggo here as well. T1 thought they had the angle, but Driver and Junja together are doing work.
And the first engage from Junja looks like there's no follow-up. The Zinzao obviously gonna be really hard to take down.
He jumped on him.
But Doran
CFO, they gotta get Nash. They're so fed here.
Comes in.
CFO.
Drives right into the back line of
That is fucking huge.
As they got blown up.
Gumayushi got one shot, guys. Gumayushi got one shot.
Gonna be taking the first one in this series.
25-minute Baron.
Bro, I don't know. My curse is just the most powerful thing ever. I should become a witch.
The question on our minds as we entered this series was, can they weather the storm of the early game?
1 minute about.
The answer is yes, and not only that.
Gumayushi.
Able to find these fight angles. It's not just T1 who can fish for the creative fight starts or flanks. CFO matching.
So Doran is already out of this fight.
I don't know, guys. He had W, he had flash.
Look at this angle right here. Do not fake.
That's a fucking nice Sino.
He was setting up for Otacon. And the rest of the team just caught
He already has Witch Nose so big.
A beautifully segmented fight from CFO. Gonna get them the Baron.
Please spell properly.
I imagine gonna get them the Dragon as well, and possibly also Otacon. As now they make their way over into the river, and with this Baron, Rebel Baron power play already at 2.5k gold. I don't know if T1 can contest these objectives.
And this is going to be a massive gold shift because there's still tier 1s on the top side. There's still double objectives in the bottom lane, and you can see the start of what felt like an inevitable red tide. T1 on this red side just doing so much work, but CFO fighting back, putting themselves in a good position. Doesn't seem like they want to overcommit to the Otacon. The resist shred still terrifying against a champion like the Annie, but Junja is starting it. Doran waiting in the darkness.
Oh, T1, this is the only thing that's
believe it or not, this is not the dumbest thing Globetrotter has said.
Shredding teams.
This doesn't even make top 10. Like Globetrotter is just a faucet of garbage takes.
Driver forced to ult early, and all of CFO are on the way out. T1
retaking control, but I don't think that they can do this either, and they know they just want to stall.
For some reason, we tolerate it.
Run out this Baron.
The thing about CFO being in this position, it makes it easy because T1 don't need to worry about anything else on the map. They don't have a good top wave to play around. No towers are under threat. T1 just keeping them here is taking away all that Baron time.
Kaiwing on the ward.
Leona. Whoa.
Extra tanky, but not tanky enough. Kaiwing lives for an extra moment. Now the fight's going to kick off. Pantheon comes down from the
flashes
sky.
out from Pantheon.
And Owner, and they make it look effortless. The Aegis Assault can't block an assault from both sides. And in goes Carrier. CFO had all the tools, all the advantages, and in a blink of an eye, they just disappear.
Oh my days. Kaiwing, what was this, bro?
Kaiwing goes down.
Kaiwing, what was that?
with, but CFO to
this is what I expect the series to always be. I just can't imagine CFO winning a game. Their setups are way too fucking random. I feel like T1, like in terms of how I broke down the matchup in terms of what I expected, it's hard for me to imagine that they're not gonna throw a fight or two, and I feel like that's enough for T1, you know.
And while we're watching the replay, T1 just took 2 towers and Otacon. That brief glimmer of hope, if we can see the gold graph again. A single blip in the entirety of this game where CFO had that big advantage, and now we're right back to 3K in favor of T1. There it is.
I was going to call for
a little tiny blip of blue hope taken away in the blink of an eye. T1, they're just terrifying in those fights.
I was waiting for that. That's at CFO, not losing any of their inhibs. Also not losing the dragon, so no soul point, but obviously you have that to force from those plans, plus the already, I think, strong team fighting from T1 going to be bolstered by the explosion from the Otacon. And for CFO, the biggest story has been the decision-making in these fights. Right, going a little bit too aggressive, playing ball with T1 just for a little bit too long. And T1, they're always going to throw down, as we see, sometimes to their detriment.
Very true.
This is what they do.
And you can see in the fights that CFO start on their terms, they look much more comfortable. But in the even fights, where it's about skirmishing, where it's about poking and prodding and trying to find those angles of attack, T1 showing their experience.
The TP.
It's a TP from behind. Junja not quite in a great position, might be caught.
Here we go. Doran is entering. Snappy on home queue. Good hourglass, but I think it's not enough.
Trying to peel as best he can, but down goes the victor as Carrier grabs the kill. Resurrection coming in for Owner. All they
it's
got
not
was the
enough.
GA on the other front in the fight, and T1 feeling comfortable on the top side.
Could have been worse for CFO, as Honkyu does go down, but a GA plus a couple of summoners.
Honkyu.
It's about the aftermath. I think this initial play not too bad, but if they lose
Driver.
Lock up again.
It's 30 minutes into the game, Driver. You're not so tanky anymore.
And the play
You're not tanky anymore.
T1 are on the map.
You're not tanky anymore.
You have to give them that respect, because they will always take just a little bit more. As yet another tier 2 will fall. And it's a situation where we expected that as we got later into the game, if T1 couldn't run over in the early game, hey, it might be tough for them. But the way they're executing in
my assessment of this matchup always from day one was I don't see CFO with their objective setup. Like how they finish games is so inconsistent. Regionally, they have insanely good individual players. Like CFO is like Genji 2.0. I mean, it's like baby Genji, okay? Honkyu is Chovy of that region, and Junjia is Canyon of that region, okay? Their bot lane is underperforming. Kaiwing only plays melees. And then they come to an international, where their individual players aren't super special. They're still good, but not super special. And they have inconsistencies in how they do the setups. And that's a very dangerous conversation, because I think some of these series that CFO played, them making those series going to 5 games was really not good. Like, unacceptable, I think. That the series against GAM went to 5, the other series went to 5. Like, the way they lose games is kind of disturbing, I think.
And now CFO spotted.
Keep in mind, this whole Atakan scenario, they had Nash. They had Nash. They had fucking Nash, you know?
We see Doran hold off on the damage for a little bit.
Third Drake for the side of T1 now. Soul point, 5K gold lead. 17 more flowers on top of that. The only lead left, or the only lane left with an advantage is mid lane. But it's just so difficult for CFO to come in to find that front to back you talked about. Often it hinges on having better vision setup, better prio, but they've had to concede so many side waves just to be able to fight 5v5.
T1 consistently retaking control, denying vision. All they need, particularly with these Hextech gates, which we've already seen one of the plays didn't end up working out for Carrier. Faker was able to make his exit, but
guys,
repeatedly,
Victor's problem is not the build.
The Doran on Aatrox
Victor's problem is that the only build that is viable on him is not good. If Victor doesn't buy Roa against Annie, he doesn't win.
The thing about it is
doesn't buy Catalyst, he doesn't win. He gets one-shotted in a gank, and he can't play the game. Catalyst is so OP for lane, and it makes or breaks his champ. And then, after, you are lacking CDR, because your first item doesn't have CDR. So you're going into Cosmic Drive. Maybe you could go Lich Bane, maybe you could go CDR shoes, but the truth is, your problem is, this champion needs Roa, but Roa is fucking weak. And after that, there is very little to salvage your build. The only thing that did was Liandry's, but that was because Liandry's was so fucking broken, and now Liandry's is nerfed. That is his biggest issue. Victor's best items got nerfed.
Good vision coverage. They just want to delete the support before the fight even starts. Carrier running for his life.
Carrier.
Grabbing that one, but Faker's waiting over the wall. The bear dropped, but not on a crucial target. Honky and Driver
okay, Gumayushi is DPSing. Look how strong Gumayushi is. Gumayushi is gonna fucking plow through the front line here. Doran's 1v2ing on the back end. Heal yourself. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Use your auto passive, Doran.
And Doran might go down, but he did his job. Stall.
Did he do his job?
One of the most dangerous members on CFO didn't get to join the fight, and Carrier goes down.
Shouldn't he go Blackfire Torch?
The positioning that CFO put themselves in didn't do them any favors.
Talk to a wall.
The damage from Faker was enough, and now Baron started up here for T1.
They got Carrier.
I wonder if the Roa command is still there. Maybe Roa is still there.
Quick stun onto Driver. Gravity Field will lock up Faker for a brief
moment. It used to give you way more AP. It's no longer true. Well, this Roa message is outdated.
Unstoppable is the Scion, but Honky is going to be in trouble. Has to flash away as the sun flies through the air.
Q.
Faker layering the skills beautifully. Tibbers laid down,
GG.
and down goes Honky.
T1, that might just be it. They're going to be able to get Driver as well. They have the Baron buff.
Carrier respawning. Able to find the CC. Driver zoned off. Recalls in the mid lane from Faker. He can TP right back.
The issue is Victor has nothing else to buy. We should just not pick Victor anymore. That's the truth of it. Don't pick Victor anymore. Don't pick Victor anymore. I think that's my conclusion. Just go Orianna, man. Go Orianna. Pick Quay. Like, what's wrong with Quay?
He's just unrelenting, Drake, because it's mean.
He just wants.
It was fucking Quad who built it, and Chovy built it on Orianna.
His ulti's back up, go Driver. Doran's just gonna keep chasing. I don't think he can finish channeling a recall. He can't. He just wants to go home, and T1 won't let it happen. It's body back or no back. The game's he's gonna do it.
Wait, but now he's back on vision.
But it doesn't matter because the game is ending. Down comes the Pantheon. Junja involved in the fight, trying to isolate off to the side. Doggo still living, but it does not matter. T1 may have faltered, but they will not drop a game. They find the victory in game one.
The back and forth here in this first game between CFO and T1.
Okay.
When the dust settles and the
T1 didn't look too hot in this one, I think. T1 gave away a lot. I think Faker started very slow. I think that Gumayushi getting caught to the Scion ult was also, you know, important.
After a great play from CFO, wonderful fight from Driver, from Junja, and from Doggo, right? They took down Doran, but they couldn't use that Baron buff to break the game.
Incredible stuff from T1 to get that back in their
favor. Let's head over to Rest will come in, I guess.
Down game one.
That was much closer than what I expected it to be here. CFO with the great early game, but in the end, it's the world champions who take game one here with Doran having a lot of fun this game, guys.
He had a lot of fun. You're completely right. The enemy team was trying to not let that happen.
Yeah.
There were some moments where they were trying to, you know, pile on him, but he didn't let it happen.
I actually think both top laners were having a lot of fun, right? We got to see Driver on the classic Scion, you know, one of his best picks. And then Doran obviously poised to really take over this game on the Aatrox.
Absolutely, and I think there's one specific play that
we can played fine, yeah, but this is the tactic.
It doesn't matter how many opponents you bring in the bot lane. If it comes to a dive, we know what Aatrox can do. But man, Doran, he was swinging that sword left and right.
4v1, by the way. He commits to taking the CS under turret. He gets so low, but he's like, you know what? I'm going to tether you, Junja. I'm going to get my
that
passive
W was
auto,
crazy.
all that regeneration, and you even get the kill on Kai.
I don't know, Doggo as well was in melee range.
And he lives through
What's up,
all
Mist?
That.
Good to see you, my friend.
He gets the kill. He lives through it. Doran just was insane in this play.
Watch the regeneration. Like it's so Aatrox is so unfair sometimes.
Spooder.
Like look at that. He was low health and then he was not.
His name
And
is
then he
Spooder?
gets the kill back.
It's the beauty of this champion. Also the
It is.
frustration
But the
when you
Spooder
play
man
against
died long
an
time ago.
Aatrox, of course. It often came down to top lane fights. As it always does when we have this desk, I feel like the series we've been hosting
we
together.
love top laners
Oh, we
here,
love
Raz.
top laners.
Yeah. There was a specific Drake fight around 1830 that I thought was really, really good. Driver sees the angle onto Owner, but they actually end up blowing so much on him. And then just watch Doran and Keria going in tandem, taking over the entire back half of this fight. Hongq goes down. Faker manages to live and escape off the back side of it. And yeah, this is when I thought, okay,
I don't know, bro. Billy
everything
versus
is in
T1 is
favor.
gonna be
But
a
we had
fucking
so
banger,
many other
no?
back and forth fights in this game.
Yeah, because
Bro, I
even
don't know.
before
Can
this
Billy
play,
Billy,
because
is
you're
Billy Billy
right,
gonna
Driver,
beat
like,
T1,
zeroed
guys?
in on Owner, picked him off, or at least tried
Billy
to,
Billy is
and then
looking
really early on,
dangerous this tournament
first Drake,
somehow.
he did the exact
I know they
same
played
thing. He was
against.
bullying Owner. He tried. He tried to make it happen. But you're right. It just felt like another
I feel like it's
Driver
fucking possible,
impact
man.
play happened later on in that very game because Junja found an angle. He W'd over the wall. And they were like, oh, wait a minute. No, it feels like CFO has another angle into this game. This is that moment.
Yeah, and they try to get on to Doran here, right?
Luka moment.
Yeah, Doggo and Kaiwing are just taking Doran down while, Driver decides to go in, and then even when Faker ends up coming in, just kind of TPs into his death, sadly. It was really back and forth, honestly, I think, until that catch onto Kaiwing in the bot side jungle. That was really
T1 is the
kind
LPL
of
killer.
the backbreaker here, but I want to revisit the top laners,
All right, let's do it.
Because we've got
Who do you
some fun
think?
top
You
laners
know,
in this.
if
We'll
Faker
see if,
has been to
CFO are
MSI
gonna
8
end up
times.
swapping. I know they have committed to Driver a lot.
Faker has been to MSI 8 times. And he's only won twice. Who do you think Faker lost to? All right, boom. Muted? No. I just wanted to highlight, for example, 2023. Mid-season Invitational. Look at the bracket. T1 lost to a Chinese team. T1 lost to a Chinese team. 2024. T1 lost to a Chinese team. And T1 lost to a Chinese team. What happened 2022, guys? T1 didn't win? How did they not win? How did they not win, guys? Was it because they got beaten by a Chinese team? Oh, wow. They got beaten by a Chinese team. Fuck. Oh yeah, Damwon went here. Well, T1 did lose to Chinese team. But, you know, they also won once. But IG did beat them in like 18 minutes. Classic. What do you think about DK and XP? Will they choke again? Yeah, most likely. Fuck Barrow. This guy needs to retire. Sorry, that was rude. It's 2 a.m. guys, I'm sorry.
What a car. Living the dream, huh?
Hating on the GOAT. Ain't no way we're calling him the GOAT.
On the ward. Kaiwing wants to go extra tanky, but not tanky enough. Kaiwing lives for an extra moment. Now the fight's gonna kick off. Pantheon comes down from the sky, but he's caught between Faker and Owner, and they make it look effortless. The Aegis Assault can't block an assault from both sides. And in goes Carrier! CFO had all the tools, all the advantages, and in a blink.
Man, that they do this with Nash is crazy, bro. How can we do this with Nash?
Production to show at the end of that clip. Of course, quick update.
How can we do that with Nash?
CFO have subbed in Rest to the top lane, replacing Driver earlier. AD speculated, and in the end, the substitution did come through. So, bit of a shakeup. The first question we always ask as we get closer to a game 2 is what needs to change, and CFO have found an answer at the very least. Rest coming in the carry player of their 2 top laners.
If you watch CFO throughout their midseason, you know, this is something that happens very regularly. This team actually one of the few to successfully pull off a real 6-man roster, really getting full value of both players' respective champion pools, not also always tied to like a player winning or losing. They're just very happy to keep their opponents on guard in the draft. Game number 1. I think as the desk also highlighted, a lot of great moments for CFO.
Sure, yeah.
But it was the
I really like the thumbnails my editor has made for MSI, man.
Level engages.
Like that's
really
sick.
Ended up being the biggest difference maker with Carrier, Faker, and Doran always looking for a flank angle.
And I think the most terrifying compositions that T1 can bring to bear are the compositions where almost every single player on the roster has the agency to kick a play off. Because you saw, when the Scion was in a good position,
When does TSM play?
There were some good looks.
They're buying an org in Asia anytime soon.
Anybody on the side of T1 could kick off a play.
Nice promises, TSM. Does TSM even have any active teams?
They always went for more, and they always managed to find that extra kill that a lot of teams might not have even fished for. So as the enter champion select need to
I get it's known for them, but like imagine just taking most stable player of the last game.
Was what it felt like they brought
What do you mean?
in that first game, even if it didn't really ever come to fruition. Perhaps some adaptation now as they return to the blue.
This is the strategy. This is the strategy.
No real surprises there. Going to
If you pivot now, it means that you wasted
at
time.
least the first ban by Imagine. Those same bans towards Honky as well. In that game, the laning phase, I think, still a good performance, but as so often with Victor, even with getting...
I was just polishing my glasses. I can see somewhat. I see Talia, Azir Ban from Coach Tom, Varus, Gwen. Last time we saw Zaya ban. Why did T1 ban Zaya? This is Dogo, good champ. They just have no answer into Zaya. Now with Scion out though, Jin becomes stronger and MF becomes stronger, so...
Of course it was Roa into Cosmic Drive, into Zanya's, so... Deathcap took quite a bit of time. You can understand...
You don't have your Void Staff, which you also really want.
It's tough, because you want some of those defensive options. You've been getting it on all sides, different players diving in, finding engages. But now the TF band Rumble to follow. Point and Rumble
Okay, Zaya's open.
Again. Okay, Twisted Fate as well.
So Rumble, they ban specifically for rest.
Jungles available.
Vi comes to mind.
Vi, but I think you answer with Poppy then. I don't know, I don't like Vi Pop first pick here because Poppy will dominate, I think. I don't think TF is bait, but I think TF on 3 pick into ban is good. I think into TF, if you can play like LB and Silas, you're gonna suffer, but if you can counter with TF, I think it can be very good. That's why we see it always on blue side ban. I think T1 just picked Poppy here. They can set the jungle. Carrier is one of the best Poppies. Keep the flex. Ooh, Kalista Renata. Alright. Alright.
Not what you would expect, but they know the jungle position isn't contested anymore, so maybe happy to let a few bans go through. And
Well, into Kaiwing, I guess this is genius. Kaiwing refuses to play range champs, even if God came down and requested it specifically. It's just the Kaiwing counter, guys. You know what it reminds me of? Zayarakan, I guess, could be an angle, but I think Kalista Renata is slightly winning, but Zayarakan is skating better. Ooh, is Kaiwing actually going to go for a range support here in Milio or Nami? If there was a time to do it, then they do it fucking now, brother. But I swear, if he picks Braum, I'm gonna meow really, really loud.
Throughout the entirety of the game, that players are happy to pick her up regardless now.
All right.
This is
no loud meow.
One of the picks that we have
good. All right, good. What I wanted to show here is, I don't know if you guys remember, but 2022, Highwing is so similar to Ming. And in that series, in the main event, when it came to the pick and ban, we take a look at the bracket stage. Take a look at T1 versus RNG. So what happened in this one is T1 Heimerdinger, Nautilus's counter pick. Here, T1 the blind pick Renata, Nautilus's counter pick. And then T1 go Tom Kench. They tried Soraka and he was so fucking boosted at it. This was completely one-sided. He was so boosted. This game, I remember Faker completely popped off on Akali actually. Alright, Faker Rise.
And I think the nice thing about taking Corki in the game one as well is that it is
I like the Rise.
Alongside the Victor and the Azir.
It seems like we are seeing T1's priors. It's Annie over Rise. I think that makes sense.
Now the Galio also taken away.
And let's see now if T1's gonna ban Ahri.
There's also Crocolord sign there as well. The Galio obviously has the ability to shake off a lot of what Rise does. Rise also has no choice but to get close to him when the team fights break out and you can follow the Realm Warp.
LPL is often slower to pick up range supports compared to LCK. No. It's like Keria is an outlier, but if you look at, for example, MSI 2023, it was LCK that couldn't play Lulu matchups bot, for example.
So Galio hits the bench. Second ban now coming through from the side of T1.
CFO just didn't ban, okay. Cassidy didn't give us any update.
What do you
think we win between G2 and Fly? I think Fly should be favored, but we'll talk about that a lot later.
Okay, so don't want to fight.
I think Honkyu should pick Ahri.
Kind of scaling mage matchup.
It's a classic counter pick that we have seen.
Also, if anyone can play
Rise.
it, shout out to Honkyu. Of course, yesterday was his birthday. Now 18. I think 18-year-old.
Ban something, ban Ambessa, something like.
Sorry, side note: the ban you cannot see on your screen in between Twisted Fate and Ambessa.
Good, you banned something.
Apologies for the confusion there, but Poppy has now been taken away, and now need to see what are the options going to be from the side of CFO. We're looking for
CFO.
Yeah, for T1 it's obviously going to be
3 question mark. He doesn't care. Like the Wukong into the Vibe. Could have been a great ban. Like Wukong is like the last jungler left that is good against Lucian Nami. Where is your Opera link? Just exclamation mark operagx. Holy, he's making my day. He's downloading operagx, my link. Hey! My geot. Wukong would have been a great ban.
We've seen this one before.
Okay.
Honkyu.
Aurelion Soul. Definitely an option.
Crossante, where we send in rest to play another tank.
Of all the champions you could blind pick, definitely doesn't feel too bad.
Alright, Doran. Doran Camille time? I like it. I like Camille. Why not? Doran Camille. Picking Silas? Pick Ahri. Pack the fries. Put him in the bag. Pick Ahri, you have I.
If I remember correctly, when they were matched down,
Aurora is this thick thigh Ahri. Same preps.
On T1, but Aurora is the type of champion that I think can really easily.
Is Aurora stronger earlier?
Don't get a good start. As now, Doran, what is it going to be towards the top side of the map here?
But I think Ahri is weaker earlier, but good synergy with the Vibe.
Jack's also potential option.
Yeah, I think Camille would have been better, honestly. I prefer Camille, but Jax is fine too. Anything that is just good into the Vibe, you know.
A lot of lane prior with this. I think the big benefit of the Jax though, harder to dive. And Owner's going to be playing towards spots at the map. In this game, I think as will Faker, and the Jax is a lot more self-sufficient. And once you get to some item breakpoints, you know, once you get to 2+, you will be able to threaten the Cassante inside.
Yeah, we've seen what Doran can do, especially.
Let me see this.
We saw it with the Aatrox, the tower dive.
We have Kaiwing Nami. How many games of Nami did he play? 1 game of Nami.
Pretty close.
When was that? Nami early on in the season against Gum.
really laying down the
Was it against Renata as well? It was against Renata as well.
CFO showing us something a little bit new. We're no stranger to Doggo's Lucian, but Kaiwing on this Nami, we've only seen it once before.
Doggo Lucian is something he played in the past, I'm sure. I remember Doggo Lucian.
Easy duo to fumble in the early game
2-0.
all fall apart.
Lucian, he played a lot, no? Right.
That's what it boils down
Maybe it was in the LPL when he was full loose streaking.
Hopping Kalista and get the stack to run can be really rough, but if the Lucian pulls ahead, has his ultimate available to just blow through a good amount of the health bar, not that much he can do.
Jesus.
I didn't believe her, but that was I believe her now that she broke her keyboard from typing I love T1 too hard. That was a level of enthusiasm that's tough to match. But here we are, game 2, T1, off to a heck of a start. CFO, new top laner.
She's the biggest T1 fan ever, guys.
Rest. The other top
I could never compete with that.
Not new, no stranger to this lineup.
I think she's the lady who flames me when I say that Vector underperforms or something.
Big impacts early, right? Found that very early gank towards the bottom side of the map. I would expect him to look for something similar.
Okay, let's do some eye drops. We'll do the Zeka strap.
Is that last game, I think the power in early game was a lot more even, but Vi pre-6, even though she's not as strong as when she gets her ultimate, has still great ganking power. Wukong, it's fine. Yeah, it's just not great as we take another look here. And as mentioned, these two players very consistently swapping, and CFO really uses this in their drafts and in their best of fives.
Yep. Driver, the player we saw in game 1, pulling out the Scion, more of that tank identity.
Shyvana.
And yeah, Rest on the other side, more willing to cook. He is the spice. You know, he's the guy who's got the saucy picks, is willing to try out new things. Of course, he's playing Cassante this game, so sometimes the sauce is vanilla, but hey.
All right, this should be a very calm and collected game, I think. Doran the Maran, the fisherman, is saying hello. He wants to bonk people with a stick.
Look to be a nuisance.
What a rude
now just
dude.
Starts to retreat. Trying to slow this down just a bit. Gets away from what could be a pretty frustrating level 1 against the Cassante, obviously a much lower cooldown.
Oh, is Rust gonna miss XP?
Oh, holy.
Oh, I think he got 2 out of the 3. Maybe
that is crazy, by the way.
Even with the flash.
I love that. I love that. Calma, calma.
Wasn't able to get in range.
Calma.
Fast level 2 coming in for Doran, and that is brutal. It might look a little bit strange if you're not used to seeing something like that, but the experience is so important in that matchup. Willing to flash just to get that last little bit extra, and now he is disastrously far behind. The only good news is it's a Wukong in the jungle who just wants to farm for 6. It's not an early diver. There is no massive threat on your life just yet, but for Rest, this is a miserable start to the laning phase.
It's really because as
sucks, man.
I think
he didn't even get the full XP.
After all his changes, actually be a pretty formidable laner, particularly early on, able to.
Bessa got arrowed, bot of grid. Bessa got arrowed.
And Owner making the read that since Junja was slightly delayed on his play and has Prio in the bot lane, is going to look for a steal here. Will get spotted, but I don't know if he cares.
Owner with the smite. Cheeky. I like this from Owner. We camp topside, Wukong into invade. Doesn't have smite now though for the red, but he's leveraging Gumayushi and Keria here. I feel like if Ryze maybe TP'd into the jungle, maybe it would be better. Ooh, look at the Vi punish. I like this, man. I like it. Cheeky beaky Junjia. Important word. Ooh, CFO, level 3 on DOWGO. That's some rat maneuvering there from Junjia.
So Junja's flash given up a little bit difficult.
I like it, Picasso.
2v2 at least, a nice trade of sums.
CFO not going to give anything to T1 for free. Top lane matchup, a bit rough. Thanks to Doran's early shenanigans, but really nicely done there by Junja to find
historically, Doran's always, his best champion has always been... Wait, did I ruin Hidorino's watch streak with my DCs? Hidorino, are you here, brother?
Doggo and Kaiwing playing with the expectations of T1 there, had expected a recall.
So I think Hidorino has a life.
Junja walks into Faker, Honq now looking for the setup, trying to find a bit more damage. Flash forward, Faker flashing out, and first blood!
It's Junja again! Gets his own
Junjia.
As he's Crux taken.
Junjia early game, guys. Junjia early game.
Unfazed.
makes his way over to the top side of the map, and just as Faker, I think, has a suspicion.
I feel like Heiderino leaves his PC on with my stream on, so if I go live, he's there.
At level 6, there is a huge opportunity here for the Vi to make yet another play on this rise.
And it's pretty plain and simple. Faker.
The timing gank is so fucking good.
To place the ward. What a nice little timing.
So
coming
crisp.
in from Junja.
From Junja.
Doggo, dash over the wall, face
Ooh, the W hits. That's crazy.
The hidden Lucian is the deadliest. No one sees it coming. The Lucian gank? Are you kidding me?
Alright, a little drive-by action with the dual Berettas. W hitting was crazy.
But the angles are there, looking for the quick flash over the wall.
Doran TP's bot, Cassante matches. Doran needs to push out.
The gold yet, but there's a damn strong start from the side of CFO.
Mid jungle up.
And Gumesh Korea not having the best time.
I haven't even mentioned it, but Doggo actually going for electrocute, which kind of insane.
It's a great stuff for CFO, by the way, I guess.
The keystone.
Well, and you mentioned, right, that it's all about who pulls ahead in the early game. Doggo clearly very committed to pulling ahead in the early game.
That's kind of insane. Usually you see, if you want to really play for short aggressive trades, you see
This tournament is so fucking fun. Like, how are we gonna go back to regional play after this? I don't know. Like, this is fucking so fun. Bro, every matchup has been insane. Like, even the play-ins were crazy. With how bad G2 was. And Fiore Gam popping off. Ooh, cleanse out. No sounds for DOWGO. Oh, there's EWC, I guess, after. Well, that's BO1s, bro.
Obviously, just dinged 5, but thanks to his continued play and the buff that he got, and
yeah, Fiore Gam was fire as well, yeah. Hey, Guigo, though. Guigo, man. I hope he's alright, bro. It must feel bad to play so poorly in that one. Faker phases rushes out.
Keeps him standing. Honku doing very well in the trades. Good discipline from Faker. Just instantly walks out.
Owner. Are they gonna go for the blue? Faker eating honey fruit.
Guma just slightly behind Doggo overall. Doggo about to pick up these 3 creeps, so a quick level 6 could be the difference in this 2v2.
And thanks to Doggo's gank, we also see Doran no longer had
no, the play-ins and those parts of AWC that are best ones. It's like a 4-day tournament. I don't remember exactly how it is.
He's able to fully catch up, slightly behind in gold, but not really going to be the end of the world.
Push back from Rest.
Okay. Ooh, alright. Oh, Rest was hoping that he would get third attack rope out.
Yeah, would have been in real trouble if the wave was in a slightly different position.
The wave was so close, yeah.
Ended up going down because he doesn't have flash. His lane opponent does, and now Junja has his flash or his ultimate rather available. It's the experience that we talked about, but I think they spotted just on the edge there with the sweep the ward, which means that T1's now. So obviously Faker not going to fall for that.
Unironically, I think How Alive is gonna win this tournament.
But it was the objective.
Not even joking.
Really started to see,
oh shit! Faker. It's like, look, it looks silly. It looks very silly. It's Faker. Thought process is Honku is basing, so he can push next one for free, and then he can leave. That's why he wanted to push it as fast as possible. And then Vi came with the right hook. The very smart stuff.
Drake now being
didn't ult.
T1. Looks like the trade is going to be Drake for T1, but a kill going to CFO, and those grubs are also on the way. As Doran, again, kind of mosquitoing around, but looks like for now we'll be able to stall. Faker obviously has realm warp available. We'll see if they actually want to commit to this. If the wave is
that was a really fucking nice play from CFO, man.
Doran standing guard.
That gank on Rise was so fucking smart.
Very true. Seeing if maybe he can sneak a kill if they get over eager. Owner level 6 here on the bottom side. Quick heal coming out. Faker on the way in. Good tidal wave to start, but Doggo doesn't really have any mana. Nice ult
deep ult. Very deep ult. T1 are just squeezing the maximum amount of turtles they can take. Vi can come here and have a party. Welcome to the party. Let the money to do. Faker can't get the WE on.
Ready with the handshake to try and disengage. Faker
that's the ultimate. Alright, CFO, first to 5. Respect, man. This is a great early game once again for CFO.
T1, the initial dive started well, but they used too many resources.
Took them so long to actually get the kill because they haven't been able to build any substantial lead. Look at Guma as well. Doggo sitting on Essence Reaver. Guma was, when that play started, just sitting on steel caps. So there just wasn't that much damage available realistically, which means that response from CFO, great yet again. Doggo just pulling further ahead. As we take a look here, they're able to stall for such a long amount of time. Kaiwing just hit 6, so the wave comes in. And even though they get the aggro reset, you can see the amount of damage that Guma takes. Absolutely disgusting. He doesn't get to join because they have already ramped up. And then Owner trying to kind of get him out, but I think they've pretty quickly realized
hasn't won a game as far as I remember.
While this is happening, if he has his flash here, I think he flashes
last game of the core series was really fucking close.
Flash isn't up. In the moment that Junja finds the Q flash, obviously nothing that Faker can do, and CFO running the early game, you're really getting the full value, skirmishing around, and as we said, if this Lucian gets
Faker's on 3 deaths already, boys.
So much harder, because contesting mid-wave when Doggo has any form of backup is hard. I say that as he's laning 1v2, he does still need help. Although, does he?
Some form of backup has appeared as Doggo still really hurting. And I think,
Sushi.
again, I want to call our minds back to the mid lane matchup. Because I think HonkQ getting
I also feel very buffed when I eat sushi.
Given and for the second game in a row, finding these leads over Faker early on. Now Rise is a champ who scales fantastically into later stages of the game, but HonkQ in a good position to make the difference. And it's insane to me how consistent Junja is the player we have to watch.
It's wild, right? Has really stepped up, as we see here. The gold at 14, even in game number 1, wasn't going the way of Faker, but he also didn't fall.
Get him as the Q, very hard to hit.
That's substantially behind. I think this was mostly the kills that were found, right? But
Doggo's got it going on with the Lucian.
He already has died as many times as he did in the entirety of that previous game. And unfortunately, I think for Faker, we're really seeing what we saw in the LCK domestically as well. After 2 years where his spring split domestically was really top level, only eclipsed by Chovy.
Yeah, Faker in early game has legit been like the most killable mid laner, guys. Like, he's been very humanoid-esque. Like, the meme version of humanoid, like, just dying to every gank.
Rise, set up with the Realm Warp, still a champion who scales fantastically as the Realm Warp now comes in. Owner looking to find his target. HonkQ locked up for a moment and trying to make it out of safety. Owner a quick retreat, though. So Alti traded for Alti. Fakers as well, so 2-for-1 trade in favor of CFO.
Yeah, the moment they see Junja, like, we don't want that heat, that's too much. Doran hasn't backed yet.
On the way.
Rest has, but if there was anyone here in top lane, he's dead, by the way. But they did see Junja, so I think Doran feeling a little safe. That's the only lead there for T1 right now. And some of the matchups, I think, to be expected, particularly again the jungle matchup, and Junja with the way he's been playing.
Yeah, Faker just needs to get help from the youngins to get to 20-minute mark.
The only thing they have been able to do is stack the Drakes, and in about 40 seconds they should be starting that.
And can this team replicate some of the same team fights that we saw in the previous match where they were attacking from multiple angles? It's harder on the Renata. This time you do have the Kalista to keep you safe, but it's not the same level of engaged threat that Aniko brings through. Doggo and Kaiwing continuing to trade in the mid lane. Doggo happy to have a 1,000 gold lead. Not even a full completed item from Guma as Keria is taking an
Giving us some pepper. Kaiwing with the range support, guys.
Try to get out of the calling.
What if he just unlocked another door in his mind, guys?
On this Lucian,
big chunk
of the electrocute. The funniest part is that there was
Nami is probably the easiest range support to play in the game by far.
When that interaction still works, so you can proc it.
Ooh, flash for flash.
Forced to flash out, flash for flash trade, and again, this is something that we've seen this tournament so far. Is just
Doggo's keeping fucking busy on the mid wave.
Drake gonna be picked up by Junja.
Oh no, ult, and they are really punishing that. I respect that a lot.
It's just 5 seconds away. But Owner already getting
Junja is just doing Drake solo, and now Rise is gonna see him. Shows Drake. Okay, we got him.
As well. And unlike in the previous game, the team fight, I think, for T1, not a given.
Robbie's eating good.
Around, they were very firmly in control, but that mid lane turret falling early as...
Wow, HonkQ.
The burst damage is there, but Faker now wants to take down Kaiwing, but he might be the one who's in trouble. Flash forward, gets a little bit extra movement speed.
Flashing for a kill like that is completely pointless. Jesus, HonkQ.
It just doesn't work.
Holy moly.
Flashing for that kill. Just trying to desperately get anything.
Oh, this game is over, guys.
He's just wrecking a turret.
This game is done.
He's breaking the vault.
It's fucking over, guys. Like, it's...
Top lane changed, but top lane isn't where the action is happening. Although,
Nathan Wiggins donated MX $200 through Super Chat. Thanks for the content as always, Yamata. Your passion for the game is second to none. What's your current goal for League in the upcoming future?
I appreciate the kind message and the donation. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. So unnecessary from Rest. Maybe it's gonna work out anyway. Dogo's here already. I didn't see them how they snuck through the river.
He's John Wick. He's just shooting them down. And
my plan currently for my future.
It can't be both.
Well, Dogo is fucking smurfing his face off, bro. Dogo and Honkyu are just playing so good. Like, they are gapping their counterparts pretty fucking hard on this one. The Lucian Nami answer into the Renata showing. T1 had the same read as me. These guys don't want to play fucking anything but melee supports. They had the same read as me, bro.
As we see the six-man roster
and then they got punished by the Lucian Nami. So basically for my future what I want is, I want to keep co-streaming no matter what. LCK and LPL, that's for sure. LCK and LPL and internationals. But I'm hoping to join an LEC team and work remotely. I'm having a conversation with some, we will see what the future holds. We shall see.
Look at that hard. That's adorable.
Kind of would like to do how Dom has done it, you know? That mix.
Good for you, Doggo. It's a great
Oh, this is fucking difficult to come back from.
CFO.
Really difficult to come back from.
Disastrously far behind. So now we look at scaling. We look at what does it look like.
That's the dream for me.
And the answer is you have a Jax, you have a Ryze and a Wukong. They're powerful tools, but CFO aren't going to give you an inch. Coling coming through, clean combo. Junja grabs the kill. And again, they're just making these side lane picks look so effortless.
This is over. This is over. I don't know. CFO is so insane. So your CFO is just so much better. Faker is the most killable player I've ever seen, bro.
Infernal Drake is spawning as
across the top. Hoping to find the jungle. Doggo doing decent damage, but has the
It's not an auto ult, but look at Honkyu's combo, bro. He had clipped everyone, man. It's so GG.
Doran? I don't think he can do enough by himself. He's arriving, but the room's already on fire. Almost 6.
Damn, CFO, bro. I don't know. Junjia, Honkyu, Dogo, like you guys. You know, I thought you got away with so much regionally, and you're just winning because you're individually better, and I thought it's not going to be enough at the international stage. You guys are showing that it's fucking enough. This is fucking crazy.
Overall, dominant performance thus far.
They're having a crazy individual performance here.
2.6 massive leads for 3 of the members of the side of CFO, and not really balanced out by what Doran has been able to do.
I rated CFO as the 5th best team at the tournament, with Koi behind them, and then FlyQuest, and then G2.
Make an impact. And then once I had 2 items, I'm a menace in the side lane. And then he gets there, or he will get there soon. It looks the rest of the map, and it's Dire as owner. Maybe looking, but that's a Cassante.
And you can see that T1 know that this is their avenue of
attack. Yeah, I don't know. The last game of CFO, don't look for that crazy fucking fight on uppercut and just push waves with Nash. They just win.
Much of the CC, but they're determined to try again. Recall going in from Faker, Q3 ready to go. Quick flash out from Rez, manages to find the initial knockback. Pull back on the Wukong clone.
Got the W in the other direction, huge. Ryze ultimate. He finds it on Faker. Ooh. Bro, they are just playing, bro. They're playing, bro.
T1. So often they make a play and you look at this, they can't keep getting away with this. Guess what?
Damn.
And it's the only time where ulting the clone is optimal. He's not in threat anymore.
As right there, Junja with the flash Q gets the rise CC. The realm.
Wow, the snappy TP to rest lives. Wow. Holy Lila. Carry her down. It's over, bro. Will this be the fastest game at MSI, guys? We are just watching the fastest game at MSI.
And it's not working out. Doggo ready on the way out. Blast cone on the way in. Kaiwing supporting for the backside with a bit more damage. Faker untouched, but it does not matter because
Desperation.
set to fall. Easy pick up for
Fastest game at MSI is gonna be fucking CFO taking a big dump on T1. Fastest game at MSI is coming up.
Running CFO unrelenting in their pressure as the double kill comes.
Jesus. Jesus, I gotta watch. I gotta pull up. I need to see. I need to see.
Oh, he's got him, bro. He had the fucking Q on him. He was just waiting to pull it. Damn, they got ran this game. They got completely stomped. This might be the biggest stomp that we've seen in this stage. This is the biggest stomp we've seen. 10K at 20 minutes. This is brutality.
It is brutal. It is brutal. Yeah, it is brutal.
The only solace for T1 is that they got the dragon. That's it. No Drakes.
Could have been 2-1, by the way. Oh yeah, easily, bro. Easily. If they just didn't go for that.
Easily 2-0, by the way. Easily 2-0. Damn.
The instincts to try to fight your way out, but every time they've tried, it's just gotten worse. They have only dug themselves deeper.
Okay. I don't think CFO had it in him, man, but this is a crazy level of stomp.
Shout out to the stats team who pulled this up for us. Faker has never died more than 8 times in an international games. 8 deaths was the G2 at MSI 2024 last year in Chengdu. On the cusp of breaking that record. Hongq and CFO potentially the team to do it. And
damn.
It starts to reset
what is the fastest game at MSI, guys?
Game 1 because it was CFO in control for that
this is up there, no?
Who fumbled a bit. They fought their way out. But CFO was such a commanding lead. Setting a new pace, setting a new tone for this series.
It's the continued attention from Junja in the early game.
Guys, this MSI, you know, I say words
setting Hongq up for success
for a
because
reason.
is the type of
Thank
pick
you,
where if you
Toy
don't
Slayer.
at least get a good starter, you can't fall behind, or you really very quickly.
Look how fat this Lucian is. Look how fat Hongq is.
Impactful. Even if you get on top of the backline, it doesn't mean really anything. As well, T1's got to try something. Looks like we're going for another play onto Rest,
I don't know.
but they don't want to risk
so many things that are tilting me today. That's why I'm being more rude than usual. I'm sorry, bros.
There's nothing here for T1. They have no idea.
Look at all these pixels.
Observers beautifully highlighting what T1 see, and the answer is nothing.
You don't know.
They defend their own blue buff, and that's about it. They now will see Doggo at the very least. Uncertainty, they can assume there's more members of CFO there to cover, but walking into the brush, face checking into these brushes could be death. Carry at least with the Celestial opposition feels comfortable as Doran steps up top side.
Dracos, it's a Blade of the Ruined King into free completed items.
Bro, my heart stopped. I thought my PC just exploded again. I swear.
Maybe you have a
it's a wallet diffy. No.
God.
This is an insurmountable lead. T1 would need a miracle in this game to come back. And time is running short.
We'll see if T1 magic is as powerful as GAN magic.
Hello, Cartus.
I don't think that it is in this one, Dracos.
All I'll say is as long as the Krug Lord is in the game, you never know.
He's a 200 gold lead. His team is 11K.
And it's the only lead they have now.
It's
the only lead they have.
I'm a glass half full kind of guy. I don't see it.
No, yeah.
Bro, this glass is not half full, bro.
Owners on a deep flank.
It's like fucking the melted ice at the end of a drink is in this fucking glass, bro.
As well. They're not going to fall for it.
Doggo stepping up.
And somebody roofied it or something.
In range, going to be forced to go over the wall. Uses the heal, ready with the bailout. But again, chipping away at those cooldowns for the next major objective. It's barrier and heal taken out of the equation. All flashes up except for Hongq on the side of CFO. Similar state for T1. Better team fighting.
Nah, they don't even have the champions for it. Like blue side scales better.
T1 in game 1. Now, the wallet diff should be insurmountable. But if there's any team that can out-execute.
I think that's the problem is that's not enough because outside of rest,
11K,
every
bro.
single member on CFO is so fed that I can just see them carry the fight.
You know what? Now, I think you're right. I think I want to give them a bit of credit just in case it happens.
I'm happy
Who's
to grasp
T1
it
sub?
is
They don't
with
have
you.
one.
We are grasping at the tiniest straws. There is...
We're talking... Okay, so obviously it starts with a Nash
the really
deal.
bad paper straws that immediately get soggy. Those are the straws
don't
we're
remind
grasping
me.
at.
No, I just
There
wanna drink-
should be no
I want to
way.
drink my tea. Don't give me a soggy straw. You need to steal Baron, all right? Starts with that. So CFO, under no circumstance, and I don't think they will. I think they're going to just deny vision, maybe start Baron, immediately peel off. You just want to fight here. There's, as long as you don't give an opportunity for Owner to somehow get a crazy steal here.
He's waiting.
There's just no shot, right? 4T1 to hold on. As soon as Baron goes down, you're done.
CFO.
Just turn on to the Wukong CFO.
Willing to flip it, it would seem. How will they keep Owner from getting into the pit? Doggo, quick calling to chunk out
Boy.
Carrier. Massive chunks. The TP now goes in.
Gold
It's Doran on
gap.
the backside of the pit. They're starting to retreat.
Doran the
with
Moran.
stun.
Q's
Okay,
out.
Love to see it. Look for the turn.
All right.
Taking their time. Discipline the
Gumiho
name of the game
just
here.
time to
Faker
steal
finds
it.
a quick lock-up. Owner immediately goes in, but it's a
Nice
disengage.
out,
Coming
guys,
over
from
with the tidal
Hongkyu.
wave as Hongkyu goes golden. He's
The
ready.
Davey
Now
wave was
to
insane
fire
too.
back. T1, one last desperate gambit, and Faker's the only man standing as Doran 2 will fall. CFO on the victory match to march to tie the series.
And the gambit, unsuccessful. CFO. They're not going to flip that
Good
Baron.
man,
Might
Milt.
take it now. Get the shove out. Maybe get a
Oh, I
top
thought they
lane
got look
inhibitor for
friend.
your troubles. Don't have to look for the end.
Come.
There's no need. Get his objective. Get your free Baron. Turn it into a soul point.
How come?
Start knocking down these other inhibitors. And
They're chilling,
despite
they're chilling.
an attempt from Faker, the flash, the
On
turn,
cue, the bunny.
the stopwatch is there.
Baker can do
We
it.
see the immediate ult from Kaiwing as well to keep his team
It's
safe.
okay, it's okay. It's okay.
And
Calma,
hits keep
calma.
coming for T1 as our stats team is
Okay,
a little
Doran is
ruthless.
ahead on
This
gold.
is the worst
Oh,
T1
never
gold
mind.
deficit at 20 at an international. Minus 9K at 20 minutes.
Baker's playing for KDA, he doesn't have to one time more than 8.
BLG at minus 7.6.
Do they get this dragon?
He doesn't have more
That'd
than
be,
8,
you know, that'd be
guys.
something.
T1.
They need to get out as well. That's the bigger
Getting out
issue.
is the hard part. Junja ready to go over the wall.
I think this is probably the most one-sided game we've had in the top 8.
Available, but they will be able to walk away.
Most one-sided
Getting something
game.
Back. A brief glimmer of hope.
All right, 2.5 minutes on the Rebel Baron power play for CFO. It's getting these inhibitors, truly denying T1 access, and looking at the item finishes, we are now at 4 items for Doggo to 2 for Guma. Faker still doesn't have any utility, just has a little bit of beefiness of the 2 tanky items, but they need damage. They need to be able to actually kill someone as Hongkyu.
Big damage. T1 walk forward.
Q3
Immediate
on
Q3
Doran
to
the
pull
Moran.
back. Coming in from rest. Hongkyu off to the side. Quick use. The Seekers to keep Doran standing, but it looks like he'll fall as well. Doggo completely
One
untouched.
shot.
The base wide open. T1
The
pulling
goes a
back.
dash.
CFO, they've got the wallet tip. 15K in their favor. T1, there's no way they can hold this. Confidence. An incredible pace of game from
Slaughter, bro.
CFO in game 2. One final stand for T1. Handshake connects. CFO going to need just a few more seconds. The Nexus in their
Bro.
sights. CFO in a dominant game
Damn.
2. Tie the series.
And after game number 1, if you go and you come from Fiji, tell us, guys, CFO won a game.
Bro, this was a wicked
A
stomp.
couple of key decisions.
This was an
But if you would
annihilation.
have told me that this is one of the
CFO,
most
bro.
one-sided losses that T1 has ever seen.
This was the
Good to see
biggest
that one
stomp of
coming, Dracos.
the entire top 8, bro.
desk did. Let's
We
hear
just
what they have to
witnessed a
say.
fucking killing.
Well, I didn't either, but given the way
Because let's pull this up real quick. Like, let's see like how they just got the lead. It was just all these kills on Faker were just too surmounting.
To invest the second flash, obvious.
There were just too many of them.
Gets his own buff.
First the gank
Doesn't really care.
on the push out there. Junjia just open on mid,
His way over to
post
the top
base.
side of the map, and
Very, very
just
fucking
as
good,
Faker,
sneaky
I
beaky
think,
play.
has a suspicion, places down the ward. Not only
It's pretty plain.
is the deadliest. No one sees it coming. The Lucian gank? Are you kidding me?
In respect to CFO, getting
The Lucian gank on the Jax on the lane swap. Then the swap into mid was really fucking nasty too.
But it was the objective.
This one, oh, This is so fucking nasty, guys. Whew. This was nasty, man. This is such a crazy gang plan.
8 minutes in, they've already claimed the feat of warfare. Grubs are spawning, and they're in a great position to.
You only go for this if you're expecting Faker to push the next one, man. He should. This is such a good read. I like that a lot.
Here by T1, looks like the loves his.
And an excellent turn.
Pulling further ahead, get him out, but I think they've pretty quickly realized. Okay, guys, I'll be fine early game. Obviously.
Junja grabs
40 seconds. They should be the Q flash. Obviously, nothing that Faker can do. Wave when dog.
Then it was the dive on bot that he went for.
The playoffs seem to continue. And
clean.
CFO.
All right.
Actually, right? Because if they
I don't know. CFO could have been 2-0 at this point. CFO straight up could have been 2-0.
That driver in the back is dancing for his. That was good.
I want to focus on, obviously, Honkyu absolutely popped off on his Aurora. I want to focus on Doggo, actually.
All right.
Let's do it.
Because previously, he did go to MSI with PSG Talon, right? But he was selected. He'd been playing on BYG, and he was a substitute. He going into this, CFO did some YouTube content. They were interviewing their players, and he actually said, you know, this MSI is super important to me because it's an MSI I earned like for myself, right? And so to show up on this Lucian pick, supported by Kaiwing's Nami, something I know he's been practicing.
Yeah.
Not an engaged support.
True.
Looks pretty good.
Little risk, but it worked.
Looked pretty good, especially in the composition that T1 was playing, because we saw that Honor trying to go in, we saw the rest of the composition from T1 trying to go in. You always had that Nami wave ready to bounce back and just push them back.
Yeah, I enjoyed it because I was always a little concerned to see if the Renata ulti was going to be a major factor, but I felt like Kaiwing always countered it, just so like stopping any level of engage with the Nami ulti too. But that point about Doggo feeling like he really earned getting to that stage is a big one, just knowing that, like, technically when he got in for Unified at that
was
time,
a crazy good Aurora performance.
Worked in the LPL, all these things, but he always knew he really wanted to get here on his own work, his own volition. Now CFO, anyone that was a doubter based on the first stand results, immediately proven wrong. That was a ridiculous lead that they were able to hold on to.
Bro,
well, look at Doggo.
it's not a funny copy pasta.
Oh, nice.
Like, to call someone, like, to call someone subhuman is not.
This is his personal.
Like, it's fucked up. It's not a good copy pasta, bro.
Kind of insane. Both.
It was Ultimo that caught this.
And the Lucian popped off.
Yeah,
calm yourself, man.
Too, because before he went into pro play, hearing that Honkyu's name was Chihuahua. Yeah. And by the way, belated happy birthday, Chihuahua. You turned 18 just yesterday. So it was the Chihuahua Doggo combo that really reigned terror that game.
Turned 18 yesterday, met Faker for the first time earlier today, and something that we highlighted on social media was the fact that when Faker won Worlds for the first time, he was 6 years old.
Good TikTok.
It's not only meet your
He's smiling. That's adorable.
Stomp your heroes on lane and in game here. Amazing statement game from Honkyu.
Yeah, this is
it's adorable.
I can already hear the K-popified song in my head. I just like that entire trend.
All right, talking about the next game, we have a series right now between these two teams, which is not something that I really expected. Honestly, CFO bringing in the vibes that they had at first stand. What do we want to look on the side of either team for game 3?
For me, it just has to be a little bit more of a challenge on just the draft. I think the draft from T1, I always wondered, I was like, okay, if they're going to lock in Kalista Renata instantly, that's just them kind of saying we can win on our own volition. Doesn't really matter what we're dealing with. That's obviously not true. So finding a draft that makes a lot more sense so you don't immediately have to deal with the range advantage from T1. And also, I do think if you're going to, like, the whole level 1 thing or level 2 thing around red buff.
Honkyu is gonna be an LPL superstar, guys.
You really don't need to put yourself in that position, because that was a really solid play that T1 had early on.
Yeah, it actually did give up that bot lane prio, right?
Yeah.
And allowed the duo of Lucian Nami to get back in the game, so that was really important. I would just shore up these small early game things, right? Because we saw this in game 1 and game 2. I know T1 can do it. They're known for their monstrous early games, so let's see it.
And CFO don't want to make it easy for them because they're bringing back Driver
there he
here
is.
for game 3 as T1 has.
That's what's up. Let's go, Driver.
So let's see the
Get back in there.
with here at MSI after the break.
Base. Coaching staff are just geniuses, plain simple, guys. Man, I want the act to play, bro. So I can say if my grandmother was a jungler.
Get summer ready at Verizon. All new and existing customers get iPhone 16
Actually, I need to watch this video, but it's been a while.
Yep, iPhone 16 Pro on us. Only with Verizon.
I haven't seen this video forever.
If it had like ham in it, it's closer.
No.
It's closer to a British carbonara.
Oh no!
It is. No, that's true.
Oh well, fine. So I'm glad you're standing
Do
there.
you agree?
Yeah.
But you know what I mean.
If my grandmother had wheels, she would have been a bike. You know what? You know. You know what the hell? So, you know, it doesn't make any sense what you said. It's a different recipe. It's got nothing to do with macaroni cheese. You know what? How random is what? Can please anybody help me here in the kitchen?
Oh God, my God, he choked. Oh man.
Stop it.
Oh dear. Well, very good. Okay.
I don't know, this is...
It's closer to a British.
This face. This is just one of my most. This is one of my favorite videos. Is this one of my? Is this one of my favorite videos of? One of my favorite videos of all time. Periods. I don't know. It's up there with cat thrown onto roof and hammer after pancake gets stuck. Oh, I found it.
Mama, you fucked up. Keep on talking like that. I'm gonna eat your asshole. Expecto Patron. Don't fuck me in the air. Nigga, oh no. You got
But it's great. Expect the Patronum. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I have another one. I can't find it.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around.
Can't fucking find it. But my search history is completely fucked.
Pull back on the Wukong clone, but it doesn't matter. It's still the escape. Jojo on the way in. Realmorph, they need to get the hell out. Ballbreaker manages to catch them all. In the midst of it, it's Jojo home. Q to follow. Absolute destruction for CFO. An incredible game from CFO. But as we've seen across this entire
What happened to this game, bro? Complete annihilation.
Favorites might drop a game.
I don't know, bro. CFO fucking smurfed their fucking head up and got such a big lead.
Be the first to do it.
I don't know. They played a brilliant game. And T1 is, I don't know, Faker is in horrible form. Absolutely atrocious form, Faker is.
Not just in this tournament, right? Have
like
we,
really
I think,
bad
seen
form.
a game that
like
one-sided?
Even game 1, I don't think
but
he
more
played that well.
importantly, even in all the free ones we've had in the main stage thus far, I do feel like the one game was a lot harder fought. It was a lot more back and forth. There was a lot more battling. This was just a complete and utter stomp. Felt like outside of top in every single lane, leads were found very early, and they were compounded upon to the point where CFO just really.
Is it true the legend also once got fined by Riot because he called it potato cannon?
I think often talk about it in situations like this is really where you get to see it.
That's not
How
true.
Can they take that momentum in this series and keep it going?
It's a very good question. Right, we heard from, I think, Ramah for the first G2 win. Hey, we're just taking it easy, it's casual. It didn't look casual after that first game, and I imagine it's the same for CFO. How do you stay a little bit lighthearted? How do you keep that pressure off you as you get closer to contesting T1, as you are on the cusp of match point? But T1, of course, just as close. It's just the best of 3 now that stands in front of us. And this team, they're a scary team to make angry. Scary team when if they immediately lock in after. This is a team with a lethal early game if they have the right tools.
It's important to note that even domestically, T1 dropped a bunch of best of 3s to teams that they were heavily favored against. But this is a best of 5. This is MSI, and even though MSI hasn't been T1's tournament for a very long time, they still were able to get
They stick with the Talia ban. I don't know, this is kind of a big weakness from T1 side. They just banned Talia the whole tournament. What does Faker play? 3 of his core champions are just
now
gone,
on the red
man.
side for the first time this series, T1, of course, as the losers get side selection. First time on blue. See how this changes their approach, as a lot of the utility mid laners still removed from the pool.
We're banning Talia both sides, Burma.
As we are in Fearless.
Because now it's like CFO are gonna ban Azir, and then he has no more champs left to play, no?
Driver here back in as well.
Ari, I guess, but then Honku Silas.
To a tankier top side, and I'm expecting not the use of a counter pick for top lane.
Could see
My foot got
Gragas
stuck.
face off here, both Doran and Driver. Don't like that
Yorick
champion quite a
Mori.
lot, though we did see the Jax just taking out one of the most popular counter
Driver's
picks.
back, baby.
As T1, I think, are fishing
Coming into
for
dance
a
on him.
B1 Azir. Nothing interesting, nothing out of the ordinary, and if CFO don't ban that away, it does seem like it should be a no-brainer. Probably followed up by the Ari, which has been the most popular counter pick we've seen afterwards, as fans going crazy, Dracos. Understandably, team needs to support after a rough game like that.
Definitely do.
Dogo Kaiser
CFO
time.
Here, as you predicted, to come through here. I think big for the side of CFO. And
Braum, Nautilus pretty strong at this point, so.
Really only the
Auto spam from T1. That could have been a potential first pick, but they're just looking for first pick Azir, I guess.
With that Nami, giving them a few more options as we go deeper into Fearless.
CFO didn't only get a game, they stomped, bro. They stomped. They blasted them. T1 is not looking that hot today, man.
Absolutely fantastic.
So good. And it was a big talking point come into today, but game number 1 he was great. Obviously had a couple of moments, but at large, solid. In game number 1 he was
Azir ban. First pick Ari or what?
That we couldn't really criticize as CFO.
First picking Ari.
Make the same read, and I think targeting Faker
And then
in
own
the
an
draft,
Afiri
given
game.
how game number 2 played out and the colossal amount of gold that CFO was able to generate by just taking down over and over again, does make sense to me.
Could pick Poppy too.
T1 really like to
Gwen.
give him an early prior pick. Instead,
Driver's
it's
a
gonna be the
tank guy.
here for Doran.
What would he pick into Gwendolyn, I guess?
Chance for Doran to shine. That was the champion he died to Krugs on. And again, immediately after he died, he did come in and 1v1 an enemy carry, Wampa Stomp a fight, and storm off into the night. His driver now debating Gragas, a huge comfort pick for him.
Mentioned it already. See the smile.
And it feels like there's more tension in this Game 3 draft. Remember, the previous matchup, it was an instant slam from T1. Kalista, Renata, full confidence. This time, you see CFO taking their time.
Driver Gragas is one of his champs.
When a high-stakes champion.
One of his champs is fine into it. Fine into it. Leah like this. Trundle like this.
Trundle.
All right, it's time for Kindred Galio.
He's earned it.
Kindred Zillion.
Well, no one. If Canyon doesn't earn Blind Trundle, no one earns Blind Trundle.
Kindred Zillion.
Blind Trundle.
Because I think that Junja, thus far for me, has been the
100%
absolute
the best
standout
performing player in this series thus far.
All right, Faker, you're picking Ari, you're picking Galio. What are we doing?
On the enemy team,
We're dropping.
Makes sense. Sure. But blinding a Trundle like that, I don't think you can get away with it.
Zed is locked in. Okay. That's a cheeky little punish into Trundle.
But this for me, ooh, the Zed.
We are obviously going to assume, despite the historical significance of the Zed.
All right, Faker, that's a Zed Galio, guys.
Faker and Zed, that this is going to go towards owner.
If it is mid, will we do the thing in the game?
Oh,
this is a combo.
We won't, because
this is a combo.
Galio and the blind
all right, Honkyu, just fucking pick Yo.
Feels like to me another admission from T1.
It's time to pick 80 champ.
Want to ensure that they get Faker on something that he is comfortable.
Silas,
with,
okay.
But
Silas is fine.
Really
Silas is fine. We don't mind Silas.
They need someone that sets up. They need someone that can go in. Nautilus for me would be the prime one.
Swain is also kind of crazy.
Okay. We're cooking with gasoline, baby. There are exciting picks all around.
Oh my god.
So we have the Zed Gwen topside. Absolutely no
CC. Of grid. I brought that up on stream.
Not really a great dive target, and Drain Tanks seems to be the name of the game on the side of CFO.
It was 2017.
Swain, the Gragas, the Trundle. There's a lot of sustain in this game.
That's
Zed
a bunch
Galio.
of beefcakes for CFO towards the top side of the map.
Swain into 3 melee topside. Why not?
Eventually Doran as Gwen is going to have some time cutting through them, but that is really going to take a long time. T1 was not able to find it, but for me, the most
Good here is Ice Band.
owner on a carry, and the owner
Do you
has
think
been
CFO can beat Billy Billy?
T1 for the large part of the summer split. Was mostly
like, you think CFO is going to make it all the way through?
Setting up for the rest of his team.
Let's see the finish of this VO5 first.
So much control on the fights.
Because currently I'm not sold at all at T1. T1's looking like ass.
Kills the high value targets, and thus far, as highlighted,
like Billy Billy has looked way better than T1 so far.
Trundle. I do have to say though, with Swain, it is a champion where if you start falling behind, it will feel very reminiscent of what happened in T1 in game number 1. We've seen this pick pulled out, I think, a decent amount as not just in the Galio, but into the Ari as well for a little amount of time. But you do need to be able to actually drain tank for it to have consistent value.
Yeah, a champion that can look incredible in the right circumstances, but you're right.
It was
Zed can make quick work of the pick. Interestingly, the Jhin, the MF both banned away. Varus has already been hit, so the options for Guma to sit safely in the backline while the rest of his team dives forward are getting more and more limited. Now, Kaisa is still available, a champion who isn't the best
MSI,
laner,
I believe,
but can follow up on the Galio, can follow up on the Gwen chasing in, although again, they don't have CC to set up the Plasma.
Kaisa's a big risk if you do take that, because there is a lot of lane bullies still available. That's one of the ones that I was going to go for. I like this a lot more. Doggo.
Look at that.
Picking up the
Zed Galio to beat G2. Gigabyte Marines.
What is it going to be?
Classic.
Yeah,
for Guma here.
Okay. Thinking about it.
Kind of fucking basic pick Caitlyn into Guma Yusuf.
We want Guma. Do it. Come on.
Oh, come on.
Come on. Not that. Nope, not that. Yeah.
We're already off the wall. Might as well commit.
Come on, come on, come on.
This, though, it's a known quantity.
Okay, it's fine. It's safe. It's stay. We all want to be Aphelios. Give us the 200 years, but we'll take the 200 stacks instead if he can last that long. And
Caitlyn is the favorite champion of
controversial
Baby Pig.
duo from a lore standpoint, but
controversial duo from a lore standpoint.
Okay. Oh, God.
I hate Thresh here. I really don't like trash here, guys.
You know how I feel about
I think the range supports, but it's like Kaiwing. Are you gonna pick a range support? Is Kaiwing just changing as a player? Is he picking Lux? Because Lux is really good against both. Alright, he's just picking Blitz. He's just picking Blitz. This is counted as a trash. It's good. It's good.
The crank Dracos.
We're gonna have a conversation about American slang after this.
Oh, it's Braum.
Braum.
That's Braum. Okay. Brahm's good.
Blitz is better, no?
Cool the draft off a little bit. Braum locked in. Certainly good with the amount of melee champions. Certainly good to stop the dive, right? An excellent counter dive.
In the past, Trundle Swain used to be a combo, guys.
Now going to be a bit more reliant on driver.
In the past, Swain could pull on any CC that happens.
This is by far the spiciest draft we have seen
Not
all
only
of MSI 2025 so far. And you had the sign and they didn't do it, so I'm sorry.
I don't know what the call is here. I'm gonna talk to the panel.
Enough. In this game, look, I know there's stakes, but it's upper bracket. This is just gonna be awesome.
I can't wait to see how these two comps
So many fucking unique quantities here, bro. Like,
obviously the pick potential with the Thresh always going to be a big talking point. Still have the side lane impact. And we have Doran on one of his most consistent picks. And one of the few picks that can actually chew through the members on CFO. Obviously, in a theoretical world, eventually Senna does, but it takes so long. On the flip side, for CFO, it's mid-game, mid-game, mid-game. Turn that early bot lane oppressive matchup with the Caitlyn into some skirmishing with particularly that Swain to try and nugget T1 an opportunity to play the game.
Chronicler, we're getting ready for game. T1 fans ready, they're excited. But of course.
Alright, do some standing. We didn't do any standing all day.
It's gonna be thrilling. The thing is, I'm a Thresh hater. I have been for many years, but if anyone on the face of this planet can change my mind,
I remember that TikTok when someone talked about trash.
As well.
I remember that.
Book
The Bridge Farm remembers.
No big surprises otherwise.
I think this game, if Gwen gets really strong, she can 1v9 because she can kill Swain through the ult, but
obviously going to be great in the short trades.
If that doesn't happen,
junglers like blind Trundle. There's a lot
I feel like Braum is not good enough to pressure with Kate, so I feel like Senna Trash is actually going to get away with a fine lane here.
The big thing is obviously
and I don't think it's crazy good Trundle value.
Lock down the Z is minimal.
I don't know, the more and more I think about it,
really isn't that many
the teamfight comp of Red Side is quite strong, man.
Owner backline access once we get deeper into the game, right? There isn't, outside of driver, really a lot of immediate
figure out what the angle is here, what the angle of
have to rely on the
pushes.
flash to really catch the Z off guard. But what a draft setup here as Junja has been so consistent. Are they going to target Faker again? The invade will definitely come through. This is
So Red Side comp is so good in teamfight, you know.
A menace as owner.
But I think it's going to be so, like this blue side comp is so strong in between the objectives, you know. So strong on side, yeah, so strong on the mid wave even, because you can lantern out always, hard to pressure.
We get the picture in picture.
On the map, they are aware that owner is there. Not
This
only
is just
that,
a split
they
map.
have also warded his own camp, so they will have a perfect timer
Alright.
of where the Z is going to be at any point. And the
It's
cool thing
E-start, interesting.
even if you don't
They're just chunking to prepare for the Trundle dive, but I don't know if they can crash the wave without
get as
Caitlyn
many
Q.
pot shots on Carrier and on Guma. They're going to try and set up for a dive, because the map is split vertically towards the top side for T1, bot side for CFO. And mid lane is not looking any better, Dracos.
No, it is not looking hot at all. Maybe once the phase rush is there, it gets a bit easier, and obviously support for ganks. Good CC in that
CFO
lane.
just the goats, guys.
For owner, but Junja on the way.
A CFO just the goats.
Close, you can see bottom of your screen. Actually, they're pretty far away.
Ooh, sums are available, but heal is already used by Carrier.
Experience.
And yeah, if they were lower,
No
maybe,
dive
but
angle.
I think the dive would be a gamble. You do really need to stack up that Braum passive.
Maybe they
Can do
go for
quickly
it.
with the
That
auto
Caitlyn
resets
Q
on the
was not
Trundle.
good. They're wasting a lot of time.
No one here to cover.
Here they go. Gumuyushi still level
Carrier
1.
Guma have to
No
survive
heal.
This would be disastrous. Junja starting to walk
Oh
forward. Lays
my
down.
fucking days, bros.
Nice flash backwards.
Senna is so squishy.
Carrier tries to trade back. It will be a 2-for-1 in the favor of CFO. But no one's here to grab this CS. It's an absolute disaster for T1.
Oh my days.
They saw the Caitlyn. We're like, we can get away with the Senna. And as it turns out,
Guys,
very much not the case.
Downfall is in full fucking action.
Comes through for Doggo, and we saw how he played with a lead in game number 1. And
Kumoyoshi is in trouble.
Injury, Doran is just trying his best. The bot
He's
lane
in
is
big
rotating
trouble.
up. They might look for a counter dive, but reinforcements are on the way for Driver.
A little bit lower. Already burned his W. Should be a quick fall. Level up there. Owner, the Living Shadow, comes out, but he's not able to get the auto attack. Not able to get the
Skywing.
And there's a Braum here just waiting for him. One stack.
Early Braum. He wants Doran. Doran's got flash.
Doran starts to run.
Here's his flash.
As well.
What a busy game.
Gets the flash, but I think T1 should just be happy that they didn't give
Koi
over
is
another
kinda
kill
cooked,
to
aren't
this
they?
Caitlyn. Maybe looking for a cancel here.
How much are they willing to take? Built over Peacemaker, forcing him back. Nice advantage for tempo as Driver's already reset TP bot lane.
It's a disaster here in the early game for T1. CFO are just reading them like a book, running around the map. Junja again.
Koishi has no flash.
2 assists before.
Let's see how they extend.
Done.
And also the fact that in that previous
Need
tower
to see how
dive,
they
both kills
extend
go to
here,
Doggo
guys.
is so crucial because look at that serrated Dirk in inventory.
What does JFC stand for?
So much damage in the short trades. Guma's not going to be in a comfortable position to stack at all in this lane.
I don't think he's going to be in a comfortable position to live in this lane. I think stacks are it's like 5 steps.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Okay.
Terrifying prospect.
There is a good amount of vision here. They see Junja.
Koishi, Lantern. All right. Super Korea man. Wow.
Faker. Wandering down to place a little
Driver's
bit
no
of vision.
flash.
Owner is here on the bottom side, but Driver, again, there's no CC for Doran. So as long as Driver doesn't step too far forward here, he's in a decent spot. The cannon wave taking up a bit, but it's not quite a full freeze. Doggo does get rooted.
There, well, T1 know the plot. Get Doran ahead this game.
No flash.
Driver stepping
Doran
up.
can carry such a game.
Just hit level
Wait,
6 though,
Driver
and they just
is
have to
playing
back off.
Grasp and not Phase Rush? That's completely fucking troll, no?
Forward, they know that Owner's not here, so CFO want to get aggressive, but a good flay from Carrier denies the play.
No Phase Rush on Dragoon into Gwen?
Wisely
That
backs off,
can't
will be
be right.
able to get towards the top side of the map.
I feel like Grasp is good level 1, 2,
When the
3.
Zed is in the
But
head, when it comes to
after that,
either gold or CS, to the Trundle, you know the early game not been going the way that you've been looking for. We do see T1 trying to at least fight back a little bit here towards the top side of the map, but this wave state remains
Game
rough.
1
It means
CFO
that Doggo
through.
can take so many pot shots, and again, it's a serrated Dirk, as you highlighted. And Driver, he's chilling. He's Gragas on weak side.
he did build double
Needs
Bramble.
care.
And while Doggo's still wildly far ahead in terms of CS, the range advantage for Carrier at least means they're able to walk up a bit in this lane. But it will just be
Cam is
Junja
cool.
starting the objective, spotted on vision though, importantly. So T1 know they have a window of opportunity if they want to get anything done. Faker already has pressure in mid lane, but really just needs to back at this point as Doran and Driver trading blows.
That was
Cask
Woody,
burn
no
there,
fruity.
Doran, just a quick response, so not a lot can happen.
Owner close to 6, but not there yet. With 6, could maybe be an angle. That trade's actually not going too poorly here.
Doggo with 2 kills, worth a bit of money if they can find it.
Honky already sitting on a giant spell. And Owner, he's like, oh, is there a Raptor camp for me, please? Not yet. Spawning soon, though, so we'll be able to pick that one up. Should be able to get him at least close to level 6.
Alright, calm down,
You're
Baltimore.
gonna take a look here. I don't think, even if Owner hits 6, I don't think he is threatening. Nope, XP not gonna be enough. Looking like the red buff is next on the menu. Should be able to
See if he
steal
can
this
finish
away.
this. Should be able to do so in time, but doesn't have smite. Neither does Junja as he's going to start to path up. Good vision placed previously by Owner means he'll know that it's coming.
Pace of the game not nearly as crazy as previously. We'll see if Fake wants to look for an ult play.
Ping's coming down. Faker ready with ultimate. Guma and Carrier stepping forward. In that brief period of time before the waves crash in mid lane, they know, hey, maybe there's an angle with this Galio to get something done. Junja.
Just want to try and get the crash in, right? Guma desperately needs the back. but
Punishment must
with
fit the
Junja
crime.
showing, I don't know how much they can really do. And Kaiwing just making sure that his wave state remains awkward.
Doran going all in, knows he has the ult advantage. Bit of damage mitigated by the Gragas W, but a quick dash back. Doran just trying to take control of that lane. Kaiwing making sure the backs don't come easy, willing to give up a bit of life just to stop these recalls. It's Swain!
Cancels.
From a different lane from a mile away. Just making tempo so hard for T1.
Swain
They need to try to find ways to try to break Driver, but he's the weak side king, bro.
Tempo. As Junja starting.
The weak side king.
The objective here, I don't think there's anything that T1 can do. Their lanes are pushed in. Owner is just trying to farm up a storm. But as far as T1 blueprints go, it doesn't often look like this. Owner on a carry, not really from a individual player perspective, but just with T1, there's, again, the fact that this core
it's
menu
very hard
of Owner,
to
Faker, Guma, Carrier
very
played
hard
together
to break him.
2021. Like then we have a different top laner, obviously. Say's coming in through Doran now. As a
these Gragas ults need to stop though.
Yeah, the casks, the rest of the Gragas has been good. The casks,
CSing, no notes.
Yep. Which is what matters.
Surviving the ganks, great. As long as there's no fight,
Gragas needs to stop.
Cooldown isn't really going to matter. And with Catalyst, Driver is also not friend whatsoever. But this core, it also means that these players obviously very fine-tuned to one another, and hasn't been often that they've been able to play a style like this. We'll see, because they have to, because I think CFO thus far, they're obviously feeling great. Doggo very far ahead. Now, I have
so
been
many
burned
jumps
by
from
Doggo
Freddy over here
a
on
little
that
bit.
side.
Some of the games that we saw.
Yes.
Gumayushi has 16 souls, guys. 16.
Very, very good as all. The cancel.
Decent damage onto Guma. Lantern about to expire.
What the fuck is happening on our screen right now?
Nice bit of tech there, just putting that control ward down to make it impossible.
Jesus.
Zoom in, but it's still so hard to click.
It's a really good play there.
Oh my days. Well, this pink was not even remotely close, no? Why did Kaiway not play the game?
Souls, by the way. Not having a very fun time. Owner.
Guys, he has 17 souls.
For CFO, as Carrier is just watching his turret get obliterated.
Isn't that good, bro?
This.
Malso had 30 at this game state yesterday.
And I think the good news for T1 is normally when you play Thresh, you really need to snowball, but because the enemy team is all about kind of this death ball, the Lantern alone is a lot. It can do a lot of work in those exchanges. Songkyu, good trade with the Vision of Empire.
Result, TP. That's Kaiwing coming in on the Brom. It's a
creative use.
Owner and Kaiwing. Flexing Penguin versus Angry Bee.
True. I mean, Kaiwing does have the power of Kebab on his side.
That is my favorite Brom skin.
It's great. It's fantastic.
This does buy Guma a little bit of time.
Oh, observers have a different opinion as we randomly pan down to Superfan Gragas.
It's good.
It's in the running. CFO skin game on point. It's Doggo and Kaiwing. Pretty comfortable to just sit here. Faker, of course, itemizing early MR means wave clear okay, but it's all base damages.
Slow misses.
Thorn ulting.
And Driver, he's living his best life. Sidestepping, not being threatened, and it's again, look at the vision that's there. Owner can look for these plays, but
Grubby collection.
CFO is very
Gali on the
keenly
TV
aware
flank.
of where this player is at any given point in time. The TP, it's just Faker. And he can't really do too much to Hongkyu
Nice, he
in the
got pulled
1v1
out, couldn't kill
CFO.
the minions.
It's not quite the explosiveness that we got in the previous game. And this gold lead on Doggo, good as it is going to matter less as we get deeper into the game, because I do want to draw your attention
The moths are
to the
entering
Zed
my
that
building
is sitting
again.
on an item.
These
And
fucking
that is going to
hoes.
become an increasingly big problem unless
I thought
we
we were
see both
insect free.
Kaiwing and Driver do their best bodyguard impression.
Junja contesting here a bit in mid lane. And I think it's important to remember that CFO have been, hold that thought, as Driver. Taking some risk there, but we'll be able to walk away. Extra sustain from the Cattles, making it good, but Doran! Driver.
Is Doran gonna be the hero of T1, guys?
On the flash
He needs to be.
He has an item. That's a kill, and T1 maybe want to turn this into more.
Tried to find the kill on Gragooner.
Or doesn't find red of the ult.
Gragas has no TP. Brom ult. Gumushi on Lantern. Junjia. The Galio Zed ult. Junjia flashes into fucking Zed.
Gumushi has to hold on because
He lives. He lives.
Keeping the fight going, and it's Faker
He
who's now in trouble
lives.
trying to run away as the Galio.
Trash is down.
So far, the single
Oh
kill.
my
Carrier taken down.
god.
Faker forced to flash out.
Oh.
Hongkyu on the chase.
They're caught. Swain, ultimate time's out though. Health bars are low.
Hongkyu's pretty damn powerful. Healthy as well. Nice
Alright.
sidestep from Doran on multiple abilities. Wants to turn things back
That's
with
the
his
ultimate. They're trying to fight
going
back.
in. Gets hit
T1.
for the weak, doing some damage. Not actually able to get a pass.
Get one
off.
back.
It's all Doran, really. And this
Fucking
isn't where I
Gia
expected
lifts
to
him.
be
That's
in the game
crazy,
3, but
bro.
it really is just Doran again. Last game it was Jax. This time around it's the Gwen making the difference in that fight to keep things close. But still, CFO pulling ahead.
Yeah, this is all on Zed and
side
Gwen's
for T1.
hands, guys.
Let's trying to do the heavy lifting here as we take another look. Carrier doesn't find the hook, but even if he finds Kaiwing, it's not going to mean too much. But Owner
think everyone
doesn't
should
find
applaud
the
Tanky
damage
for this.
onto Junja.
It's a marvelous
Obviously,
joke.
there's so much healing, and then the
Shout out
flash
to
over the
Tanky,
wall.
my homie
Doran
Tanky.
doesn't have his dash, so he doesn't actually get to kill him. And then meanwhile, while that's happening, Hongq obviously takes absolutely 0 damage. Guma can't threaten him, 3 levels down. So Hongq gets to live his best Swain life and just stand amongst multiple people, cycling
Bro,
cooldowns.
this is one of the worst series in an international competition I've seen from Faker.
Anything out of that, I think, kind of insane. I was caught off guard, so was CFO, but the lead for them still grown. 2 Drakes, 1.7k gold.
Doggo continuing to step up hard for Keria without any other slows to hit a piece of CC. And I think it's important to remember how domestically dominant CFO have been in 2025, and even the games they were able to find on the first stand stage. We didn't know how this would transition into MSI. We didn't know if this was just a blip on the radar. As so often when you look at PCS, when you look at the former LMS region, super top heavy. And while they did have some good games, it didn't always transition. But right now in this game 3, it's CFO in control after a win. T1 have tools, but their composition, it's hard to play. It's difficult to execute.
I do think
Alright, Driver, you're gonna ult now. He doesn't have W. Bro, the way the time to ult was here, no?
But some of the team fights can be looking rough. Right there, Doran was basically, I don't know, like 10, 15 AP away from first killing Driver, and then Owner was also quite close to taking down Junja. If that type of attention is paid towards Doggo, it's going to be how well can the rest of the team facilitate and disengage. As Owner does his W, so he's fine, but I want you to look at the itemization, right? Hongq going for Rylai's first, obviously, to both endlessly maintain his ultimate, but also to just provide more value for the team, provide that CC. Driver obviously has incredible disengage. Gragas' entire kit can both set up or knock enemies away. And then Braum kind of
item on everybody on red side.
Champion's whole identity.
Blue side is semi-matched. It's just Faker that doesn't have an item. And Keria too.
Champions like Swain also going to fall off in relative value once Owner, Doran, or Guma get to enough items or stacks respectively.
Currently CFO in full control of the objectives on the map. One more Drake will be sole point for them.
Owner got cut
hold
off.
on to this control. Before those power points come through for T1, it's Chemtech.
Gragas and Swain.
And Trundle, yep. Again, not always the ideal role, but this is about the best composition you could hope for in a Chemtech Soul game.
Beats managed to top tanky.
Take down, and we do see pace of the game a lot slower for CFO, understandable, because I think they're going to be having their eyes fully towards that dragon. And for T1,
who wants joke of the day?
Get Doran to a second item, maybe for Owner as well. Gumayushi obviously sitting at
29 stacks.
Not even 30 stacks right now. So it's going to take such a long time for him to really be relevant in this game. The gold lead has remained stable though, and that's something that I think T1 is going to hold on to. But for CFO, as long as you deny Owner access to the backline, that fight should look disgusting.
Alright, look at that. Gwen into Swain.
Dorn making the fast play, hiding in the brush, waiting to
collapse. Oh, he missed R, guys. He missed R.
Dorn trying to get fancy, but he misses! Hongq! The laughter from the audience, Dorn, a massive misstep.
Oh, Doran. You're not gonna outlive the allegations, Doran. Doran, this was your moment. This was your moment, Doran. Did he know? Did you see this? Oh my days, bros.
You shouldn't love him at his best.
Zeus died for this? Nah, bro.
To make a fumble like that. He is the
Zeus
one
left.
strong point.
Cannot. So right here, really nice little sidestep there from Hongq. And then right here,
oh man,
snip that is about to come
bro,
through.
he got completely, bro. He got fucking, you know, in the basketball move when they like fake and the other guy falls over. That is insane, bro. Oh, they cut out the sound from what Doran said because he said, "Ah, Shiba."
Getting bigger. That is Doran. No flash, by the way, available for this upcoming fight. And unless they're able to like take out Doggo immediately or somehow find a way to do it,
going again.
Is this a replay?
Another ulti.
All right, round two.
Connect this time. Owner is here.
Hongq's got flash.
Oh, he is dead.
The entire team collapsing. Hongq wants to try and clear the way. Owner's on the way, and he should just fall here. Grass back is good. Senna ulti
oh, nice pulling, because he's getting majority of the wave. I respect that. But T1 know the name of the game. Get Doran fed. That's the name of the game. Senna, Thresh, you guys are going to be useless. Faker, you're a support. You don't even have one item.
You're losing soul point. Faker will be fine, but the bot lane turret most certainly won't be. As the outer has already fallen, inner imminent here as well. Free grubs for CFO.
Oh, he hits one. He hits one.
Driver on the way up knows that ulti isn't available, taking his sweet time.
This is solo bolo, guys. This is solo bolo.
Cooldown's going to be incredibly low.
This is solo bolo.
Dashes over the wall, the quick flash to follow. Body slam in the kill. That cask connecting.
The gold lead keeps getting bigger. The Chemtech soul point is available.
Doran.
Stacks nowhere to be found.
Doran the Moran. Doran the Moran.
Is belly flopping his way.
Doran the Moran, guys.
Further reducing the only lead in
Doran
terms of
the
gold
Moran.
that T1 was still clinging on to, Dracos.
Gold lead continues to grow. Soul in 4 minutes on the cards. Otacon in 1.
Holy moly. Sub in Poby. Sub in Reckless. Sub in Smash.
CFO have setup. And because they're getting Prio on their side lane,
Sub in Easy Home.
those Caitlyn traps are going to be
Ask
a
Easy Home if you can play. Borrow him from Billy Billy.
Eat that empowered headshot.
So we see the setup. Thus far, I don't expect CFO to really take any big risks.
Gumushi is 30 souls,
even have
bro.
a second item yet, by the way. That's going to be a lot worse when it does come through.
Dogo, 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 bro.
Fresh. Great argumentation for
guys,
fresh
they also have
haters,
soul
I gotta
points.
say.
They
Thus
have
far,
3
not able
grubs.
to really make a big impact in this game.
And look, I'll give you
They are
that.
massive, bro. Massive.
But if you get a lead, this champion
Alright,
can be
Faker,
incredibly
what the
powerful. If you
fuck
fall
was
behind,
that, bro?
You are on lantern duty, which in some games can be enough.
Doing worse than BB,
Similar
no.
to what CFO wants, set up first.
That's
Thresh
too
has
far.
set up first. It's easy to play these fights. You can deny the engage. The Flay can be such a powerful tool, especially against a champion like the Gragas, but it's just so hard.
And because of the laning leads, because of the leads for CFO, look at this. We keep going back to this, but the amount of vision that they have.
I don't know, they are pushing
Prio
so deep
means
waves
that
as well.
T1 just doesn't get to create
Like, you
the
can't
volatility
be
we
allowed
saw
to be
in that
weaker
game
on
number
side
one
in
as
such a game, you
Lantern
know?
duty.
You're not
Do
allowed to
that
be
at
weak
least.
on side with Doran.
For Carrier,
Owner's trying to
making
contest
some of
through
the
mid,
massive plays
but
that turn the
I
game
think
back in their
it's
favor. Now stuck
not
on lantern
possible.
duty. It does just make the game more difficult.
T1 obviously not going to back down from a fight. It's
Oh.
Okay. Ace
Goodbye,
goes
face,
a little
says
bit away. Of course,
Gumushi.
there's a cleanse and an ulti. Carry also with the
A lot
heal.
of mages on the red side.
Dracos, that's my read on that one.
I mean, he
I wonder what
needs
Doran's
stats.
third item is going to be.
Bit of range, bit of
Kind of hard to
damage,
choose, I feel like.
Not too much yet.
So for CFO, the things to avoid are obviously over-investing in the Otacon. Can be a big turning point, no matter the game state.
Faker.
Keep your carry safe. Doggo must be protected at all costs. Although this early in the game, even the damage from Swain, still a really big deal, especially if he can finish Leandris before this dragon fight starts in 2 minutes. Same for Junja. This is Trundle.
Faker has been so fucking quiet this series.
Fall off, but level 12, sitting on
Very
the Triforce
quiet.
as well.
But opposite loud in a bad way.
Driver and Doran.
The driver has so much MR, man. He's so strong because he can just itemize so freely into the side lane matchup.
Flash up for Doran, crucially. Driver does not have his. Cleanse, heal on the side of Carrier. Heal, exhaust for Kaiwing.
Towards a breaking point. Either T1 finally going to get a
Doggo.
teamfight wins. Doggo!
Oh, huge. The flash throw from Doggo is mentally ill. What the fuck was his flash? Oh,
T1 see an angle, they're desperate to take it.
Jesus.
The side of CFO, Doggo. Oh, overconfident, over-eager.
Drinking 1 minute, he has no fucking flash.
I think they're
Carrier
gonna
gets a
have to
hook.
pull- They need to get something out of this, right? T1 are going to try
Crazy
and turn
Carrier
this
hook.
into maybe an Otacon.
Craziest
Fake out,
fucking flash
looking
forward
for a
I've ever
turn
seen.
is my guess. Faker has his
I didn't
ultimate
see what Faker
available.
did. Was it terrible?
CFO, they're ready.
Doggo's not here. He's most of the gold lead when he's not in the area. It's so damn
Okay.
close. Driver already caught by the
Doran
hook.
turns. Here's the Gali ultimate. Body bumps Driver. Atakan has been CFO's biggest enemy. That's a hook in. Swain. Swain poops on Gwen. Swain is sucking.
Can't finish the job. Honq standing. He needs
Yeah,
to
Atakan
rejuvenate.
is.
He needs to heal going, so he's gonna flash forward.
Flash forward.
Full committing. He gets
Got the poof.
Doggo is
Doggo.
here. Just
Bam,
in
bam,
time.
bam.
The final moments of Honq
Atakan is gone.
given to get the 80
Owner
carry into the
is looking
fight.
for
And now
steal.
you have to be careful, Owner. You need to make this
He's
deal
gonna,
happen.
guys.
He's vision. Going over the wall.
Owner is
Just a bit of
so
poke.
close to getting
Owner knows if he
fucking. He's
overcommits,
very
he
close
won't be
to
able
getting
steal the
lethal, by the way,
objective.
by Caitlyn ult.
50-50, the coin flip, and CFO bet on themselves. Lantern laid
Owner
down.
was looking for
Owner
a
does
W
not
onto
wanna
Lantern
take
and
the
smite,
risk.
but
It's Otacon to CFO.
oof.
Carry out.
Okay.
Takes the
Collector, Caitlyn damage
Otacon
is
goes
kind
to
of fucking
CFO.
scary.
But the resets will come through for the Dragon. As we
Atakan.
take a look, obviously, this starts with
The flash forward was fucking nice from Honq there on the next
but
spoof that he
early on,
got.
the base damages are still a big deal. And you can see T1
Very
wanting
nice.
to try and push as hard as they can.
Crazy the
They
kill
don't
drives
have
through
the
all that
damage
MR.
to kill this Swain. Honkyu realizes this,
Then the
goes
flash.
back in, and
He flashed for
eventually
the
they
poof.
will take him down, but the cost
That slow is crazy with the pillar
massive
as well.
because Doggo arrives, quickly picks up 2 free kills. Another double kill for the man. And now T1
Yeah, this
so
Otacon start
much
was kind of
use there.
fucking mental. Looking back at
In
it,
this fight, they
this
can't
Chemtech Soul
afford
is
to
really
not
insane,
take.
guys.
And credit to T1, they did manage to find a solid fight, but ultimately CFO were
Baby
simply too
Pig was
far
right,
ahead
guys.
and managed to buy
Cadence
just enough
is
time for
OP.
Doggo to get there. Now,
That's a
have to
hook.
walk into the brush
Baker
here.
takes a
You
trap,
see
but he's
Baker
not that
taking chunks of
tanky, guys.
damage. Doggo ready to lay down just another trap.
Another trap
Carry
down.
was good with the
They're
hook
just keeping
previously,
this on lock.
and that
The
chaotic
driver's
melee
keeping
brush
Zeus in
can
position.
do a lot of work, but this time CFO not looking to
Doran
get
in
that
position. That's the brawl ult. Gumiyushi cleanses it. Was that a trap? Was that a fucking trap if Gumiyushi walked on?
Does have his flash available.
Or how did he get? Why did he need to do his cleanse?
Celestial opposition popped though by the Vision of Empire from Honkyu. That's going to mean Carry is much squishier. Doran poking, prodding, looking over the wall.
His soul owner, Gumiyushi, you guys need to activate that fucking monkey paw that steals objectives.
2 levels down.
No flash for the Zed though. Trap
You
connects.
gotta
Doggo
get
quick
it.
in a
You
range.
gotta get
Faker
it.
off to the side.
Driver with the
Faker
combo on
is it
Doran
going
gets
now?
him
Ulti's now
deep.
coming out instantly
They're
into the back line.
collapsing.
Looking for a bit of follow-up.
Fresh found a hook on Braun, but it's just terrible. It doesn't matter.
The double kill! Domination! In game 3 from CFO! It's Doggo's time to
The
shine.
flash over to deny him as well.
Doggo! In the face of the reigning world champions! Stands tall!
What the
Look at that fight! It's all they got is the Gragas.
Holy, holy.
Soul to CFO. Heads up to Doggo. A T1 on
Koi,
the
koi,
verge
koi.
of something that none of us were
Guys,
expecting coming
CFO
into
completely
today.
fucking cooking, but I have to say T1 is also looking mighty ass, bro. They're looking mighty ass.
But the trap, I think, unnoticed.
The
Watch
prep
owner
and
goes
the
in,
gaming.
locked up, steps onto the trap in a moment. He thought he would succeed,
Holy.
exhausted as well, and there's nothing there for T1.
The Caitlyn's, the people that have the confidence to slam Caitlyn are
Doggo is
just
so ready for this.
getting it done,
Even
bro.
without the flash. It doesn't matter that his sums aren't
Oof.
available. Even the ultimate from Faker just gets cancelled.
Oh, all the
leisurely
T1 fans, look how unhappy they are.
A pillar from
Holy
Junja. I'm sorry
moly.
about giving you a tough time on the blind trundle.
Jesus, bro.
Owner gonna steal, at the very least, the blue buff.
T1's getting stomped, bro.
CFO,
They're getting stomped.
Again, on track for
They're
a
getting
dominant
straight
win. Doggo,
stomped.
now fearless. Third ever pentakill, finds it against T1 on an international stage in an even series. Are you kidding me? How could he not be?
T1 is overgrouping, right? That's why Doran is still level 14. They need to respond. Might be goaded into another fight, but obviously CFO happy to take that.
T1, again, feel like they have to contest. 10K, they managed to
They have
find
nothing to do,
Carry
guys.
caught up before
Like
finding
Carrier's
the
trying
Stars
to
owner.
face check to
Has to
get
be
some
the difference
info
maker.
for
They need to
Nash,
steal.
but they just can't. They literally can't. They're completely like outscaled.
Doggo is untouched. The back
That's a
line
fucking
untouched,
hourglass.
And the front line is too damn tanky.
He dies. Oh, I thought Collector would be enough.
There's too many.
And T1, they keep trying.
Wow,
they keep
CFO,
hoping
bro.
that they can outplay, that they can out-execute.
The
but
fucking
CFO are
early
ready
mid game is
every
fucking nuts, bro.
single time.
Who cares if your
Unfazed by the
objective
pace
setup
of
is not
game
good?
that
Just
T1 are
win the
looking to play.
game
Happy now
before
to
it
take the
matters.
Baron.
Jesus
And it was
Christ,
the
bro.
expectation that it was Kaiwing that was going to be struggling when it comes to the support champion pool.
My lord.
But instead, this Fresh, dead in the water. First the Nami, now the Braum. Kaiwing standing guard, keeping his 10-0 and free 80 carry safe from everything that T1 is trying to throw at them.
And game 1 felt so much about what
Kaiwing
Junja
can
could do
play
in the
Nautilus
early game.
still.
And again, he had a fantastic early game. But Doggo now in 2 consecutive games back-to-back with Kaiwing at his side.
Was Rakan picked?
Has been that lethal threat. T1 looking out of sorts.
Was Arasa picked? Was
Chance
Red
to
picked?
rally in another game, perhaps one
chat
more
is
fight
lying,
to rally
no?
in this one. Serpent's Fang there to reduce
So
some
fucking Nico,
healing,
Lucian.
but no healing reduction on this team. They
Leona, Renata.
Careful about walking
Bro,
forward.
the chat is just lying.
Throws down the bomba, finds the connection to the wall, but not quite the right angle.
Chat is just lying.
The siege begins.
Trying to catch me while I'm sleepy.
Did not want to be as T1 facing down a Baron empowered Caitlyn with this kind
Doran
of
is buying Shadow Flame?
Owner praying for an angle into the back
Are you having a laugh?
Single moment where CFO
Are you having a fucking laugh?
We saw them in game 1.
Shadow Flame. You see how much magic this is on the enemy team?
Really does.
Shadow Flame, bro.
6k gold lead. The hooks not quite finding the mark. Guma still not getting close to the stack, but maybe 80 is where we can start seeing him have a little bit of an impact in the fight. A third item, but
Doran splitting.
It's
Wants
something.
to get something back.
Got the bounty.
Forces the response.
Will make his way out.
Yeah, broken open now. Doran finds a way to escape.
Didn't the Canadian truckers go on strike?
Down, bot lane likely to fall as well.
Will they go on strike again?
What we were talking about in game number 2. As long as CFO don't give an objective flip to T1, T1 is just going to be confined to their base. CFO run the map as carrier has the flash.
Forced out.
They might look for the end here, Dracos.
Doggo still standing. He's
There's nothing that Dion can actually do. There's nothing. Like the CFO can literally run it down and they will still win the fight.
Ready to go in. Finds Doggo. Finds the death mark. Shield across the top. Doggo still standing. The death mark. Not enough. And in the back.
Oh, they all live.
The Tomq continuing to run rampant. Doran doing everything he can. A few snips, but not nearly enough to cut down CFO.
Wow.
Domination again in back-to-back games as CFO
Holy moly.
And 2 games in a row now. CFO is just straight up better.
Oof.
Every lane doing great. The
Guys.
team fight's impeccable. The objective control unmatched by T1.
Guys, CFO prep is making the enemy completely fucking dizzy, by the way. I think also Faker has completely ran out of champs though. My man is blind picking Galio. And then Honkyu just has Swain ready to go like that into the triple melee comp.
That CFO first is the only team coming back after first
Holy fuck, man. Bro, they are playing better everywhere.
Turns out was not just a
There's not a single player that is getting outperformed here.
Them showing up and
They're playing better individually, they're drafting better, and also,
this is a team where they're unequivocally the
this
best
is fucking
LCK
nuts,
team,
man.
right? Yeah. And you look at their gameplay.
Oh, there was one guy
domestically,
who
and you're like,
predicted
they
CFO
get
to
in
beat
their
T1.
own way
It was the caster of CFO
Today,
and the LCP.
they've been so clean at times, except for game 1 was a little back and forth.
Faker does not play Talia, bro.
Honkyu with the Swain
It was
pick.
me, I did.
He played it once into Galio
Bro,
against Gam.
your
and
random
split
Twitch
one.
chatter, Vestian as a caster, was on a show with me and Thorin, you know?
The LCP fans, the analysts, the boys, Vestian, like Blue Panda, like all those guys, Molecule, they are the ones that are always
You have no
sitting
currency,
with
my
these
man.
guys, like watch our region, they are so good. And then being able to see how well Honkyu just is able to pilot this pick. By the way, Swain in this draft, Z tier.
Yeah,
like,
right?
Just going up
Holy
against,
fuck,
like,
guys.
and Braum as well. Going up against Galio, and then being able to like just kite back against all of these picks, I think it was really tough for T1, especially if you lose that first fight. It's really hard to be able to take a sustained
Oof.
fight against them. So I really
Where do we go
enjoyed
from
the
here,
draft
guys?
and the
I think
gameplay
T1 need to
on
go
top
red
of
side,
it.
no?
It all started from bot lane with a very early double kill for Dogo, and he kept on steamrolling on them,
dive and
leading to a
the split
pentakill
map was
at
insane.
24 minutes in game. Statement
And
series
Doran
from
tried
Big
so hard to
but this
carry,
kid's
kind
game,
of
spot on.
Yeah, absolutely.
fell over himself,
And
sadly.
I want to reiterate again, because of this BP frontline, because no one can deal with this Swain, he ends up absolutely popping off. And I want to revisit something he said going into this series, right? Where he said, this is my MSI. I really feel like I earned the right to be here.
Yeah.
Unlike when he was subbing in on PSG Talon. What a statement game from him.
Just a statement, and just on top of that, I mean, I keep going back to it, but you're playing Galio, Gwen, double AP, so they're just gonna stack up on magic resist like tier 2 or tier 3 Merc tread boots are gonna make it really difficult. You're trying to split or play on sides on Gwen, well guess what, like the Galio's
Could have been a fucking 3-0, man.
The Gragas is not gonna allow you to. Like, I felt like all these aspects,
Yeah, like-
the only thing that had the opening
When I say Faker is running out of champions,
as long as the Gragas played well
I am being realistic, you know, and not just like he clearly does not fucking play Talia. Clearly doesn't want to play fucking Yone.
What do we think of
Like
Azir
gets banned.
Because, I know Dracos was talking about the fact that
Ari is next in line.
She's not a champion that we want to see. I appreciate the shout out from Keria to his coach playing the Samsung white skin from Mata. That was it. Otherwise, the champion completely useless.
Yeah, he had a really, really rough time in this game. I see the idea with, again, the Galio for Faker, an iconic pick, was really stymied by
Would this be the biggest upset of all time?
response, right? But you can
Nah, I still think DRX beating like T1 in the World Finals.
when they get rolling, they can absolutely make picks and destroy on side lanes. In particular, the Gwen is something that I think Doran has looked absolutely stellar on, especially in the playoffs qualifying here. But it's this 3-4-5 coming out of CFO that I think is really good. And also the way they built on, for example, bringing back in Driver. Okay, he's the Gragas guy. Guess what he's playing? Gragas.
G2 beat Bilibili last year at MSI. Well, we are just lying.
The Gragas Trundle and then the Swain on 3, dealing with like what Gwen, Galio...
G2 has never been close. Well, they have been close once, I guess, to beating Bilibili.
I think it's really smart, and I'm interested in what the rest of this draft is going to look like. Now, you're on series point.
Yeah.
Oh shit, Kawing doesn't have melee supers anymore? Is that a joke? That has to be a joke, right? In reference of the other guy.
Be a fan of CFO as a team.
What are we looking at here for the potential last game of CFO or
you're just memeing the other guy, right?
Because first, I don't know which top laner is CFO gonna bring here. Are they gonna swap again? What is the plan? We do not know yet. But do they have enough resources? Do they have enough weapons to strike again in draft? Because so far they've been really creative and answering to each and every one of T1
did beat Bilibili. The fuck you on about?
Yeah.
I can link the video.
The big thing for me is that they've kept they kept Kaiwing on stuff that he's comfortable on, but also then he came out with the Nami, right? Looked super practiced
I'm giga autistic when it comes to my fucking league memory, bro.
Because I feel like in
music
this
memory
specifically, they
and
had,
league memory,
CFO
bro.
had a really good idea
Those
of
are my
what they wanted
superpowers,
to do.
man.
They did the invade. They did the 3 camp into gank to really try to get this Caitlyn ahead. It ended up being a 2-for-1, but both those kills went to Doggo, set him up in a great position.
Yeah, even just, you pretty much mentioned it, like the bot dive really sucked for T1. Not being able to defend it was awful. And then, of course, ever since the failed 50-50, looking for like the Gwen dive top
Yeah, I
lane
think
on
G2 beating RNG is a bigger upset than this.
That didn't work out well, and he started to just really fall behind from that point. As long as those elements work, then they really can put this to game 5.
And we're running it again. The rest is sub back in. They really want to make it complicated here for T1. So obviously they have a plan. They came in ready. They have the support from the crowd as well. Let's see if CFO can close out this series right after the break.
this is fake. Bro, this is the realest fucking 2-1 ever, bro. How could this be fake? Bro, it looks like a fucking Sekiro boss, bro. The pool looks kind of fucking nuts. Is this pay to lose? The skin looks kind of cool, bro, but I wouldn't pay more than €5. Okay. That's a gacha skin? Suka mucho, bro.
No flash for the Zed though. Trap connects. Doggo can't quite get into range. Faker off to the side. Faker with the flank. Is it going enough? Ulti's now coming out instantly into the back line. Looking for a bit of follow-up. Owner still standing for rebound, but he gets hit by the trap.
Coach Guerra with the most generic comment ever. Sorry. I'm in Demon Hours.
In game 3 from CFO.
CFO LCP with an upset win. Wow, people are really sleeping on LCP.
In the face of the reigning world champions.
And then you say it's a 2-team region when GAM made like a miracle run to make it through, you know?
CFO.
When nobody expected GAM to make it through over PSG.
One of two things, Silver Scrapes or the biggest upset in League of Legends since DRX's 2022 Worlds run.
Holy Dracos looks like a wizard,
really
bro.
Believe in top esports, but
I think wearing a double-breasted coat and not closing it is a war crime, bro.
This is not the day we were expecting.
That's a painful stray. We did also, you know, give through a bunch
I'm
of
sorry,
KT
guys.
as well. I'm not even
If you say silly things in chat right now, I'm going to cook you. That's the vibe right now.
CFO, with the level of play that they're showing it today, I think it's warranted to just really highlight everything coming together. I think we can even see the fact that they have a 6-man roster that actually is working.
Thank you,
they're
Fire Off,
very
another
heavily
joke.
leaning in towards, and that very clearly they're still
Well, Jax looks slick, but I think wearing a double-breasted suit and not closing it is crazy.
Vibes for the whole game.
I think the fact that
Al Capone is like moving in his grave,
after a
bro.
win with Rest, they felt comfortable swapping back to Driver is a testament to this. Because a lot of
Cook
teams,
me you want?
when you find a win against
Bro,
a team
you were
that
the one who said that G2 beat Billy Billy, and you sent one BO1 win in the best of 3 that they lost.
And now they're swim swapping like it's nothing. And after that last game, playing a lot of stylish picks, finding a way to make a composition, which we talked about, had some weaknesses, had some clear holes. Work, level of confidence must be sky high as we head into this game.
And there's so much coming together. There's Junja's early game.
Yep.
There is both Driver and Rest offering their champion pools. There's Honkyu being the better in the 1v1 matchup in really every single game. Obviously, partially aided by Junja, but also by his own accord, the impact he's able to have in these fights.
Rat Borat will never be forgotten.
Has been perhaps the most one-sided of the day. Doggo
And you are who is still getting rage baited.
Not a stranger to breakout performances, but to do it against Gumayushi and Keria is insane. And for T1, it's also important to note that they are the representatives of the LCK, but they were not the favorite coming into Hanwha Life. Peaked very hard, and I'm not gonna lie, when I saw that, I'm like, oh, we're back here. We've been here countless times. As T1,
it's a
the
script
ebb and
we've
flow.
seen a few times.
We get to internationals, they get it together. But what we're witnessing here is a lot of the reason why T1 was third and why they weren't a favorite whatsoever. It is Keria not showing up on the day. It's Faker really struggling in lane, and if he doesn't have an impact, T1 looks a lot worse. And as we go here in this final draft with match point for CFO, we'll see if T1 can bring us to the game 5. And
I didn't ban him, by the way.
I would love a game 5, Dracos. Come on!
Game 5. As would all the T1 fans in the house as we get in. Match point for CFO. T1 once again on the blue side,
game
CFO
5.
on red. And you highlighted it beautifully. T1, a team that always, when it counts,
Don't ban people ever again, Patfoot. I'm going to ban you.
Always.
I'm playing around with them. This is my content.
Well, sadly for them, this is
ban on blue.
moments. This is the right moment. This is the moment where you have to deliver that incredible performance for another shot for a single game to decide if you'll stay in the upper bracket or go down to lower. One best of 5 away from elimination.
Alzir ban, hold third ban.
TF banned, York banned
Saya
as
ban,
well.
okay.
Champion shared by both Rest and Driver. Hence
We're gonna
the
see
double bans
Honkyu,
here.
Silas
The Zaya
into
banned again.
Like that.
Fakers,
Definitely
Ari.
one of Gumayushi's strongest picks. Also, Carrias Rakan, notorious.
T1, go for first pick
similar
Varus.
reasons.
I'm begging you, bro. Just go for
And it's
first
also
pick
been the
Varus, please.
drafts for CFO.
Don't
and
ban Varus
I
on blue
don't
side.
like
Stop doing
pointing
this shit.
towards draft
Go
too
for first
much,
pick
right?
Varus.
Because I feel like it takes away from the gameplay. For CFO, the
If the
gameplay
enemy
has
bans
been there,
Varus
as
here,
this is a
you fucking slam
very
rumble,
obvious
okay? You
B1
slam rumble.
angle with that ban of the Ornn Galio already taken away, so we'll see if CFO
Trust me, daddy.
recognize and want to ban it. But T1, they're going to have
Trust
to rally
me.
here, or CFO are going to get the 3-1 upset. And even in game 1, you can argue that CFO, for a lot of the decision-making, looked better. It was the skirmishing of T1 that got them back in, that got them that win.
Alzir ban, first pick
played that
Varus.
a little bit more respectful. Could have just
Oh,
been
Gumayushi
looking
has
at a
Jin into
sweep,
it.
as
You
it's
can
going
first
to
pick
be the
Rumble
comfort
too. I don't
Faker
mind.
taken away
Go
instead.
Rumble. You have Jin into Varus. It's okay.
Still on the table.
All tanks are out. It's good. First pick Rumble. Enemy takes Varus. You go Jin.
In some regions,
And then
as a top
the
lane
chatter
counter
mentioned
pick.
it before.
Rest
Chatter
known for
mentioned
the
it before.
spice
I
of
low-key cooked him
For
for
now,
it.
that might be a bridge
But
too
Faker
far.
will
Certainly not a
maybe
pick you want
look
to
for
give
Yon. But I think
away.
it's more
We're
likely
looking
to
at
just
a
pick
T1
Ari or
draft where
Silas into Ari.
Puma has a lot of potential powerful picks, both the Varus and the Jin, very much in his wheelhouse.
For Rest,
Junjia going
considerations
Sejuani
here.
here.
Mbessa,
Okay.
insanely strong when you can get to your spikes. Saw them even
Sejuani,
earlier today,
Pakistani.
although didn't lead
Juan.
to a win for Mern. We still saw the impact in the fights.
Lobster.
There is still a good amount of junglers available here.
Lobster.
Junja going to be picking up the Skarner here. As owner will have an opportunity to try and look for a counter pick, but not that much is still available here. Faker's pick, I think, also
Senna
soon
gets
to come
giga
through,
hurt
but
by being in a
really
losing
gonna go
matchup.
towards, like
Like,
Orianna is a
There's
consideration.
no shutdown that can
find
give
a
you
good
your
AD
souls
jungler,
back.
can also just
Kind
go
of
for
crazy
comfort
that
for Guma.
Gumayushi gets Varus.
Pick up that Varus, but into an Mbessa that is already a little spooky Dracos.
CFO prioritizing some comfortable options
Ari.
here, but giving away a cornucopia of powerhouse meta picks.
I think they're contemplating here if they have enough AD junglers.
At the start of this draft
Yeah.
phase, now the Poppy to follow.
Really
a good tool for
contemplating if they have enough AD junglers.
Potential flex as well.
Yeah.
And I
This
think
is
that
looking to be a
they were
flex.
lacking.
With the
So
form
they
that Carry
slammed
has been in
Poppy.
today, seen him pull off some absolutely heist level gameplay with this Poppy, but today's been very, very muted. Kairing really getting the better of him together with Doggo. So I'm guessing this is going to go towards owner.
on gin and juice.
Jin, I would love this here
Laid
because
back.
even if T1 end up
With my
clawing
man
their
and my
way
money
to a
and my
game number
money and my
5,
man.
this is a pick that they would have loved to have. One of Guma's other big comfort picks.
What
And
does he
with the
play,
Mbessa,
guys?
You have a lot of backline threat.
If Ari
Going to take away a possible
gets
setup.
banned or Silas gets banned,
They'll go
because they
on
can
the
ban
Jhin,
Silas,
gonna be able to
pick
play
Ari
the rest of his
4.
teammates very nicely.
And then I think
Definitely will
probably
be.
Faker will play Orianna.
Skarner as well, so pretty solid engage options
It's getting
for CFO.
it's
a good
getting
follow-up with the
random
Jhin.
out here.
A little bit more CC might be needed from the side of T1, but a lot of magic damage, a lot of range. It's
Alright, we're
excellent
just randomly
disengage tools.
screaming.
I really
Okay.
like what they've got here. It's not the spiciest draft, but it's
I wonder
just
how
so powerful.
Lee Sin ban.
There are still so many engage
Lee
ports
Sin
left.
ban.
And obviously a lot of them do not like playing into Poppy. That is
They're
important
like,
to know.
Faker, play
But
what you
Nautilus
want,
is still
son.
available. Alistair is still available. Rakan is still available. All options here. Rel, I didn't even finish the sentence, or it's already banned away. As we do
Are we banning
expect
Silas,
Owner to
picking
go
Ari?
towards an
Is that
AD
what's gonna
top
happen here,
laner,
guys?
Or AD jungler here, rather.
Yep.
Again, if it is not the Poppy, but you can see, I think CFO kind of hedging their bets, which doesn't make
Sub to
sense.
Keiju. Nice, he gets
continuing
back
to
up.
Put pressure on Kai Wing's
He gets
champion
back
pool
up.
again. Pretty universally agreed upon weak point, but we've gone so late in the draft, and so
Nocturne.
few of the engage options have
Oh,
been
I like the
taken that
Nocturne. It's a good ban.
still picks like the Alistair up and available. Obviously,
Could be
really
also
struggled
AP
into
jungle
the Poppy.
into AD mid
Kind of getting
in
towards
Yon.
picks like Neferi, like Viego.
I don't know.
Been quite as successful. Clearly the read from
Because
CFO is
Giga
that this Poppy is going
underperforming.
towards Carrier.
Want to take away some of the picks that can threaten Doggo on the back
Alistair
line,
is
it seems
open.
as well. Things like the Nocturne, things like the Lee
Ali,
Sin.
Ali, Ali.
Plenty of great moments from Owner domestically.
Nautilus looks kind of broken.
Really, as the Alistair's taken off. Okay,
Nautilus
so
is pretty juicy here, I think.
Angle as well, if you want to go towards
Saraki from Iraqi, I think Nautilus is probably better. Who cares if the enemy has Poppy? We're not picking Saraki from Iraqi.
Good into, of course, yeah, the Varus and the Rumble. Oh, the tension is high, man. We're both so serious. It's only draft, and we're so stressed out. Okay.
Okay.
Maokai.
Ew. That's better. That's better if they're expecting Poppy support. But now, okay. Oh, okay. That makes more sense. All right. That makes more sense. And now Sejuani Yon is an angle. Sejuani Yon is an angle.
Into the Poppy, but you can obviously go for
I think the answer support-wise, Poppy is best support here. I think.
But I still don't think that it's the most fun matchup.
And again,
do you just go Yon Sejuani? Do you go Ari and like Javan?
They're just blind picking something reliable. Might not be the best in some matches,
Silas.
but it certainly won't be the worst. The Bard, definitely a pick that can be exploited in the laning phase. So
Silas, not super exciting ults, I would say.
Blind Silas to come
now they really need an AD jungle.
Year, right,
so what are we playing?
On this pick, finding incredible angles.
Can't think of any AD jungles here, guys. I can only see Javan. What am I missing?
Having an incredible performance, but
what am I missing?
even though he was struggling in spring, I think today he actually just has been
Viego?
visible.
Is this Viego game or what?
Even in the series where T1 was struggling,
Owner Viego
still was able to often make an impact.
Well, in game one,
it is Javan.
He was the utility pick, right? Setting others up for success. And Silas isn't necessarily that pick, but
thing is, they're really lacking CC and some buttons. But Ari is gonna come here on 5, I think.
If he really wants to
honestly, if Honkyu's base, he picks Akali.
Skill matchup. One of the OGs.
I don't think you'd need to care too much about Poppy existing, but I think Akali is good against everything else.
Ari as well, looking to take it away.
Kassadin.
Double AP top side, limited lockdown.
This might sound crazy, guys, but Heimerdinger in mid could also go hard here.
This is a bold bet. But
Cassiopeia.
I think almost universally considered one of the hardest champions to play in the game, League of Legends. Your actions have to be perfect. Every click has to be flawless.
Cassio, one of the hardest champs in League of Legends. It is a solid
matchup. Silas, a single misstep, the miasma comes down, and it feels impossible to play this.
You get run down. It's a short-range comp as well from T1. The Cassio feels like a smash hit, and after a couple of
guys,
great
I think this is going to game 5.
Looking at this, feeling great. Only thing
I think this is going to game 5. I think T1 won't draft here. I think
2v2, the 3v3.
I think the main thing is still, I don't know, Faker might solo lose the game.
Silas getting on top of someone. The Rumble combined with Jarvan.
I think it might be.
That can be a problem. But with how CFO
Faker might solo lose the game here.
T1, they gotta get through the laning phase first.
In a Silas game like this, definitely against Cassio.
Again, betting on himself. The confidence there already pulled out to Swain. I
do like carry on Poppy, guys. I like carry on Poppy, Gumeushi Varus. I like Doran Rumble. I think they just have some really good champions for them.
T1 have clear avenues.
And I think it's not the easiest Cassie game to play against Varus and Rumble, in my opinion. Varus Rumble very good against Cassie, I think.
Make the upset happen.
I don't understand this fucking image. Flying oysters, this is not MSI, this is a circus.
I can only hope so, Dracos.
What does that mean? I don't understand. Every time I see that fan sign, I'm confused.
I'll wait to see if CFO can close it out here, or is T1 going to bring us to game number 5?
I think we're going game 5, guys.
An incredible series thus far. CFO showing us so much more than we ever expected. Now I need to see T1 dig deep, rally in this moment. An incredibly veteran lineup. Not a team to crumble under the pressure.
A team that has very few finishes below 3rd place in their time as a core 4-man unit together. Obviously did miss out on...
Guys, the one chatter was right, and the point is nobody wanted to invite the Silas counter. That's what it was.
Thanks from Honku burning through a little bit.
And then they chose to ban AD junglers instead of mid laners because they think that Owner can be more impactful than Faker, which I think is a good angle after all. That's the only thing that it comes down to. Ari doesn't have many good jungle pairings anymore. What's up, killer? You're homie, but that's just a plain lie. Like, there's even more jungle pairings now than ever. Like, there's Vi, Lee Sin, Javan, Nocturne. Like, there's so many. The people only play AD jungles. Only.
Really, anywhere they play. Playing with home advantage. But the CFO fans,
and the thing
are
is,
just gonna let it get away with it.
we talked about it being T1's house. Just feels like
If you
every
mean this game in particular, then sure,
CFO
maybe I can give some leeway on that
series
comment.
already.
Oh, the chains.
Not connecting is going to be big. Hook just a little bit out of range. The lollipop doesn't quite mean it
Nafiri
can connect.
even.
Every single lane feels
Like you can play
tense,
Nafiri
Chronicle.
Ari for sure.
We've seen what happens in these early games.
Yeah, the leads for CFO, when they found them, have just been
Fucking
pushed
Tempest
so
XED
insanely
is
far.
just
You can
doing
see
cannon propaganda, bro.
Going to be getting themselves the earlier level 2, playing with Prio. This time, though, there isn't a dive
There's
waiting
no
for
AD
them.
mids that are relevant.
They'll
They
be
started
okay. They
Ion.
also have Owner towards their side of the map. This Jarvan gonna have to find a decent amount of early impact. Owner, thus far, not able to
Holy Honky spacing
showcase
around the
both the
turrets is
skirmishing
beautiful.
power as well as his ganking prowess that
Nice
T1
little jiggle
heavily
there.
relied upon in particularly early to mid part of spring. For CFO, they're chilling, right?
Luring Silas into
if-
Cassia is correct.
Baker.
Baker gets on top of you, Hongq.
Good flash out. Baker in trouble, ticking, but he won't fall yet. Owner, EQ flash.
One
Keeping it going.
damage
Baker
off
staying on the edge,
lethal.
hoping to be Hongq back, and it's first blood
Hilfe,
for
push, push,
T1.
push. Damn.
I haven't finished my
This is one of,
sentence, or Owner
this is one of the
makes his
weaknesses of Cassia, guys. He doesn't have
known.
enough gas in the tank. That's what I wanted to say. He went Doran's ring because Cassia doesn't have enough mana to actually
Tiniest
break
bit of health,
Silas.
walks it up, and Owner flashes
Oh,
Cassiopeia.
rip
That's
cannon.
easy pickings for a Jarvan.
Should be, and this is exactly
Cassia has
what
no
you
flash
need
now as
from
well.
Jarvan. The timing.
She's about to get farmed, baby.
Hongq
Just
thought he could outplay. Overconfident or didn't see.
I think it's just as Faker was going to go in for a trade, he sees Owner shows up. She's like, my guess he's playing for the kill, knowing that actually getting out is going to be tough.
Topside now.
Trying to make a sideline impact.
What the
Rest.
fuck, Faker?
Stunned there. Dorn starting to burn Rest down. Rest living for an extra second.
Holy
Flash
shit,
out.
it's just
T1.
game 4 Faker Silas, guys. It's game 4 Faker Silas. Holy, they pounce back, they punch back. Game 4 Faker Silas.
He's going to be missing out on a...
Don't let me
decent
remind
amount
you guys what Faker
of
did
CS
with
for this,
game
but
4
that's the kill
Silas.
going over to Doran, courtesy of Faker.
Interrupt there. Carrier taking a decent amount of damage. Hammer Shock firing back. Arrow does connect. Good trade from Guma.
Holy, he played Jin in game 4.
Hongq trying to zone Faker off. Junja moving through, but Owner already in the midst.
What
of
if Faker
CFO's
just
jungle,
closes his
taking
eyes
away
and
the
meditates?
Raptors.
He's like, I am at Worlds.
Ooh,
And then he
uses
opens his
cooldowns.
eyes.
Should
But he
be
can
fine,
only
though.
do it
Hard for
like
him to actually get the hook.
10 times
Carrier
in a
not ready
year.
This time around, Ignite already ticking. Damage coming through. Carrier forced to flash out. CFO trying to make the fast play. Had the opportunity for a recall, but instead
Alright,
opted to
Guma
stick around.
Yusuf.
And Guma,
He was
following
angry
the
that
lethal
they
tempo, under
damaged his boy.
Damage there, cooldowns there, forcing flash and barrier.
Gumayushi is
What a
looking
win
fucking stiff, by the
there
way.
for the bot lane of CFO. Again,
I don't know.
This time in the
Gumayushi
2v2,
is giving
Kaiwing
me like
almost leisurely froze out the hook.
I don't know. He's
Guma.
giving me like
Arrow. Doggo has to be careful though. He has
early
cleanse, he doesn't
season
have
vibes, you
barrier.
know, drama in
Solid trade,
T1
but
vibe.
Baker managed to sidestep all the poison, so the extra damage.
He's looking like stiff in his movement, you know. No flash for Hongq. Owner, the boneless with Hongq, Juq. No, he can't.
Movement speed. Owner moving up. They don't quite finish it though. Can't afford to go to the tower. And Hongq firing back. Gets the kill. Baker goes in and makes it a 1-for-1.
Jesus.
The T1 again over
Hongq, bro,
Keeping the
Hongq.
gold in their favor, but a small fumble.
Bro, I know Hongq. I knew Hongq was good. I knew Hongq was good, but I didn't know he was this good.
I think in this
Get him
instance is worth it. Allows Faker to shove in his lane. We'll see Kaiwing catch
You guys
it.
want to know something
Looks like a
crazy?
full
You
rotation actually
want to know
coming through
something
as-
crazy?
Again, Hongq.
Let me
kind
tell
of
you
the
something
same
crazy.
reward, not quite timed out. Does stall
If I
there
made a
with
mid
the
lane
side
ranking
steps. And even with the flag
of
direct, there's not enough
first
damage
8,
for Owner. That
you know how
second turret
crazy
shot
it
in
would look?
particular, I think catching him off guard, but then Faker,
You guys have no
with
idea
the
how fucking
flash
crazy it would look.
W level up as well. He actually was shockingly close to going down there as well. As now 100% kill participation. Faker
If I just rate people by the first top 8 best of 5 that people played,
T1 not a team afraid to play
the
on
mid
slim
laners.
margins as CFO set up control around this dragon.
Baker's
Doran level
last
6 lane
place, bro.
assignments. Keeping the bot lane of CFO on the bottom side as Doran alone here. Will have to do what he can to defend the tower.
Fucking
Rest a bit behind in terms of overall
Toby
XP
is like
because of the previous
5th.
play and carry in a good position to force a dive. Guma no
Ooh.
6 though.
Rest does have his ultimate available, so he can actually buffer that, get a good amount of invulnerability to CC, and Guma
The observer's teasing us.
I don't think he's going to hit 6.
Flag,
I don't know without 6 if they can do this. They need a
potential
member.
Hex flash over the wall.
They need someone else. Are there reinforcements?
Hex flash in.
Holy.
Trying to make sure that he can't get out. A quick burn down, and down goes Rest instantaneous.
T1 is going goblin mode, guys. Look at Faker defending his boy as well.
For them to pull the trigger.
Faker's defending his boy, bro. Faker's doing all of the gardening, bro. He said, fuck my CS, or he eat into the Skarner ult. Holy. He gave them a hug at least. He said, fucking fanboys.
So one
Here,
for
have a hug.
trade across the board. Top side going the way of T1. Even though Doran survived,
Faker just gave up his whole fucking life, bro,
on,
to defend his boy. What?
22 CS lead, by the way, just
Faker gave up his whole game.
mid-lane waves into
Just
the
buy
turret.
Super Titan, Faker. Never mind, you can't.
Very chaotic here, Drake,
I think what Faker did is crazy. I think Rumble should ult the wave, and then Faker should stay mid. Like, I don't know why the fuck, like, thinking about it now in hindsight, what Faker did is completely psychotic. It's crazy. Rumble can just ult the wave. Rumble can just ult the wave, bro.
Fighting fire with fire for it feels like the first time in this series. Owner has been on the back foot the vast majority of these early games. Jarvan demanding that aggressive play.
But the physics of Cassio's tail is so good, no?
As Rest.
Rumble had no ult, you sure?
One who's really suffering
You
here.
sure?
Level 6 for Guma. Rest has to be careful about walking up at all. X-Flash.
Faker's game is fucked,
Was the heal for carry, a little bit extra movement speed.
Ginger, I think, going to be looking to steal at least one grub. Owner finds one. Does T1 actually want to possibly flip the game here? Carry doesn't have his ultimate yet, so turning this into a numbers advantage, not going to be easy. There's also Jhin,
Faker,
right?
Faker
Always
was
have to be
like
careful.
40
He can
CS
join
behind
fights a lot
Humanoid in
faster
Silas
than
Akali
I
matchup, I
initially
remember.
think due to the range and
He was also
ultimate.
doing crazy roams like this against us. But we lost that game.
Oh. CFO, are you going to contest this?
1K, they just want 2 grubs. They'll be happy to get it and walk away. CFO ready to force the fight.
Got it.
Geo with the smite.
Taking one back now.
Look at the
They're set to
CS
grab
lead
2
in the
grubs,
mid-jungle
T1.
department, guys.
Willing to risk
Seriously,
the
this is
flip.
massive. Junji has level 7 to 6.
Arrow. Okay.
Guma Yusuf.
We all know the play we're thinking
Assalamu alaikum, Guma Yusuf. Ahlan wa sahlan, shalabik.
call in your head. You can hear the swear words from Cadril himself.
It's
He's back.
It's a little reminder.
It's a little reminder
of what once happened as Guma finds the steal on a small.
Guma classic.
It doesn't matter.
It's fine.
Tiny. It's a little thing.
It's a purple objective in the pit. We'll
And
take it. But the most important thing, as fun as that was, is that CFO does deny the triple, right? Junja with a great 50-50 smite wins it,
Allamak,
denies them the
Yusuf.
opportunity to actually get full value from those grubs, and simultaneously CFO did pick up the dragon, next one up in about 2 minutes.
It's going to be Hextech, though, so a lot of the damage, a lot of the burst souls not on the board. Certainly would have favored T1, but weren't able to grab that first Drake. See what the soul spawn is going to be.
It's the early game, yeah, very volatile. Slowing down a little bit here. I imagine T1 just wants to keep the pace up. CFO have made very clear that if they get to decide what happens on the map, they are more than a match for T1 now, running away with 2 consecutive early games. This first
I
one,
just thought of Midwin getting arrowed on
at least have
midwave.
a little bit of grip.
And we have seen in a close game where T1 have so many playmakers, as they do in this game 4. They're able to attack from a lot of angles, and CFO weren't able to weather that storm in game 1. See if T1 can replicate that success here. Still a big lead for Honkyu in the bottom lane. Cassio, a champion that can build all these scaling options. Will just be a massive threat later, but again, it's the execution where so many Cassio players fall short. You're spacing every cue.
Yeah.
Everything
So
has to be
basically,
perfect.
I asked Vestion about it, and he saw the only trend he really noticed was that Junjia plays tank junglers, engage junglers, then they play with rest, and when Junjia plays carries, they play driver. So it depends on which junglers they expect to be open, because they always pick jungle early.
Doesn't have flash, both offensively, because it means that he can't go for a big flash impale play.
So that's what it comes down to, which makes sense.
Much easier knock him out, right? That's one of the things we're always going to talk about when any objective is started. When there's a poppy in the game,
It's a really
so
cool
easy to just turn
integration.
any situation into a numbers advantage. Start the objective. They have forced to walk in. You hold them out. It's top side. Doran in this matchup with the early kill, actually doing very
That's
well
a
in the
huge
1v1.
weakness in
Neither
draft.
top laner outside of that has really seen a lot of attention.
And Doran, again, the strongest point on the map.
What?
For T1 in terms at least of an individual gold. It was Faker who used what little advantage he had from that early kill to set Doran up for success. And now Rest put incredibly far behind, 20 CS down. This game very unplayable for the Ambessa at this stage. Just has to catch waves, and T1, well, Doran can't just TP face in front of the Ambessa.
Look at Owner's ult.
We'll get first move.
Can they get the top laners into this fight as well? There's Doran, deep TP.
Flash ult available for Honkyu. The Cassio, the potential to turn. Initial
It's
hook,
not that black and white.
Trying to start the fight, but Owner immediately starts as well. Ulti over the
Oh, look at Doran. He's cooking, he's cooking, he's cooking. Honkyu down. The GF holds. Bullet.
Comes out, but the curtains have already closed on CFO in this
T1. Nasty fucking rumble ult.
The CFO's backline gets toasted.
Juicy, juicy Doran.
So many of the early
Doran
fights
Rumble I like a lot.
over the last couple of games going their
We're going
way.
to game 5, boys. We're going to fucking game
This
5.
one not the case. Attempted collapse onto Keria. T1, the response this time ready. And that's going to be the Drake. Not end of the world. CFO in this game are always going to be feeling comfortable once you hit the items on both.
Guys, I
Rest
can't play
and
Mephilia
Honkyu.
because of YouTube.
But the mid game is where
Mephilia.
so both domestically a lot of their troubles arise, and also going back to game number 1, Dracos.
Definitely true. We take a look back at this replay. The combo here from T1 is phenomenal. Equalizer across the
those
top.
fucking juicy.
Doran perfectly overheating. And is exactly what T1 want from a team fight.
I like that Cassio screen because it reminds me
to
of
ensure that the fight is won. Guma unfriendly in
what
that
is it?
one. It's the value of
Pentakill.
the Jarvan combined with the timely route of Doran.
Is it
Rest
Last
there, a little
Whisper?
bit disjointed
More of a
with the rest of the
reminder?
team. I don't think it would have mattered with that engage, but maybe they could have traded more evenly, looked for a refight. It's another chem tech for Silas, for Ambessa, and for Cassio. Obviously going to be feeling
What's
pretty
up, not game Mike?
Definitely well. Nice cancel on the recall.
Oh, nice.
Coming in from
It's definitely
Doggo.
Carter's yell. No, it's
So a bit
Cassio.
of a tempo
Cassio
lead is
yells.
Very gonna take that much longer to reset.
It's Cassio death
Seems like
animation.
lock
Is
it
in, the
first
death
will be
sound
call
is
to
in
try
the
and
song.
mitigate any upfront burst damage.
Nice, there's more moths entering my house. They're gonna eat all my
Trade
Pokemon cards in
blows,
here.
but with Faker getting out of that early lane phase, a bit more caution from Honkyu. Not entirely sure where Owner could be lurking. And Owner, we talk about kind of the brawlers, the skirmishers, the Xin you mentioned earlier.
Yup.
Champions with a
fucking
ton of that individual
squishy, bro.
agency, the potential to outfight. And Jarvan a lot more of a linear champion, but
Most
still
are so
having
squishy,
incredible
bro. I
amount
just
of
one
impact
tap
in this
back.
game. 7 out of 8 kills he's participated in, and really has
Great
been the
Pokemon
driving
card.
force outside of that one gang topside
Mine?
from Faker for getting T1 this big lead.
I have some crystal
Still so
Skyrim
much to
cards.
express, you know, when you will,
I have
the
some gold
flash,
stars.
flag and drag combos that you can pull off. Obviously, you know, all champions, so we don't see him until we're like in game 4, maybe game 5. Yeah.
I have a lot of old
not
Japanese
He's
tournament
not a
cards
game
too
one
that I need to grade.
No, unfortunately not.
It's 2025. I'll take
Death
my
Fire
reworked
Grasp?
Pantheon, thank you.
It's fun.
I don't think it's Death Fire Grasp.
You know, the classics hit for a reason.
It's very true.
It's the gold late.
How many
Just not
confirmed
okay.
moth kills do you think you have now?
Which is
I swear,
That's very cute.
I
For you,
have,
Honor.
I don't
How
know,
long we seen
At
lifetime?
least one person in the audience with a
100
Fnatic jersey,
plus?
so there's their shout out.
I'm on a killing spree, bro. I'm legendary, bro.
Ian Angle and Doran.
Ready to
Oh,
go.
the
Immediate ulti. The combo now coming through, trying to burn through Orner before he can get the ulti down. He just barely manages to get it off, but it's not where he needs it.
But the Rumble ult, how the fuck did he even get it out, by the way? That was so hard, no? He just ulted in Scanner ult.
And they're looking to turn it back. A good ulti coming in from Honkyu, and he gets cut down where he stands.
The T1 gonna be happy with that trade. Unless Keria also goes down, because yes, Doran dies. Oh, Keria.
Keria? Ooh, nice tackle into the wall. Damn, Driblinho.
Ulti, but only hits a creep. Trying to zone them away from the tower.
I'm
Shudra's
just
tanking.
a creep.
And Faker in the meantime breaks down that top lane. Tier 1, it's almost 4,000 gold in the lead for T1.
Ooh,
Doggo
ooh.
ulting, but Guma's just going to walk it in the E, the side
Ooh,
step.
this is a
Q
cool
connecting
duel,
as
bro.
well.
This is some fucking movie shit here, bro. That's a John Wick scene, bro. I got a bow, you got a bullet.
Flash could have fully committed there. As we take another look at this fight. First, it looks like Faker is in trouble, but they do know they have a numbers advantage here. Finds
The fuck are mothballs?
and he hits the stun onto Honkyu, which is the only reason why he actually ends up surviving. If Honkyu doesn't get hit by that, Faker trades 1 for 1. Owner ends up killing Kyling, but I think CFO going to feel a lot better about the
thought I
trade. But now
killed
the
him.
game
Oh, he's just
rapidly
walking
snowballing
on the
away
floor.
for them,
He
because
can't
even though
play.
they did kill Doran,
I'm sorry, Moth.
the
just
first
can't
turret
have
one
you
going the
eating
way
Pokemon
of
cards.
T1. Mid lane turret immediately being taken by Guma as well.
It's like the medicine you put in
Might
your
end up feeling
clothes. You
like
mean
it's just too little, too
lavender?
late.
You ask me if I have
1.5K gold lead
lavender.
for Owner. 1,000 for Guma. Faker with an advantage of his own, despite going down so much CS earlier on. T1, this is a team that, again,
Alright guys, I need to focus on the game. I'm so distractible, so one-guyable, bro. It's completely GG, bro. Faker looking clean on Silas.
The gold favors them, the map control favors them. Relatively
It's
even in
probably
objectives.
the most solid game he had in the series, but the bar was set very low by him.
40 seconds on the Dragon. 80 carries have their flashes available.
Brother in Christ, this fucking moth
CFO
that got
want to play
damage is
for the
flying again,
absorption.
bro.
Take the initial blow,
Fucking went to fountain.
re-engage, counter-engage with the Skarner, set up with that
Dretsky.
Jhin.
Dretsky.
For T1, obviously, going all the
It's
way, all the time.
pesticide.
Just try
Yeah, I'm
and
not
find
gonna
a target,
fucking
blow them up before a response is available. Utilize the power of the Poppy to create a numbers advantage, and then combine that Jarvan ult with the Rumble. They need to be careful about the backline, though. Guma, even though he has sums available, if Rest gets on top of him, might still be in some serious trouble. And he is the most fed member.
Oh, Mega Blast Cone.
On
Vision there.
T1 is Guma. Should be okay here.
Nice use of the banner coming in from Owner.
Why did he attack me, bro?
Giving them that bit of extra vision.
It's
Scary is on
crazy.
the hunt. T1 exercising control.
Steady.
Restraint. They know they have mid prio easy with his Varus.
He's big.
He's very big.
Level up, although not that much. Second item done. Swifties with feats as well. Drake has started. TP already coming in. Doran needs the base first. Will TP
Here we
now?
go. Here we go. Here comes the teleportation device. If you want to engage. Guy, we're gonna find the hook. Here's a Papuchka ult on the Ambessa. Ambessa's out. He gets fucking punched. Junjia is looking for the Smite Seal. Honkyu gets a crazy fucking Cassiopeia ult. The Rumble ultimate. Honkyu's very deep. Does not get DPS because Ambessa's not here yet.
And T1 obliterates CFO.
Only one more. Can he cancel the Jhin?
They're a little early with Rest. He arrives
Here comes
in time,
Rest.
but
They're gonna try to play this. CFO are gonna try to play this. They're gonna try to play this.
Doggo, not long for this world.
Rest trying to get something back, hoping to find these shutdowns. Carrier takes him out of range of his own tower.
Doran donates his life, but T1 still gonna
Doran
be happy.
donates his life. That's half of his career.
A 6-point, or actually with the turret, upwards of 7K.
I don't need to be.
It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money,
I don't need to be
Dracos,
with
and it's looking
Doran.
good for
He's
a
having a
game
good
5
game.
as Honku finds a beautiful open. But they're a member
Honku kind of
down.
DC'd
The
there.
exhaust
What do you mean,
comes
bro? He
through.
R-flashed and tried to look for a fight, but the issue is Ambessa was nowhere
no one else can
close.
follow up when it comes to the damage.
Doran mega donor,
Guma
yeah.
just not threatened enough. And I am feeling good about as some silver scrapes.
Seems like Vancouver is as well. We do seem very close to scraping silver.
I'm just a freak.
At this point, if you're CFO,
Just
you don't want to let it get to a game 5, but your options to come back in this game are so limited. The death ball of
It's
T1
over.
is lethal, and you talk about their strategy is
Death
absorb
ball,
and
moth
fire
ball.
back, but you just can't
What is the most
absorb.
moth-like champion
get
league?
knocked
Much
out.
damage.
On the first blow,
Belveth?
unfortunately.
She's basically a moth, no?
And
It's like if you're in a fight and you get a black eye and you're like, you should see the other guy. It's like, we can see the other guy. The other guy is fine, bro.
Kog'Maw,
yeah. Yeah,
There's
it's
a
not looking
butterfly.
too hot here for CFO.
Royal Monarch, whatever.
And
She's a manta ray.
with how insanely
Bro,
powerful
manta ray
both
is the
members are,
moth of
this
the
is the
ocean.
real issue, is that even if you somehow get on top of Guma, if you don't attend to Doran, he will toast you. Same for Faker, still sitting
Doggo
on 2
took a fucking
items. and
plant into enemy
now
territory.
with a level
Ain't no
despite
way,
everything that
bro.
happened
This moth.
in the previous games, Dracos.
You mad? So tanky. Why are you so
T1 have a
tanky?
clear blueprint to push this lead forward. 2 Drakes now.
Just start Herald, right? You have the Poppy, you have vision control, you have Faker pushing in the side with TP available.
Otacon. Name of the game here.
He sat on my foot, bro. How
Rest
disrespectful
really
is
can't
that?
Walk in. The objectives are getting shredded. Honku trying to make good into the side lane, ready to backstep at Faker. Tries to turn it, and he manages to get it. Faker still stepping up, goes through. Honku gonna turn it back.
Oh, Faker. Stop making playmaker. Bro, the whole farm is here. Herald is here. Otacon is here. Is T1 about to lose the whole game? Are they about to lose the whole game?
Are you kidding me?
Junjia got it. Junjia got it.
T1.
Junjia got it.
It is the GOAT who throws it away, who goes in when he does not need to.
Faker.
Will not find it.
Faker.
As you highlight,
Is
doesn't
the-
need to go in there. All he
Guys,
needs to do is
Faker
make
is
sure
having
that
a rough
the
one, but
Cassio
this is
can't
so
join the fight.
pointless. This
If
is
he's
so
a level up,
pointless.
Thinks he can make it work, but
What are we
mid-chains,
saying, bro?
gets
What are we
ulted,
saying?
and then Hongq reads
What are
him
we
like
saying,
a book.
bro?
Turns
Bro,
it
I could
around,
play the Cassia play
and
here,
Carrier
yo.
not able to actually get Ginger the flash from the Skarner to ensure the play works out. The Jin laying down supportive fire,
Wow.
and the Smite Skarner being the difference maker there.
And the choice
Ole, Lila.
for Owner was let his AD carry die or be in range to flip the objective. He chose to save Guma, but at the cost of losing this Otacon, that's still a 5K gold lead. T1 still far ahead.
Yeah,
With so many
T1
flowers
should
in
still
favor of
win.
CFO,
T1 should still win.
isn't quite as big as
But
it looks.
I think if Jin gets
And it's the
4
kind of
items,
misstep they can't
he
afford to make.
actually
Again, the
is.
Cassio is only
I think his
continuing
red
to
side
get
scaling is
stronger
kind of crazy, bro.
Skarner,
Ambessa,
same for
Cassio,
Ambessa,
Jin.
rest.
But they need to
Item
go
away.
into like
I think that
deep
free on a
late
break,
game,
but
deep.
particularly if you're
Because the thing
able to
is,
get, like, something
Poppy
like
and
a Death
Javan are
Dance,
gonna
basically
fall off a
impossible to
cliff.
take it down
And
in
same thing
fights,
for
especially if they can
Doran the Moran here
get
on the
their hands
Rumbele.
on maybe Chemtech
They
Dragon.
don't scale so good, you know?
Hongq, that play towards the top side might end up being the turning point, might end up being what allows CFO to not let this go to a game 5. As Dragon about to be up. Guma doesn't have Barry, but does have his flash available. Summoners mostly available across the
The thing
board.
is, T1's soul is
quite
not even
there
that
yet
good.
For Junja. And same, I think, for Hongq, but his should be available if they can stall for just a little bit.
CFO making sure they keep vision in the area. 14 seconds to that crucial objective. T1 approaching soul point. Armor penetration there for Guma.
A lot of damage here on the poke.
CFO.
Oh, I'm so hyped for the
desperately trying to find
in-between
a way back
content.
in, hoping for another good fight.
And Junja doesn't have flash, so carry out. Should be easier for
Best
him.
design champ.
T1 though, they can play this slow. Just keep poking
No,
and
there's
prodding
many, I
away.
think. Like
Rest is gonna
Rumble
try
is a
and look
great
for
design, I
backline access on
think.
the flank.
Casio, Jin, Nautilus.
One of the strongest players in the team. Junja
Oh,
taking
Faker
big
just
chunks
went
of
over the
lava.
wall. Here's a Skarner ultimate. They dodge. Hongq is still rooted. Varus ult spreads on everybody. Gumiush needs help. He gets no backup.
But T1
They
holding on
did
to
kill. 2 for 1 so far. Ono wants more. Ono wants more. He's looking for it.
The damage is there. Damage traded back on the Kaiwing.
Ooh, Carrier doesn't clip him on the wall, but it's okay.
The root not going to connect. T1.
It's okay. Ooh, flash for flash.
Full confidence. Curtains called. Doggo has to back away.
Oh no.
Still going. Ready.
DOWGO
Doggo back
has
under the tower.
Hourglass.
Doran going golden.
Bro, these guys,
Hongq
they're
trying to turn into
psychos.
Miasmas.
They're
Doggo
fucking
flipping it again.
psychos.
The Hex Flash going
You want a fucking psychopath, bro.
Faker wants
What the fuck are we saying, bro?
Backstep, turning forward.
What the fuck, bro?
Carrier moving in, he has a big shield, and down he goes.
Jesus Christ. I don't know. I think Faker just straight up said, he just said, guys, this Cassia fucked me up, man. We need to fuck her up. She disrespected me. They're like, Faker, we could deal with it some other time. We gotta focus on business. Faker's like, fuck business.
I think they made it out.
The message will be spread all around town. People will think they can walk over us. You can't let them break our aura. And then they walked in.
Because we take a look here, the block onto Junja.
Because Faker is the Don.
He just gets blown up
and all the other
immediately.
players are the
But the
conciliage.
split of the fight here, where Owner is trying to deal with 2 people, which can't really
The rest
do.
with a good
And
player
they
though.
did get
Varus
it.
no
It's also
sums.
yeah, why
They're
not?
starting Nash
T1.
as a trade for Drake.
Star Baron.
But these two have no fucking damage on this shit, bro.
Which means much less
What are
gold
we
in the back
doing?
pocket of
What
rest.
is this, T1? What the fuck was this Nash
25
attempt?
minutes. We cannot
That
do
is
Baron.
crazy.
As T1 have learned,
We got
they still get the
fucking
TP, so that is a win
Dumb
for
and
T1.
Dumber doing
Does
Nash
mean that
together.
Hongq won't have that summoner available. T1
Nah, I'm kidding. That's too harsh.
look
I
like
just,
they want to turn it into a
it's
movement
just so
towards
crazy.
the dragon here.
I
Do you know that
don't
Honor is just clearing
understand.
his top side, wanting to get to a third item, unheard
To
of
be fair,
generally
I think
for
they
a
stopped the enemy
jungler.
from doing Drake. They did stop them from doing Drake, so I think it's kind of clever. It's kind of clever. I'm being too harsh. I'm being too harsh.
But CFO,
I think it
three
stopped them from
items
doing
done.
Drake because they
Hongq
came and
sitting
had to have a little sniff.
on Leandris
as well.
has the Seekers. So even if Owner finds an ult, that might not be enough.
All right.
T1 denying as much as they can, taking as much
Pull out the
space
Drake.
as they can. Scuttle crab down, does give CFO. Relative comfort to step
Bro,
up.
saying that I'm
Doran
about to
taking the mega
sneeze
blast,
during
a
my
little bit of poke
sneeze
going over the
was
wall. AK
ruined my
Doggo gets to
sneeze.
open the fight
It
with the
didn't feel
curtain
good at
call.
all.
Carrier fishing and he manages to find the ult. CFO
Junja's there.
hesitating for a
Junja?
moment. Junja wants to flip
Junja?
it. Ready to
Junja?
risk the 50-50. Carrier trying to
Junja?
zone him away. 3K, good diligence coming in. They're going in for it.
Get on my sting, baby boy.
Faker's taking his corner ult to his own, and it's
Get on
rest
my
off on the side
EQ.
lane. Hongq looking for a
Hongq.
moment. Owner wants to make
Hongq.
the difference.
Hongq with the
Cassio goes
hourglass.
golden.
Hongq with the hourglass. CFO's gonna win. CFO's gonna win.
They could make it happen.
just too much.
Guys.
The CFO make their way, the flying oysters on
Guys,
their way
let's
to
take a
the
look at this shit
Baron.
again. Let's take a look at this shit again. Junjia gets a Skarner ultimate. Casio gets a fucking Casio ult on the front line. The Jhin ult, owner's low HP, but look at the Ambessa sniping the Varus. Oh, he didn't even snipe him. It was Junjia who sniped him. What? Junjia got him.
He baits in owner, keeps out or stuns Doran, and Miasma's Faker. So a one
Bro, CFO is beating T1 at their own fucking game, bro. They're beating them at their own fucking game.
Gets on top of the Varus, and as we
This is supposed to be your comfort zone, bro.
There is no way out.
Deep late game fights.
The potential.
Bro, the T1 fans look like they're about to cry, bro.
For
They
CFO,
traveled far to be here, man.
Reignited is the gold now within touching distance.
Oh, the gold is fucking even, brothers.
The many names they've had historically ever won a best of 5 against Korea. Taipei Assassins, Azubu Frost, 2012 World Finals Toys. We know the Oriana skin, you know the Nunu, you know the roster.
Guys, I mentioned this before, but Casio, Ambessa, and Jhin are crazy fucking
CFO, they're
skilled.
not there yet, but they
These
are
blue
match
side
point
champions
against
have
T1.
fallen off a cliff, bro.
Was back then. It's
I
insane.
thought he was 5. I did the math. Kai Wing caught out though. Guma looking for a quick punish. T1.
It's okay.
A nice
Supports get away with this. They're allowed to die like this.
We want to tell.
It's like
It's
a.
not done yet.
It's just super roll, guys. You're just allowed to die like this for free.
It really feels like it comes down to how much
Dude.
can Hongqiu do, and can they keep Doggo safe? Rest has also been able to get onto the T1 backline very consistently. But with Poppy, you're never going to really feel safe at any point. Any fight can be turned around very quickly.
Oh, the MKOI beating T1.
Say Hongqiu, Doggo or Rest.
I don't think it's impossible, by the way, with how T1 played today. I don't think it's impossible.
You're not really getting away. If they want to force a fight, they can.
Thank you, Masumunan.
But the gold lead basically negligible at this point, and I'd argue that with Skarner, Ambessa, and Casio, you're not feeling too bad about going into the later stage of the game.
Definitely aren't. But again, the pressure of execution. It's clear what T1 want to do.
2 minutes of soul. But the thing is, the soul doesn't even break the game, guys.
But they have to consider Guma
The
in
soul doesn't even fucking.
For a long time, the strongest relative member on the team, although Doggo has been catching up.
Catch of Night now done for Guma.
That's big. Poke taking it away, though.
No objective on the map for a little bit of Rebel Baron power play, fairly minor. Denying it, though, is a big deal, and it mostly just means that CFO stick around in the game. Now, we do have the Chemtech Soul possibly there for T1. But if it was a
I think Red Side
if it's
skills
an
better.
Infernal, even a Mountain, I think,
Like blue side champs all fall off. Like legit all fall off.
without question. Now, I'm not too sure.
Get on my sting. Poppy only got got. Owner trying to walk out. Casabia TPing back. 1 meter.
T1 are retreating. Backing away, diligent.
I don't know, guys. CFO's champs are just fucking OP, you know?
Oh, double TP. Used
CFO's champs
for
are just
CFO.
OP.
Single TP for Faker. Hongqiu actually TPing back into the fight after Carrier knocked him out. And in the end, it's a lot of summoners being exchanged, but no one going down, and really this just felt like a precursor to the Drake fight that might decide the game.
Kai Wing, though, crucially no flash. Flash is up for everyone on the side of T1. So many resources.
I don't know, Bumiushi needs to do so much damage. Like Doran is trying to get 16, but he's so far away from it. Maybe they're gonna give this Drake
500 gold
to try to reach some spike, but I don't know. I hate Doran buying Shadow Flame in games where he fucking can't. The enemy has so much MR because everybody has Mercs, brother.
If they can come out on top.
Jhin is so fed, guys. Jhin has full crit.
For maybe a mid push, something else. There isn't a
Rumble
Baron on the map,
TPs, he doesn't have
but
Shadow Flame, he's trying to get
it's only the
16.
second Drake if CFO do get it, so I wouldn't be surprised to see T1 play fully for the fight, not necessarily
Faker is looking for a flank. Rest spotted him.
Right now, but he's
He
spotted
has
by
the big
Rest.
plant,
Rest, by
but
the way, was looking for that flank. If he can get on
Varos
top
is not landing any pre-poke here. He's not landing any pre-poke.
Objective taken. T1 know that they don't have to overcommit for it. It's Faker on
Alright, get on my sting. They're trying to kill. CC chain onto Rest. Can he get out? Ooh, Faker with the sneaky beaky. Is that the fucking game ender?
Hungry for the chase.
DO.
Rapid retreat from CFO, but T1 still chasing.
DO. Big cone, giga cone, super cone.
Big cone, massive. This might just be. Flash forward, ulti, Doggo flashing out. Faker looking for the angle, stealing away the Nautilus ulti. Will lock up Doggo, but they don't quite have the
They really
ball.
wanted to kill Doggo. Faker's going for him.
They will take him down.
Alright, Casio base.
Inside of T1, they don't get the Drake, but they put the gold back in their favor.
This doesn't change the game. They're gonna respawn. They're gonna respawn on time.
But again, it's the slimmest of marks.
Jhin no flash, guys. Jhin no flash.
In the next fight. Yes, he has cleanse, but it's not going to do anything against the flag and drag. It's not going to do
The thing
anything.
is, this is not the game changer. These fucking 2 kills that they just got. It doesn't change the game at all. Junji has fishing. Junji has fishing on the goat.
Junja looking for Faker. Goes golden, but Hongq lays down the miasma, and Faker's got nowhere left to go. Tries to turn it back.
Faker's trying to buy time.
Are they going to keep going? It's cost them so many times. Is this the right fight?
Days. Here comes the Jhin bullets. Tackle into the wall. It's a massive one from Kriya. Kriya saves the game.
They will not relent.
The boys are back.
Just be careful. Rest is on his way. Level 17, Ambessa.
It's crazy. What a fucking game. Holy shit, who catches this live? It's live.
It's a fucking
crazy game.
Bases are going to come in. I know this Team Dracos, they are going to gun straight for that objective. But CFO still have an opportunity. Obviously easy for Junja
No TP.
to make his way into this
No
pit.
PP.
There's Giga Cones,
Yellow diamonds look like PP. Faker's got no TP.
Guma throwing down a bit of poke.
Needless Casio though. 10-second advantage on Silas. It's gonna be a cheeky little window where maybe they can engage, and Jhin has no flash. Cheeky little window, a very tight window. But Poppy seems to be basing, they're not looking for that window. Casio still has flash.
For Faker, absolutely huge.
Huge.
A spike for any AP character that at this point in the game feels like a necessity, not going to be available for him. I don't know how much gold he's sitting on, but not having that available can be the difference in this fight.
T1 need to wait for Zhonya's. Such an important cooldown.
Jhin no flash, guys. Jhin no flash. That's a big crucial detail, guys. Jhin no flash.
No flash for Keria, although hard to tell with the exhaust heal. Might have it available in a few seconds after he does drop it mid-fight. Junja not having flash makes it pretty easy to knock him out of the pit. You highlighted it before. A vulnerable target
Gumayusi with the poke. Gumayusi. Junji doing crazy movement, by the way. What the fuck? Why did Silas go? Why did Silas go? Faker, what the fuck?
But the rest of the fight falling apart for the side of T1. Doran has to make the
difference. Doggo one. Puppy ult. Keria.
He finds the angle to send
Oh my god, Keria.
An ulti, knocked back into the wall. The Casio still going. Trying to burn him, trying to take him out. It's Guma to follow. Going golden. An extra moment, but Hongq drops T1.
Poppy's trying to buy time. Poppy's trying to buy time.
Trade blood for silver, giving
Holy Kriya looked juicy enough to keep rest here.
Running.
So this is flash. T1. No, that they can't really do the objective in good conscience without their jungler. So they want an exit kill. Not going to be given one, though.
Faker really entered, guys. Faker really entered. He just went melee for no reason. CC'd himself by using Scan ult when the target was Varus ulted already. And then Owner found a way to reach Doggo. Like, Doggo has no flash and he found a way to reach him. Like, here, Faker just rooted himself, you know?
And then
And this was a really, really big problem. But Keria saved everything with this Poppy ult. Look at that Poppy ult on 2. Just saves everybody.
Already doing great work. But with the arrival of Keria and that ultimate taken away, the biggest damage dealer that at that point is still available.
What do you mean rooting himself? Because he Silas ulted. I mean, he Scanner ulted.
They want to bring us
he
to
Scanner ulted and then he got Scanner ulted in the Scanner ult.
As big as it was, as good as getting that flash is, still need to do more.
Definitely do. Take a chance. Whether you're here in the stadium or at home, take a breath. T1 still in
no flash from Casio.
The onslaught of
Jhin has flash again.
CFO have to contend with every single fight.
Silas still doesn't have death cap, bro. He didn't get gold in this fight.
Maybe the most important resource in this game.
Gold lead is basically negligible. At this point in the game, doesn't really matter.
Gumayusi has no flash. Keria has no flash. Keria picked up Smite with the spellbook.
Threatening posturing. Guma.
No, blue side champs have fallen off a cliff, guys. Silas. What the fuck is Owner doing, bro? He EQ'd forward like this, this psychopath? I don't know, Junji also went full dummy mode as well.
He's got to have the death cap.
He has TP, but there's one good ward behind. potentially an angle to
There's a
flank.
wave as well. There's a wave as well that he can TP on. He TP's on.
Oh, that's a deep flank.
Keria. Oh, this Rumble ult is not good. This Rumble is not good. Not good enough. Keria looked for a smite, but he didn't get it. Off the ult on Cassio's delicious. Oh, Ambessa ult lands. Joker's no flash. Joker's no flash. Faker did a good job. Faker did a good job. Faker did a good job. That's all we care about. Faker did a good job. Then the fight is easy. Duranda Moran doing the move speed. Nimbus cloak. E. Honku. Honku Star Rail. Honku. Oh, finally Korea found the wall. Is it enough? Is it enough? It has to be enough. G fucking G, bros. G fucking G, bros.
We are going to game number 5, Dracos.
We are witnessing. We are witnessing. We are witnessing, bros. We are witnessing.
Actually take down T1 in the 4th game. They're gonna have side selection.
Jesus.
It's time for Silver Scrapes.
Jesus fucking Christ.
T1.
Oh my fucking days, bro.
They bring us to Silver Scrapes. 1 game left. And what else is there to say? 4th Silver Scrapes at this MSI. Let's send it over to the desk to talk about the looming Game 5.
What an amazing game! What an amazing game!
It's
so
happening!
It is happening. I've mostly been hosting 5-game series. I'm really, really happy about this. What a game, because even if T1 takes this one, CFO kept on fighting. They didn't stop. The recovery after the early game that they had was absolutely phenomenal, especially for Rest, for his Ambessa. But let's roll back a bit here, because it all started from Owner trying to set up his solo laners here.
Yeah, and I think that this is what we wanted to see from T1, right? We'll get into some of the later team fights, CFO clawing back, but really what started and kicked this off
where do we go
these
from here,
early
guys?
plays, right? Hongq going in.
Let's have a little fucking look below
He's able to
on
get the
drafting.gg, guys.
Faker. Guess who's there? Owner. And Owner
Guys,
has his back.
now officially there's no more melee supports.
He gets Doran ahead. He pays it forward, and that's where
Rel,
exactly
Alistar
what I did want to see from T1.
are still in.
And we will get
So
there
they will be
because
picked
it
early.
was a long back and forth game. That final fight to me was interesting because Silas comes in and joins the fight late. So
These will be picked.
Of course, Dragon goes
They will
over
be in the
to
pool.
CFO with the secure.
Unless
but just watch
if
Hongq
T1 are
joining
that
in
base and they ban both.
No. Keria says, get the hell out of there.
Bro,
So then,
maybe
no carry there.
maybe
It's a 4v5,
the GOAT will
and it's
just
straight up
be
T1 finishing the
in
fight.
comfort zone.
Yeah, and this felt like the most one-sided fight that they were able to
What
have.
if the GOAT is just in comfort zone,
all
bro?
the fights leading up to this, of which there were many, they went really, really back and forth where a few carries, a few players on each team
So
would
T1
get
are gonna ban
eliminated.
Talia.
Was kind of the final
In terms of jungle, we got Sejuani,
honestly, I thought
Yon mid lane,
game absolutely wrapped up by me.
Akali.
Yeah, the game is just getting incredibly
Ari.
chaotic. If just one of those moments where if CFO, knowing that Silas is still on the top side of the map, were able to have stronger positioning, like Cassio just wasn't in position. And usually in the last Dragon fights, Nautilus is in position to try and
Rise is already
cancel out
big, brother.
anything that Poppy is trying to do. So that was just one of those moments
Quay
where CFO
is
just
in.
didn't have the right
Oriana's in.
play or positioning there. And that just sucks for them because they were really clawing it back.
They were really trying to get back, but that's the thing. Like with a game like this, they have
Jungle-wise,
to take every chance they
we
can.
have
They
Lee
have to
Sin,
take every fight they can. And for this Dragon, they had to commit,
Nocturne.
but rolling back to the beginning of
This
the
is what
game,
you were
I mean,
talking
you were
about.
talking about this. Hongq committing a bit too much. He doesn't know Owners here.
Yeah, and I mean, Hongq absolutely showed up in this
Ozzy
game,
will
right?
get banned
like,
for
he
sure.
later had some insane plays, thought he could go in, then again, Faker paying it forward to Doran.
Yeah, and even, honestly,
Top
he
lane
saw
is like
Owner. Like,
Jace.
the ward expired, but it expired when he saw the J4. He just thought he could take the 1v2, or he was just so focused on that single play, and Faker ran away with it. So the early game goes in T1's favor, and you're like, okay, it's starting to build now.
Absolutely, and especially when you
Bot
look
lane
at
is
the
like
composition
Ashe
that
MF.
T1 had, putting Doran ahead in the early game with this Rumble, you know that it's going to be useful in fights because we had a lot of good opportunities for Doran to have amazing equalizers and actually grabbing every fight that T1 could get. And for me, in the early to mid game,
Aatrox
that's
was
exactly
picked, yeah.
what set the
Doran
pace.
played it.
Really nice TP from Doran,
Into
really
Sion
nice
game 1.
equalizers, but you always had CFO fighting back.
Hongq getting the Zhonyas here so he's able to survive. Him and Doggo just basically gliding on the outskirts of the fight. So
I don't know which side they're gonna go to,
You're
guys.
like, okay, final fight for T1, they take this fight, they end the game. It was not that case at all. The DPS from Cassio and Jin were just that big. And he didn't even go
Lucian
for the
has already been
the
played.
Yomus and all that.
Yeah,
no, he went, not at all. Went Collector's IE, was building towards LDR. He was a really strong Jin at that point in the game.
Looking at the game and looking at the one that Guma Yoshi had, I feel like DRX just woke up in the middle of the night.
I think it's just Ash, bro.
With the virus. What a monster performance from him.
We even saw the
Ash MF will be the ADs. Ash MF, I think.
Steal on an objective.
Ash
right?
MF, Jinx, Ferios, Ash MF. I think Ash MF.
Yes. I mean,
And I think we have
the game
Alistair
did get
Rel
kinda
trade.
difficult for him in some of these fights when Rest was able to get through onto the back line, but I thought he played really, really well. And again, we talked about two of the players that really helped T1 get here and really, really stepped up. It was Guma and it was Doran.
100%. It's actually just hilarious because you're right. A lot of those fights that we didn't see in these replays, Doran was just cooking them.
Right.
You're
Literally
like,
cooking them.
literally cooking them. Just like 1v4, burning them alive. And you're like, okay, this seems like Rumble is, you know, balanced. And then you see Mbessa on the other side of the fights. You're like, okay, Mbessa is destroying
Hey,
Guma,
London, stand
and he's
up.
not dying.
I don't fuck with the he say, she say, get it no delay, running like relay, bro. You ain't got like this.
Despite the fact that the
I need
goal
my cup, I don't
difference
see
over
straight.
time really
Big
goes
foot
into
jacket from
T1's favor. There
eBay,
you
looking
go. You have to
timeless.
really
Guys, like, I'm
appreciate
gonna
the
get
fact that
copyright struck.
They kept on fighting.
So we're
It
just
was a
reading the
close
lyrics,
game.
okay?
They
For the
kept
tradition's
it close.
sake.
There it is. This virus damage that we were talking about. We're gonna head
Everyone
into
scream
game
next
5
up, but I'm
in
the
a
number
few
one
minutes.
candidate.
That is not something that I thought
Captain's
I would have said
Arman.
at the beginning
I'm
of the
making
day.
key
But the
plays
Oysters
when I'm doing
kept
shows. Gotta
crawling
get
back and
all
fighting here in
prepaid.
this series. Can they
Fortune
take down the
flavors.
current
I'm on a
world
tea
champion?
break.
Or
No
is it gonna
side,
be
know
T1
about these
finally
ways.
being able to close out this series? We'll be right back after
I
this.
gotta let my
Vancouver,
skin fade
join us, Silver
marinate.
Scribes!
Faker trying to find the lockup. Doggo for now completely untouched. Oh, he's stolen away, but he manages to sidestep press. Still going, doing everything that he possibly can, but it's already down for Junja. Faker finding the kill, going in on the Doggo. He gets another 3 down.
And we are back here in Vancouver.
Let's fucking go, bro.
Between CFO and
CFO blue side, I think.
What an amazing series it's been so far.
Detained? This has been such an amazing series. I would have not have expected it to be even anywhere
what was your
close to
prediction
this.
at the beginning of the day?
Creatine is just a super fucking supplement. Creatine, caffeine, these two supplements are absolutely fucking broken.
Coming back with the
Giga
energy that they
broken.
brought at
Creatine
first stand. Not only they bring the upset,
and
but
caffeine,
they bring
bro.
that with style.
Yeah, and the big thing for me is that last game, right?
Yeah.
It looked all in T1's favor until CFO really started clawing back.
Absolutely nuts.
Like, okay, how is Hongq going to look on this Casio? There's some things about this composition that's a little bit more difficult to execute in some of these fights, and they did so well, and it made it an insanely close game.
I don't know, bro. Coffee doesn't do much for me, but I guess that just means all the studies are wrong then.
Like like throughout the series, we saw the Swain. I really enjoyed that one. Swain.
All right, team.
Trundle and the Galio. That has been something they've been kind of dealing with. Another aspect has just been the top laner swap.
Ori.
This time around,
Azir.
they're sticking with Rest.
We have one
They
of the
pick blue
only
side.
teams in the world who can play
Rest is better because he can play Jason Nar well, guys.
as beautifully as they do. With
Talia
the
ban,
recovery that Rest
Zaya
got with
ban.
Mbessa, he's gonna stay here. So Emily, are we hyped about Rest on the top lane against Doran, against the Krog Lord?
Yeah, I mean, Rest has some
Zaya, Talia, and then Twisted Fate. Actually, they don't ban Talia because they are enemy noobs ban Talia. So I have one more free ban.
He sometimes has some interesting things up his sleeve, and what I'm looking to see if this is
What are other
potentially an
Gumayushi
ace
champs?
angle, which I think is the other big pick in addition to something like
Zaya.
Dante that we haven't yet seen from him. So I'm wondering if they're going to go.
Ari.
Yeah, it's interesting because even in the last game where we put the Ornn
TF.
on the side of
First pick Azir.
it was still banned because they don't know
This
what
enemy
to expect.
ban
They're still
Talia.
going to be a little bit afraid of it. And if you take a step back and look at the wider series, there's just not a lot
Actually,
that T1 really expected here.
maybe it's just fucking Yon ban.
As far as it did. And so these team fights have been crazy and they need to be locked in for this one.
And then for T1, I really loved what I saw early in that last game.
Ash.
That's exactly what I wanted to see, right? Like, get Faker going, get him into side lanes. That was great. Keep it up. And Joe throwing team fights.
I don't know, setting up for Azir first pick is just the way, no? Let's take a look. Game of Legends of Hongq.
Do we have any CFO believers?
Do we have any T1
Oh, he's a big Azir guy.
closing out this series?
That's a louder T1 sentiment there.
A lot of support to the world champion. What are we looking at though on the side of CFO? We have a few seconds
did I
left
mute my
here.
mic?
We've
Can you
talked
guys hear
about
me?
Junjia. He's
Hello.
making this team complete
Hello.
here. All the sides of the map are shining.
I still haven't seen his Lee Sin. I want to be able to see him play something like that gets on the map actively, defends his lane. That's a pick that I'm looking for.
It is Fearless Draft. We might as well. Faker
Hello.
meditating on stage. But what is a world champion to some flying oysters? Let's find out right now. Casters, over to you.
All right, let's fucking go.
Thank you so much, Lore. The
I don't like
energy
eating
here,
oysters.
electric, the pressure on both these lineups.
I'd rather eat T1s.
May not be at
I don't
stake.
even know what T1s are, but I will eat them over eating oysters. Is Doran Jace good? I would say Rest or Jace is probably better.
There will still be an early game.
No.
There will still be
All right, guys, I'm gonna draw the straightest line you've ever seen. You ready?
You may use your full seat, not just the edge of it, for this brief moment in time.
No, we're not even a draft yet. I'm going to 100 as fast as I can, Dracos.
I feel you. That's how it feels, and that must be how it feels to the players on stage. The pressure on them to reset, to
Let's
take a
fucking go.
breath. As we enter
All right, blue side. Let's see the Zaya ban.
And HyperX.
Lee Sin ban, alright? Are they banning Nocturne as well?
Once again, hitting the bench. T1 don't want to see it.
Zaya, Talia's out. I think they should look for Azir first pick, by the way. Not ban it on blue. Twisted Fate. And I think if the enemy bans Azir too, they ban Azir here at T1, then I think they should look for first pick Ari.
Every T1 player.
No joke. Oh, that's Azir. I think you look for first pick Ari now.
As we get to game 5,
Here ban Zaya.
so many of the mainstays no longer available. Few of them going to remain banned. After seeing the impact that Owner had on the Jarvan, I think the Lee ban, very obvious. Whereas, despite
Thing is,
what the
Ari is really
scoreline
good
may
because
tell
Nocturne
you,
is still in.
everyone that watched that game knew that Honky was
Holy,
a
the
great
players
boss.
grabbed the
Those
notebook.
bans toward him, keep him coming.
We have Alistar Rel will be picked 1, 2, 3 for sure.
As it was most of
Renekton
Faker's
ban.
impact outside
Rest
of
wants
the
to pick
lane,
Yorick
able
Mori,
to
guys.
very quickly make
They're
his
looking for
impact
Yorick
known on
Mori.
the rest of the map.
Yorick Mori.
And again, just a new generation of mid laner. He was 6
Unreal.
when Faker went to Worlds.
They can play Hui,
That run. That's
Orianna.
back in the day.
But that Renekton ban screams Yorick Mori.
Debating what the final ban is going to be. Renekton,
Rest likes
yeah,
Yorick
we've
Mori,
seen a lot
guys.
of
He's a
safe
very
blind
big
picks
Yorick Mori player.
taken away.
Big top laner still open. Ornn.
Let's see now. Yorick got banned. Is this Zaya?
So we could be looking towards. But in a game 5 like this, we'll see. In theory, the ability to get a lot of value out of being on red side is there.
No way.
Jace,
No way.
makes me nervous is what Jace does.
Yeah.
Jace, a champion who can take over games. Jace, a champion who can fall apart, most certainly.
Rakan?
Rest known.
Rakan first
bringing
pick?
that spice. Oh.
We are looking. We knew it wasn't going to be blind GP. It's going to be
What?
Ornn.
Zaya
Guaranteed
Rakan?
Engage. Despite the fact that shockingly this deep into this series there are still Rakan, Alistar,
Knock.
Rel, all on the table, but this guarantees that you will have the opportunity.
Because usually you want to play Lulu into that. But does Kaiwan want to play Lulu? I doubt
This
it.
is a tendency we've seen from CFO before domestically when their back was against the wall. They default.
Jace gets slammed.
They put their faith.
They pick
in that
Jace.
late game team fighting. And in game 1, they did almost weather the storm. They did.
But now
have
if
that
the enemy
better
goes
early game.
Ornn, Nocturne,
But now with Jace locked in, potentially this is a Sejuani combo alongside
Nocturne
of it.
Ari, isn't Nocturne Ari just free win? Am I crazy?
A lot of comfort here. Jace for Doran, theoretically, could be flexed. We have seen some LCK teams do it. And my guess would be maybe an AD carry or support pickup here.
Zaya Rakan could also be a slam here, by the way. You can go Zaya Rakan here.
But first,
What are the teams afraid of with Zaya Rakan? Oh my god, bro. I am not crazy. Like, I don't know, bro. Why didn't they go Zaya Rakan? Kaiwan doesn't want to play range. He doesn't play it.
And a champion they banned most other games. And finally, Kaiwing had the Nautilus previously, now has.
You just have to pick mid here of a Faker. He's gonna pick Yone, Ari, Orianna, Hui.
And into Rakan, we've seen things like Maokai. Poppy, obviously, after that last game.
Faker, Orianna. Standard
This
stuff.
is another old, reliable for
Ari.
as he picks up the Orianna
Nocturne.
here. Ball delivery system, obviously, in the form of the
Hui.
Sejuani.
Also, guys,
I guess
scratch the
some
Hui,
additional balance to
Akali.
try and ensure that Faker has a decent matchup, because what he did on Silas in that game 1, despite the skill shots not always
Ari,
landing,
Nocturne,
the pressure
Akali.
that he provided was undeniable, and even though in some cases, like in the top lane play, might have been better if he played it a bit more slow. T1 wouldn't have had the early game if it wasn't for him.
Another angle they could go for. That's Nocturne out. Alright, Nocturne is out. Another angle, Maokai, Yone. That's also an angle, guys. Just commit hard into the engage style, into the Jace.
In the series, or at least more
A
coming
little
into the day.
Maokai Yone action.
Yeah, a lot feels uncertain.
That's a great point, Dracos.
But Orianna, you said old, reliable. I mean, it would be hard to think of a player in the world currently.
Maokai Yone, guys. Mao Yone.
Goes for a lot of
That's the Lulu ban. I like the Lulu ban.
Lulu,
Bro, are they
take away
banning
yet
Pyke?
another, even though the champion has
Are they
seen a
banning
repeated round
Pyke?
of nerfs, this is, I think, the type of situation where you will always just be able to get good value. The fact that Braum is gone, you're going to be very happy about a CFO. Does mean that it
Bro, what
makes it a lot
AD
harder
pairing
to
would you even
actually
put?
block
Like, what AD jungle is left here to pair with Ari?
taken away here.
I don't even know what AD jungles are left. It's like Volibear could be played, maybe? Volibear jungle?
Comfort. On Q, 3 games on the pick.
Still have Kindred available.
Is this just Maokai Yone?
Be an angle.
Zed is already
Towards more
played.
tankiness. We saw the Mundo come out
Viego? Are we gonna go Viego?
as well. What is that?
Viego?
going to be 80 carry. I think most likely here.
Guys,
and then carry up,
Nafiri.
probably cooking up something for the
Nafiri.
R5.
Nafiri?
Is the Jinx. Already a lot of support available for this pick, and a pick that, as Guma knows very well as well, Xayah
And
really
then what,
struggles
do
with
we
the
just
range
play
advantage.
Hui?
Is a big deal.
Or do we go Maokayon?
Scaling. Orianna, the Jinx.
Do we go Maokayon?
Is it something that CFO want to match, or do they want to play for an earlier stage of the game?
Akali?
A lot of hovers.
Does it Tristana Maokai? But Tristana and Orianna is not it's a very hard matchup.
Gives them the magic damage that their
I don't like
composition
this.
needs, decent into the
I
tanky
don't like
jungler,
this.
But they need a magic
I
damage
don't
jungler
like
at
the
this point,
Tristana.
likely the mid lane
I
Tristana.
don't like it at all.
I mean, likely, it's the mid lane Tristana.
It's not good.
Is it Nidalee?
Velvet?
Could be looking towards that as well.
Sejuani will be unkillable if they take this risk, but they will have
What the fuck?
Happy to make consideration.
Zyra jungle. Damn.
Pull it out in the mid-season playoffs as well.
Ham Coco. It's a fucking Carrier Classic.
The Carrier Kench,
It's a Carrier Classic.
colloquially and domestically known as the Engage Kench.
Guys, I have to say, I think this Tristana ruins it. I think Yone and Maokai would have been fucking the real shit, bro.
To absorb the blow. Mid-jungle. Setup is
I think I am... My issue, guys, I am not fully convinced by T1 because I actually don't think that Jace is that useful as a champ. And I also don't think Jinx is that useful as a champ.
Most likely not.
But this is a very awkward Rakan game to play because you have nobody to deliver you, bro.
Turn into fist fights early.
I don't know what to
Double AD
think.
carry scaling on one side, the Orianna and the Jinx on the other. Both sides. With some
I feel like Guma will cook all of them. I don't think Guma's playing so well today, bro. I don't feel super confident in that.
The OG scaling hyper carry alongside Sivir.
I don't know. My concern is that blue side might be lacking engage and they're getting outranged.
As we go into game number 5, a lot of the games blown up early, but I think this one might go the distance, Dracos.
Holy.
And all I ask is for a
This one might go the distance. Chronicle is also tired, guys. We're not the only ones.
Come on, for game 5, we gotta bring the fire!
That we do. Winner of the series. Moving on to face BLG, loser. Face Movistar Koi.
Yeah, I don't know. I hate both drafts. But I think that, I don't know, I feel like Orianna's gonna be pretty OP this game.
Should we help?
Let's help!
T1 fans, I hear you, but CFO, I hear some chants here and there. I need to hear you together. If you believe in CFO, if you believe in the upset, let me hear you now, Vancouver!
The T1 fans, one last time!
All right.
It's happened and it's already a sick game, dude.
Faker the GOAT. Very original tweet.
15 minutes, let's go.
All right, we're looking at Junja's early clear. You mentioned it before. If an AP jungler gets any kind of early advantage, exponential scaling on that clear speed. On the opposite side for Owner, much more playmaking. Yes, most
Ain't no way this guy sent a message giving T1 the credit for CFO showing up playing so well. That is crazy. That is next level glazing. T1 bring out the best in all teams. That's a crazy take. That is crazy. That is some fucking deep donut glazing. I love it.
Which is try and interact as little as possible with the Jace. As in he goes again.
All right, on cue.
Level 2. Satchel charge laid down, some damage onto Faker, keeping the push going. Owner for now focused on his own clear.
Oh, and look at Junja. That red buff dying while he was already basically.
I think T1's gonna win, guys.
Showing his knowledge of the Zyra clear.
Good news for T1 is it looks like they spotted the movement from Zyra. They have vision in that brush, so
I think T1 win, guys.
Camp ahead right now. That is just
We're waiting for a long one with no kills, though.
More opportunity to either reset or get an early gank off.
I'm putting some eye drops. I need to be able to see this as good as possible.
early base into TP, into dropping a ward where Owner got him a bunch of times in the last
Well, that's
game.
refreshing,
This is game
bro.
5. You don't want to give up any
That is very
free
refreshing.
early advantages. Junja, there's the full clear.
Said your spellbook, bro. Spellbook is just OP, bro. They have 2 spellbooks. They have spellbook gap against 1 spellbook.
3-minute clear.
Honky already TP'd back, by the way, guys. This is not good for Honky. This is not good. Unless Junjia collects him. If Junjia collects Faker, then it's good. Honestly, even Faker not dying is also really bad because he's getting pushed off the turret. He's losing cannon wave. Junjia is crossing, bro. Faker is just getting Bobby Schmurdered here. They got a mid-plating at minute 3, bro. That is crazy. That's really fucking good. Bro, they just saved Honkyu's lane really fucking hard.
Dash out, but on the edge of death there.
He's healing up. Yeah, I think, especially against Ornn with the W available, I don't know if you want to run the risk. It looks like that's not the case. But again, these early game, it's textbook. You load into the draft, Tristana as prio, try and harass as much as possible. You have so much tempo.
Spellbook is just OP, guys. Straight up, it's just OP. There's no other way to put it. How good is Spellbook Sedge? Bro, all the other runes are fucking pointless. Like, Spellbook is just OP, I think.
CS still somewhat even, or relatively even, I say. So it's dead even here between Honky and Faker.
They balance it out. Kaiwing needs to be a little bit careful here. Base damage from Tahm Kench, very powerful.
Engage Kench.
Engage Kench is expected. Also, as a side note, we do have 4 unsealed spellbooks. A first in an international game. So that's both supports, rest, and owner. So if
I'm just so surprised that they didn't take the Zyra account T1, you know. I think that's very surprising.
We'll just keep our eyes on the kill feed, shall we?
And this is more of a driver champ than a rest champ, in my opinion. But maybe I'm crazy. Conqueror Zyra, yeah, it's very common. Owner's a giant spell, guys. He will never lose his pants. Honky has no E, so this straight on Faker is not the greatest. Well, still, oh. Okay, the trade is fucking fantastic on Faker. Faker overreached. I overreached with my eyes.
Faker actually getting a good amount of free poke there. Shields down now. Rocket jump
is available. Owner will show on pink. Doran's doing a great job in this lane, guys.
Taken down by Doran.
It's hammer time. It's hammer time.
A matchup he had to win almost 800 gold already in his favor.
Can't touch this, bro.
Exactly when he means to. The head-to-head was already going
Frog
well,
Lord.
as Ornn, you're expected to take
Really?
a bit of a beating, but we've
Is he saving all the pick'ems in the world, guys? Is he saving all of the pick'ems in the world right now?
We'll see CFO answer, knowing that a lot of attention was paid for T1 towards the top side of the map. They're all on recalls
Guys.
as well, but they do this pretty slowly. Owner's there.
Looking for the root, looking for the knockup. Owner taking a decent amount of damage, but I don't really think they have enough to finish the kill before anyone else arrives. Keria does have access to the Abyssal Voyage.
Yeah. Guys, I think there will be no action, so I want to show you something. Tahm Kench. He flashes over the wall. Keria smite, Keria smite, Keria smite. Keria smite. Oh, Kaiwing also had smite. Kaiwing also had smite. Oh, Kobayushi fake fucks up the flash. He also had smite. 4 people had smite.
I don't think we noticed. Yuma flashes, but doesn't get the final auto as Doran.
Doran still going toe-to-toe. Nice flash to get
away. Oh, no.
Respecting the all-in potential of an Ornn with level 6. He's also taken Ignite from the Summoner Spellbook. Boy, I hate this room, but it's so hype.
And if you were worried that the tension
Guys,
would be there in game
they
number
subbed
5,
in the wrong guy. He doesn't play Ornn. They subbed in the wrong guy.
It's almost entirely Doran.
The wrong guy is playing.
Break that tower.
Oh no!
Give his lead to someone else. Support
the wrong guy is playing.
See if he wants to just keep the pressure on rest.
One of the
Gage, nice combo. Pull back on the Faker. Good initial dive. Keria coming in, but he's only level 5. They can't quite finish the kill on the Orianna. Kaiwing needs a way out. Gleaming Quill gives him a bit of health. Trying to get behind the minions.
Ooh, if Keria has his Devour there. I think
They sent in the wrong guy. Oh no!
Do think Looking at the compositions again with how a lot of these early fights play out.
Oh no!
Both Jinx and Jace actually have so much effective range. Can be hard on the Zyra to really get the most value, right? There are drafts where if your opponents are mostly short range, forced to jump into you. There's so much you can do, but this time around, Junja is going to be relying on Rest and Kaiwing setting him up. Kaiwing, especially after that early play, he'll be feeling good about, but Rest definitely struggling in the lane. I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. His owner starts up the grubs here early on.
The other big thing is this Jace is a constant pressure point, which means setup is that much harder. We know the dream situation for the Zyra, that you have to fight into her.
Owner's like, not again. Doesn't even have smite.
All right, Doran. We are believing in you, bro. You carry T1 here, why don't you just carry this game too as well? That's a fucking combo there. Owner, don't tell me Owner lives.
Just barely lives. And they managed to get
No
all
way,
the
that's
kills.
haram.
Excuse me, no, the last
Wallahi, that's
taken
haram.
away. I thought the Jinx got it, but
Jesus.
Not quite. It's Rest not able to join. Obviously also still sitting on the Ignite, but even with TP, wouldn't have mattered. Doran is keeping
I can't believe he lived.
locked in
You get 2
lane.
grubs, he gets objective counter as well.
close. T1 slightly ahead. Krugs spots them.
Keria with the lens.
Kaiwin goes in, doesn't find his target, and now they're forced to back away. On cue.
Ooh, Faker Gaming.
Flashes out of safety. Faker now on the chase. Flash of his own.
Come on, Faker! Yes!
Redemption for the first few games.
Yes.
His form in game 5, the laning phase.
And that's why you don't pick Tristana into fucking Orianna. This matchup is not fun, bro.
That's the reps on Orianna right there paying off. As that is now the second solo kill found for T1.
The
CFO games, both
Faker
of them
is
could not
back.
be
He is
more
back.
one-sided. Master classes in snowballing the game.
And even in the midst of the explosive action mid lane, it's still just Doran on the bottom side of the map, slowly but surely extending this gold lead. Rest, there's just nothing he can do.
And for Jinja, there is so much he needs to do, right? Like, he can't help the tank. Needs to try and play towards his top side. That's getting pushed in as Rest.
Ignitus Maximus.
Because of his W.
Meridius.
That's going to be enough. No wave right now. Junja looking for top. A punish would be huge here.
Gia is floating, he's coming. He's walking here.
And try to take Guma out.
Nice, nice. Well played by T1. T1 warming up to the series. I think game 4, game 5.
Too much of a cross map, but that is going to be yet
Well,
another chicken
especially
camp.
this game, they are having the T1 magic is kind of making a little peak. Oh, like the couple are basing together. Very cute, but very bad. You know, if they did, if you know what you can do, Dogo could have blocked it while Rakan recalled, and then he could have walked back to the recall. You know.
Kaiwing on the way. Now taking over to level 6.
Faker doesn't have flash, so
CFO, that game 1 will haunt them forever, bro. That game 1 will haunt them forever, man.
that they found to cancel. T1 just keeps on
This kind of reminds me of that G2 T1 series too, you know? It's very, very uncanny, very similar to this, you know?
Then obviously Rest is going
The
to struggle.
G2 T1 series
Let
too.
that one go at least for now. But then the fact that Honky with the early leads just now got solo killed by Faker means that that lead is gone as well. And that's why the
Another back
Zyra
cancel.
isn't even ahead.
And you're starting to see the cracks in the armor. CFO.
Guma.
So many explosive early games as Guma. Calls out Junja. Good initial route. Ulti to follow. So much damage now onto the Jinx. Junja can't quite follow it up at a big chunk. Carry immediately sprinting up to the top side, knowing he needs to be there to defend his AD carry. Ghost burned. Flash now up for Guma.
I don't think he can. Reinforcements are on the way though, and
Junja has to be careful.
Might be trying to play it a little greedy here as carry out.
Okay, Junji with the flash, but right into the fucking mouth.
Guma playing on the edge, however. Devour there to keep owner standing.
It's pushed off. We have any TPs here? Carry with the W, looks fucking clean. Doggo. CFO, the whole party is here. Not sure why we're Zaya ulting, but we are Zaya ulting.
There's no TPs available, no one can help him.
Trying to kill the catfish. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Dio
Doggo has to be careful though. Carry does a lot of
Dio is so clean, bro. Why is he so quick and fast, bro? Damn.
Still pushing in the mid lane.
And what they will deny, a lot of resources from Guma, still feels like a trade as opposed to just a win for CFO. I think they're still going to be happy about it.
Battle Kench.
Unless on Q should be fine here. Carry out.
Use the rocket jump. Ulti forced. Carrier putting down a lot of pressure there. Rest doing what he can in this bot side matchup.
Scary, man. Giant catfish walking towards you.
I mean, if you hit the Q, you're gonna hit the W. Tough situation.
A lot of minions going by the wayside here for CFO, but I think those kills and the fact that Guma doesn't just get to run away with this matchup, put some resources into Doggo, definitely a good call there from the LCP representatimes.
T1 has a solid gold lead. I can't believe they deflected this top dive so well. Only owner died because
It's not like T1 have the greatest engage options, but
Faker got a clean base over there as Archangel. From Carrier, Faker's just rushing after Honky, wants to Q him one more time. That's the ult.
Ulting for tempo is Rest.
Rest looking for the angle, but it's just not enough. Down he goes. The feet of warfare, the rocket.
Nah, T1 is on one, bro. T1 is on one. It looks like CFO's out of gas, and I really didn't like that just on Aroken as well. I think they would needed to go Maokai, fucking Yon there, guys, and they would have go buttons to actually crack these long-range champions. And now I think that they are lacking the engage and they are lacking the range. Let's see how they play this dive. Carrier still has Eat, he has also Exhaust, he has Solari as well. They are so fucking strong. Carrier's just in the right spot, and owner also TP's in, bro. Fucking, he's got a fucking private jet, baby, and it's called Spellbook.
CFO, see T1 take a great trade.
What a fucking cross map jungle play, bro.
CFO still pushing. Carrier ready to go. Doggo walking forward.
Nice Eat again. Carrier never left, bro. Holy, holy, Carrier Tompkins is just too vicious.
It's a TP in, but it's too damn late.
Oh.
He wants something back, but owner will not let him have it. T1.
It's Jover, bros. It's Jover. Southeast gang. Southeast Asia gang. It's for the pick'ems, bro. It's for the pick'ems.
Topside turret falls. Mid lane falls. The dive. A failure, and CFO. They got so insanely close. I understand why they go for this play. Again, they're losing on all the other sides of the map. It's a Hail Mary, but T1 is ready. Even though Doggo's timing is good.
Bro, CFO just looked tired, man.
Carrier just stays alive.
See, they just look tired.
And then Hongq feels priced in. Maybe he can get a kill. The fact that he doesn't even get the Kench, even if it wouldn't have made the play better, it's insult to injury, and Junja can only watch as his teammates are taken down one by one by T1.
Fans erupt, even as Faker is stone cold. And you gotta give credit to Carrier. The Poppy game
kind of gives like Blackwards versus C9 vibes as well, you know.
Exactly where he needed to be. The exhaust,
it's the engage catch, man.
Perfectly timed to keep Faker standing.
Oh, CFO though, they're not gonna give up.
Certainly aren't. Lock up there. Ulti going in onto
Faker.
Likely to get taken down.
Oh.
But in the meantime, the rest
it's Deathix Love. Thank you very much for thanking for subs. Appreciate that. Fucking hey up in this bitch. Thank you very much, man. Hey. Thank you. Far too kind. It's Death Love. Thank you very much.
There's two towers being assaulted. CFO, they're finding 1 or 2 kills back, but look at the
A
difference.
lurker homie decided to hook me up. Appreciate that. Thank you. Far too kind. Thank you.
All they want, but T1 are playing the entire map.
And yes, we see the bounty.
Vlad say hi. Oh, shout out to Vlad.
Likely with the E.
The homie.
Oh, he might be paying because Junja is looking to get out of the play.
Assalamu alaikum, Vlad.
Punish. Maybe just trying to execute, but I don't know if that's gonna happen with the Jays. Same for Hongq, but he's stuck, Dracos.
Bro, what the fuck is happening, bro? Junja got executed, bro. It's such a fucking Doran thing.
The execute crucial. They're trying to donate the kill. They give it to Faker.
Faker's level 11 to Doran's 13. Faker's just been laning with Tompkins the whole game.
Members of T1 standing in front of you while you have a blinking red health bar waiting for the appropriate carry to come get.
Yeah, Mato CFO is good or bad T1 series? I think both.
And in theory, right?
Both.
If Rest can get to level 13, 14, start giving out these ornaments. If Doggo can be set up by the rest of his team, you have double AD carry as well. Your mid to late game team fights are absolutely disgustingly strong. But T1, they're just not going to let you get. And let's be real, it's not like their team fight is bad.
This is very deep from T1. I don't like this at all. Oriana ult completely whiffs. It's a sombrero. But T1 get out.
Still stepping forward.
Unscathed. CFO just don't have any damage, bro. There's just no damage. There's no damage in the damage department.
CFO holding on to the remnants of their base, knowing it's taken just... It's 17 minutes in. It's a 6K gold lead.
And you wished for a close game 5.
Yeah, that's my bad.
And you're not going to get it, it would appear.
Well, hey, never say never.
Never say never.
I'm a glass half full kind of guy.
Glass half full.
Sure. We do need some shenanigans. Yeah, something needs to happen.
Some oopsies.
I'm looking at...
Adora just fucking cracked out of his mind in this game for the Jace. That's why they picked the Jace.
Baron? Yeah,
I expected him to pick Zara Khan. They would still get the Jace, right? Because the enemy showed Ornn, but...
That's a classic.
I think...
This works. If it works, it works, right?
They're a team that always peaks at the right time.
Doga has 2 items.
But right now I'm thinking about it as games. Because in game 5 they've been clutch. They found Junja.
Nice kills
coming through from Kaiwing to keep him standing, so T1 not able to find that pick.
No reset.
But they do get some major cooldowns. Faker just waiting in the brush. Ward over the wall too. Ball there. Owner still stepping forward. Carrier ready to back him up if he needs to. Shockwave only connecting onto Rest, not the ideal target. But Faker just, and the rest of T1 just don't want to let them back into their own jungle. Trying to keep the pressure on, but it's on cue.
On cue. Squeezing water from Stone.
Shielding. Carrier was still in the area as well, still with Locket, still at heal, still
cool that Doran and Faker get a solo bolo in game 5.
When you get ahead with a composition with both Orianna and Kench, T1 can't just have someone be a little bit too far
apparently Planeta shared with us that Rest is actually the Ornn player, but it just happened that Ornn didn't get picked this bit.
It's also incredibly difficult because the exhausts that are coming in from having double Summoner Spellbook just make it so easy. If anyone does even manage to pop off as CFO.
Should be able to get the bounty. It's about the exit here, Dracos.
T1 playing for the kills. 2.3k. Where's the objective going to go? 1600 Dragon getting lower. Ornn called. Owner trying to retreat.
Alright, Honky just jumped forward. What a psychopath.
Faker about to fall, but Faker
remains
standing. Crucially, carried amidst the team. Feathers ready to go. T1 continue to advance.
Yusuf. Come Yusuf. Holy, Tompkins with the ball. Holy, Sergio ultimate. Wait, are they ending? Guys, ending. No, they're not ending. They're basing, they're basing.
He's in the base.
I was thinking that it's the time for Jinx end.
Not what I expected to see at 20 minutes, the Tom Kench solo push, but here we are, T1.
I thought it was time for a Jinx end, you know, like fucking get cooked, get excited.
They are a terrifying team.
Oh, and
CFO are being reminded
I think Spellbook is a fun rune, I missed it.
Not going to be in a position to try and contest this Otacon.
Alright. All the other Eastern teams, like the top 4s, they needed 1 game to warm up. T1 needed 4. T1 needed 4.
Doggo has his, but he, again, is always going to be reliant. Zaya, when you're playing into Orianna, when you're playing
Doran
into
the
Jinx,
Moran with the 5,000 gold lead.
Very limited effective range. As Aguma now sitting on his IE. Faker's just going Death Gap second.
He's locked in. He knows they have the damage advantage. If he gets a good ulti off, it does not matter if he dies. They will wipe the fight. Doran.
Opportunity?
He's 5,000 gold ahead individually.
This is a great series, bro. This was really fucking fun.
He could just give money to any one of his teams and they'd all be an item ahead of their opposition.
That's an absolutely insane. And more important,
yeah, honestly, I have to say, I have to glaze myself, but my MSI content has fucking, it has fucking, I hit the nail on the head with so many fucking things, bro. All that time investment has really paid off watching all the leagues.
Oh. Poignancy of the moment. Not lost, I think, on any T1 fan. Opportunity now ready. Started with his early solo kill. Bolstered by help from Owner. CFO just desperately holding on. Only a game and a half ago, it seemed like they were on the verge of doing something that had not been done in 13 years.
Now it's feeling very far away as T1, again, sometimes they misstep.
This is always the awkward,
seem to show up.
The awkward timing here for the game. The awkward time for in the game where one team is so clearly winning, but they can't finish because they need Nash, and Nash spawns at 25. Alright, T1 are planning to make it less awkward. They want to crack the base. Yusuf gets eaten by the Town Floco. There's a Zeri ultimate. There's a nice fucking... Yeah, the ending. Gumushi and T1 are ending the game, guys. The ending. Jinx is designed to end games like these. This is gonna be the fastest game at MSI.
They just don't have the money. They don't have the stats. They don't have the items. Donor is just standing there leisurely tanking the turret and double.
GG.
Trying to hold on.
Man, my DPM lol pick'em doesn't get... I have under 23 minutes as the fastest game, but I think it's just impossible.
Game 5, T1, only 23 minutes in.
No.
I put Billy as fastest game because they went planes.
No, not like this, Dracos. 3 seconds. I don't think they can actually end. Junja on his
the
way.
licky tank.
Maybe TP angle, but the people of TP not alive just yet.
And at this stage of the game, 10,000 gold for T1.
Classic truck teasers.
It would take a miracle for CFO to find a way back in. T1 will give them the respect to play it safe, to play it smart. But the map is just getting smaller and smaller.
They don't get to play the game, right? It's why we always talk about when you get to this point, you just don't have the items to take anyone down unless they massively overstep. And T1, they've been playing pretty deliberate as I say that. Faker will be found here by Rest. Has his own ornament now.
3 members of T1 waiting over the wall, and it was a trap. Baited beautifully all along, T1. The wave on bot side might be the final.
This is a fucking rough loss for CFO, guys.
Double 80 carries.
Very rough ending here.
Unafraid, unthreatened.
I think they needed to pick something better than just stun, I guess.
So close here in Vancouver.
Penis.
But it looks like reality has set in. Draco says the Nexus is about to fall.
T1.
They eat.
Sending a reminder, you might take 1 game. You might take 2, but you are not taking the series. The world champs.
Pick'ems is saved. We get T1 versus Billy, which is giga fucking exciting. But this was fucking close. Holy fuck, bro. Drink up, brother. Stay hydrated.
Yes, but also smiles because they know that series was something special.
Damn, CFO.
As a reminder, blew through the
Icarus, baby, Icarus.
We're unmatched. Obviously, we were denied the match 2. Genji, that rematch.
Well, Kerry is my MVP of this series, for sure.
Fell swiftly. CFO, not so much.
Definitely not a valiant effort, but T1 better.
Alright, guys, let's not talk about the matchups that come on Sunday. Let's start with focusing on the matchups we have tomorrow.
We knew the matchup would be hard, but he made it impossible. Very casual thumbs up.
Right smile.
Well, considering the matchups we have coming up tomorrow, we got G2 versus FlagQuest, AL versus Genji. Oh my god, we're getting spoiled. Giddy just sent me something that is fucking hilarious, but I can't share it to the stream. There's no draw. Why would there be a draw, bro? Everything's already determined by the rules. Okay, a little note to the editor, and let's do a quick breakdown. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about the matchups of today. Easy and breezy. I think I don't want to spend too much time on the series that we just played. I do think that Koi, in the opening game, I was disappointed by their approach. This is too skewed towards scaling. For me to beat Bilibili, you need to make sure that your 3v3 is insanely strong and that you can stay active in the jungle and attack them when they are isolated by figuring out ways to group. And in game one, you didn't really give yourself options to do so with the Maokai and then Yon into the Aurora. Not a big fan of that. I didn't like that at all. Bilibili had really strong lane matchups, and I think this is their strength. Even though Koi maybe could have won, but I think Bilibili, if they are strong in the game, they're really, really good at taking charge of the game, and they're really, really good at like playing through lanes, and they lane super well. And then they are insane at fucking team fighting. Like this game, it ended in such a beautiful way where there was a 3v5 fight. But Bilibili team fighting is just menacing, absolutely menacing. Koi and Bilibili and the CFO T1 series, they kind of deserve a video of their own in terms of the full breakdown. But I just wanted to share some general thoughts. I think in game two, at this one in particular, they really, really isolated Bin on the Gwen. Bin died so many times on side, and they managed to kill him over and over again. I think that Alvaro was absolutely brilliant throughout the entire series. I think you can say the same for On. I think both the supports absolutely played out of their minds in the series. I thought this game in particular, it was also like Azir got super, super fed. There were, many details you can point to, especially with the engage angles that Wukong and Rel found, and MKoi was finally on the board. They punished, of course, the Gwen super, super hard there. Here in game 3, I think Bilibili, a big difference in comparison to what we saw in the LPL, a big difference from Bilibili, especially because they went through play-ins too, so they have some games under the belt. They currently have won 9 games in the MSI and lost 1. So they played a total of 10 games. I feel like Bilibili has finally recognized how they should draft. They are picking heavy early game skewed bot lanes. They're playing champions in mid lane that Knight is really fucking good on. And that's all. I think there is still some work to be done with Bin, but I do think that Bilibili has figured out a lot about themselves. And the way they played the Caitlyn and the Lees, I feel like Beishuan, if there were no nameplates, you could say that Beishuan had a very Shun-like performance here on the Vi and also on the Scanner, in my opinion. I think that, Beishuan is finding his footing, and I think that Bilibili draft-wise are also figuring out a lot of important details, which I think is super cool. I was surprised that Mirwin picked Aatrox instead of Ambessa. Maybe he kept it for the next game. Could be entirely possible. The Aatrox into Sion is a very, very common answer, but Mirwin is not known for playing Aatrox at all, and I think it was quite visible because he was getting kind of destroyed in the matchup. Caitlyn seems to be popping off at this tournament, currently at 4-0. All the Caitlyn players look fucking insane when they slam it down. That's something to pay attention to for sure. In the final game, this was also awfully close, I think. Awfully, awfully close. Koi had a very good position in the game where basically they set up for a Nash. They got the Nasher off of a crazy Ambessa play. She lifestole super, super much. And then Bilibili found a way to maneuver through the game. I think Koi didn't recognize that it needed to pull the trigger, send more Sejuani ultimates, use Ryze ult to reposition, engage with Ambessa. I think Ambessa also buying BT was completely troll. Could have optimized the build a little better, therefore the Ambessa. The game ended in the end. Bilibili, of course, with their comp, if they have no mid turret, Syndra and Ashe are very vulnerable to flanks, and that's how you break them. So this is a very, very immobile comp. But in the end, Ambessa just got hit with an Ashe arrow in the head, got caught on mid-wave, and Bilibili actually ended the game, even though Koi actually had Mountain Soul in this game. I think that my take about, of course, Koi having the highest chance of upsetting, I do think that it was a very, very good take based off of this series in the contrast of the other 3. If I think about closeness, I think maybe you can have an argument for Fly 2, right? Because of that Viego game that was awfully close. But this was before CFO played T1. I think, for those who are going to ask, I think between CFO and T1, I do think that, I think it was a mix of T1 actually not playing super well, and at the same time, CFO really performing super well. Game 1, I think CFO lost their mind, right? It was that Atacam play. They were in a super winning position, and they have Nash. Instead of pushing on the waves, they just walk into a T1 fight in a T1 area where they're out of position to defend everything, which was super stupid. Kaiwing went on the longest flank of all time and just died, and CFO lost the game. This was the biggest stomp that we saw at this tournament until the game 5 of this series too. This was insane for CFO because Kaiwing is not known for playing the range champs. The fact that they pulled out Lucian Nami and played so well in Kalista Renata was a very good punish. An additional detail here is that Faker had a performance similar to Gwen on Bin and Gwen, where Faker was dying to every gank, dying to every side lane play, and ended the game with like 8 deaths in a catastrophic way. This was a very, very one-sided affair, and Honkyu really showed how much of a super talent this player is. Honkyu is absolutely brilliant, and it was fun to see, of course, the swapping back and forth. Watch Faker trash talk. Wait, it happened now?
Like more
predictions with the
첫 경기라서 무대 적응은 좀
predictions would be
and it's completely the same. Get a little scared. True for each for the
very hard fought. Congratulations to you both. But I do have to ask as a first question, Faker, tell me about that game 5 and what do you think the key to victory was? Because CFO had a really, really good showing here today. You were quite unexpected in getting here in terms of T1. Not that many fans were hoping to or expecting to see you here. Did you have to get used to the stage, you think? And how good do you think you can play here at MSI?
일단 첫 경기라
a little more time to get used to the new stage and everything, and confidence will also build up later.
It definitely will. Now, Faker, you were up versus Honkyu, who was 6 years old when you won your very first World Championship. And I know that you're also one of his idols. Is there anything you want to say about his performance today?
오늘 생각했던 것보다 조금 상대 선수가 홍큐 선수가 굉장히 잘했다고 생각했고 그래서 좀 어려운 경기였는데 오늘 이렇게 승리할 수 있어서 기쁩니다.
I mean, Honkyu played even better than I expected.
You just understood?
It was actually a rough
Damn.
series for
Goat.
me, but in the end, we had a really good game together.
Okay, you definitely did. You put on a beautiful show to make sure that you get good practice in.
또 북미를 오신 만큼, 캐나다에 오신 만큼 북미 서버 솔랭을 하시면서 연습을 하실 것 같은데 이미 몇 차례 해보신 경험이 있지만 연습에 얼마나 도움이 되는지 한번 알려주시면 좋을 것 같습니다.
저는 항상 솔로 랭크는 도움이 된다고 생각하고
Well, any kind of solo queue game is a good practice.
All right, I think the Bilibili question's coming now.
All the chats and having interactions.
He sees all of it. Amazing. The Wolves are a little dangerous, though. Gumayushi, even here in Canada, there are so many fans.
팬분들이
좀 아시아 쪽 또 현재 팬분
First off, for the fans in out here, thank you so much for coming down to support us. I will make sure to do my best in order to make the best outcome here in MSI Vancouver.
And there's just one more question I need to ask, and I'll ask you both. Up next is BLG, a really exciting matchup for us as fans, and they have nightmares of what happened at the World Championship. So for you both, what would you like to say to BLG? Faker first.
이제 다음 경기는 BLG를 상대하실 예정인데요. 아직 BLG가 작년 월즈에서의 그런 악몽을 떨치지 못했을 수도 있을 것 같은데요. 마지막으로 BLG 상대에게 한마디 할 수 있다면 뭐라고 하시고 싶으신가요?
PLG와 또 만나게 될 줄 몰랐는데 이렇게 또 만나게 돼서 너무 재밌을 것 같고 오늘만큼 힘든 경기는 내일은 안 나올 거라고 생각하고 있습니다.
Well, I was actually not expecting a rematch to happen this fast. But, you know, I hope we can have a good game together, and I believe it's not going to be as tough as today.
Well, Gumayushi, would you like to add anything, or is that enough?
뭔가 더 덧붙이실 말씀 있으실까요?
작년 월즈의 악몽이 떠오르게 해드리겠습니다.
You guys are going to relive the nightmare of last Worlds Finals.
Whoa! Well, we will see T1 against BLG in their next matchup.
Okay, since Billy can't stand up for themselves, I'm going to, okay? Since Billy can't stand up for themselves, I'm going to stand up for them. Billy beat them twice last MSI. Twice. 2 BO5s. Let's remember facts. Let's remember facts. That's what Bin would say, not me. I wouldn't say this. Bin would say this. All right? All right, now we got that in. All right, we talked about this stomp. The game 3 as well, CFO with the Swain. They also fucking stomped this game with the split map into the dive. It just looked like CFO was way better, man. Way better. CFO was absolutely smurfing it. Even this game 4 was insanely competitive. This was just a Keria masterclass. He had to do crazy Poppy ultimates to even keep them in the game. Rumble had some good plays too. Early game was really good with the challenge onto Casio. But even in this one, Faker made some massive mistakes. He went for an all-in. He defended a bot dive. Was super far behind on CS, but eventually recovered with a death gap and a final good team fight. And then in the end, I think that CFO kind of overcooked their draft here in the final one. I was surprised that T1 didn't go for Zaira Khan in the 1-2, but they went for the Jace, and this Jace obviously fucking slammed this Ornn into the ground, which was really, really cool. They went for the Zaira Khan, and Orianna was slammed, a Faker classic, and then they went Jinx and Tom. And I think CFO needed to go Maokai and Yon here to go into a full committal comp here with Orianna into the Jace and the with the Ornn into the Jace. Orianna would have been better. Instead, they picked like mid-range champs that get outranged by Jinx, Orianna, and Jace in Tristana and Zyra. Orianna is used as a counter into Tristana, and I think CFO showcased here that they kind of ran out of pool here. I think Maokai and Yon would have been a better pairing, would have been better in my opinion. And maybe you find like a different AP, maybe you pick like Quay. But I think that Maokai Yon works so well because you're lacking engage here. And T1, I do think that they played pretty damn good in the final game. But I do think that their early matches were very, very poor. Very poor coordination. Didn't feel like Owner and Keria had a lot of traction in the game. You could see that Faker was a big liability in my opinion. Even in that opening game, I think that, the mid gap was very severe. The mid lane as of this tournament, I feel like the majority of them are performing super, super good. And Faker is an outlier with that conversation right now. Like Faker, you could argue that out of the mid laners left, that he is the worst performing one. Sure, he had that, team fight at the end of game 4, or he had, for example, the solo kill in game 5. But it's like looking at where everybody's at right now in terms of form. Shanks was performing good. Like Chovy didn't even perform that well, if I'm going to be honest, Caps was having a great series against Gen G. And someone in chat said, Caps got solo bullet twice or more, dude. Yeah, because Caps played 3-4 times more games than T1, and we are looking at current form in the top 8, and Caps performed pretty damn well against Genji. Jojo performed pretty damn good against Billy. Knight had a great series too. Shanks played good too. Quad had great games. Like the mid laners right now are really, really performing at this tournament. So I'm looking forward to see how Faker, grows into the tournament, because it did seem like T1 started very stiff, They started very, very stiff. And Faker had these issues regionally as well, in terms of the lane phase and dying to ganks. And I think this is something that will plague T1 for the remainder of the tournament, But I do think that T1 can play better than they did in the earlier games. I did think it's like we saw AL lose game 1, we saw Genji lose game 1. I think T1 just needed a couple of more games to really warm up to it. Like usually at internationals, like T1 do tend to start really fucking slow, So I did say in my rundown, CFO, this is the opportunity to take it. T1 tend to start slow. But I think always in tournaments like this, I think that these players are going to, of course, get used to things, and they also will figure out how they want to draft. Because, for example, this game 1 draft here from AL is probably not going to happen again with the Zaya into the long range, right? Or the Genji first one, you know, some outdated drafting here, right? Where can I see Amaros pick him? I made a video about it. Let's talk about the matchups that are coming up, guys. We have G2 versus FlyQuest, Genji versus Anyone's Legend. So I don't have a good image to show while we wait. But G2 versus FlyQuest, I do think that FlyQuest should be the better team. I think the main edge, if we want to talk about what G2 could maybe have as an advantage, I think the volume of games has made G2 a lot more in tune with what works for them and what doesn't work for them. I think this series, my main concern is that Labrov had a fine series here by his standard. It was an okay series. But I think that's also because nobody expected them to do shit to Genji. But now it's elimination time. So I just expect Labrov to fold like a lawn chair. G2, I expect them to have better prep work, better drafting, just because I think FlyQuest drafting was god-awful. I don't like the Bwipo counter picks. I didn't like them at all. But I do think that FlyQuest, in terms of gameplay, is just better. I think it's just better. I think Inspired was really, really good in the AL series. I think Busio played pretty damn good too. But the funny thing is, like, Bwipo and BB are so similar that they have their goofy counter picks that just didn't work out. But I do think that BB just set such a low bar right now in terms of performance. So I do expect Bwipo to be better. And I think FlyQuest team fighting was just insanely decisive and really, really sharp. So I think that FlyQuest will win the series against G2. And I do think that FlyQuest, I think G2 is a way easier team to prep against than against AL, because AL, I think they have a far wider range of play. Some things that G2 can take away from this series is that Renekton ban that really cuts through. But the issue is they can't capitalize on it the same way because BB doesn't play Ambessa. BB doesn't play Yorick as well. And that's, you know, pretty damn bad. Like, that's pretty damn bad. So I expect FlyQuest to just smoke G2. I put G2 as the lowest ranked team, just ahead of GAM and Furia, and I don't think anything changed. I did think that this was a good series for them in terms of their, you know, progression, but I don't think it's enough, and I think it's far too late, and I think it just won't matter. Caps has been playing good. He could be, you know, the hidden gem here. But I expect FlyQuest to be better. But I think, if anything, FlyQuest can trap themselves in shitty drafts. So, there's that. Anyone's Legend versus Genji. Now, this is also super exciting. Because I think Genji, in terms of their prep work, tend to be quite disrespectful. And I think that they are playing with a lot of variance in their drafting. That makes it dangerous. I think in terms of the level of Ruler and Duro, I think it looks pretty damn good. I think they've set a higher bar than what I expected based on the eye test, but it's also still a very small sample size. And I think playing against Hope and Kael is very different than playing against Labrov and Hans Sama. I think Tabe, there's a little bit of coach gap towards AL side. I think like jungle support synergy is higher. And I didn't think that Chovy showed like a super high level in the opening series. But Genji is Genji. And I think they do tend to do that thing where they play to their opponent. And until I see Genji lose, I can't really bet against them. In my pick'em, I put AL win and then AL lose against Genji in the final, but that is more like a gut call. It has nothing to do with where we're at. I just have a hard time even imagining Genji losing before it happens. But if we want to point to certain things, it's their drafting work, their inconsistencies in bot lane, and their lack of jungle support synergy. But the main issue for me is, even in that lack of jungle support synergy, I think that the solo lanes of Genji are just impossible to break. They are so damn hard to break. So Cannon gets to farm, and his solo lanes just also keep farming and play to the range of their champions so damn well. And I think the Gen G are going to look at AL with far better, you know, with glasses on in comparison to the G2-1, like in the opening game when they looked up and pulled up a Braum here as an example, you know. So there's that. I think tomorrow is going to be an absolute banger. I think MKOI, Bilibili, these series deserve a lot more effort than I gave it, but we are currently at 6 a.m. I still wanted to get a video out before tomorrow. I think this series here, CFO versus T1, really fucking delivered. What about T1 Bilibili? We'll talk about it tomorrow. We're gonna talk about it tomorrow. We don't need to put everything in at the same time. We will do the predictions for CFO, MKOI, and Bilibili versus T1 before tomorrow's series. Yeah, it's time to go sleep, guys. It's been a pleasure. Thank you for sticking with me. Thank you for sticking with me. What would you rank CFO against the other lower bracket teams? Well, this was my tier list. So look, this was my tier list. Like you can see my team tier list. But I thought, no, this was my team tier list. Ahead of the tournament. I'm going to do in-between content on Monday and so forth. All right. Thank you very much, guys. Love you all. Bye-bye. Good night, good morning. Tomorrow, banger day. Peace.